Eddard Stark stood upon the stone balcony overlooking the Red Keep's courtyard, the night's wind sharp against his face. He could feel the tension in his every muscle as he surveyed the city below. King's Landing sprawled on and on beneath a moon half-veiled by thin clouds. Crickets sang in hidden places, oblivious to the turmoil that gripped the capital. For the moment, an eerie stillness hung over the wide streets and narrower alleys as though the entire city held its breath. He could not help but feel a similar sense of anticipation in the hollow of his chest. He had been raised to a life of honor and duty. He had never sought power, never craved a crown. His days had been meant for the north, for Winterfell, for the snow-laden hills of home. But times had changed faster than any man could have expected. Betrayals and revelations swirled around him like a raging blizzard, and the choices before him were stark. If he did nothing, his family would be torn apart as inevitably as night follows day. He looked down at his hands, calloused from years of wielding swords and practicing the ways of war. Tonight, those hands were stained with an unspoken guilt, what he was about to do. An old ache in his bones reminded him of a life lived in the shadow of loyalty. He had promised an old friend, King Robert Baratheon, that he would protect the kingdom when the time came. But Robert was gone, felled by a boar, and, quite possibly, by the machinations of those who conspired against him. The boy who claimed the throne was not Robert's blood, but a product of Lannister incest. That knowledge had nearly cost Ned his head. The secret he held about Jon Snow's parentage was even more dangerous, for it could mean life or death for those he loved. In the courtyard below, 2 Lannister guards, posted by Queen Cersei's order, stood on watch. Yet they were only men, and men could be swayed. Ned had chosen a more perilous path for himself. Over the last hours, men loyal to House Stark had begun to infiltrate the Red Keep, aided by a handful of gold cloaks uncertain of whom they truly served. Time was short. He could sense it in the shifting of the moonlight, in the hush that settled over the corridors of the fortress. Tonight, Eddard Stark would change the fate of the 7 kingdoms, if only to shield his family from the impending bloodshed he foresaw. His mind flickered to Robb, thousands of miles away in the north, marshalling men in the face of perceived threats and Lannister aggression. Robb was so young, yet forced to bear a man's responsibility. Then there was Jon, the young man many believed to be Ned's bastard, but who was in truth the child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. No one knew, not truly, except Ned. He had protected this truth for years, burying it as deeply as the winter snows bury the seeds in the north, hoping it would never need to sprout. Yet now, as the realm teetered, that single secret might be the realm's best hope or its destruction. He heard a soft footstep behind him. Turning, he saw a lithe figure in the half-light. Peter Baelish, known to all as Littlefinger, wore a cunning smile that faded in and out of the shadows. It felt as though a cat had padded into the space, all silent steps and watchful eyes. Lord Stark, Peter said in a nearly breathless hush. It is time. Ned nodded, swallowing against the dryness in his throat. Is everything in place? Littlefinger stepped closer, his mouth curling in that practiced smirk. As much as one can be certain of anything in this city, he said quietly, yes. The men are ready. The question is, are you? Ned took a moment before he answered. Yes or no longer mattered, for there was no turning back from the path he had chosen. I have no choice, he said, and the words felt heavier than a mountain on his tongue. Littlefinger gave him a long look that spoke of 1,000 unspoken mysteries. Come then. Ned followed, duty thrumming in his veins. As they left the balcony, the hush of the corridor enclosed them. Torches flickered against walls of stone. Every footstep echoed in Ned's ears, magnified by the tension. At one junction, a pair of gold cloaks parted to let them pass. Their eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty, but they had been paid or convinced, and so they offered no protest. Littlefinger led Ned to a small corridor that wound up a spiral staircase. His heart pounded with each step. They reached a chamber where a small group of armed men stood in readiness. Some wore Stark colors, others the black and gold of the city watch. All had sworn to Ned's cause. Ser Jorah Castle was there, quiet and steady, giving Ned a nod of respect. Ned recognized the faintest tremor in Jorah's lips, an unspoken question, are we truly doing this? Ned answered with a single, solid nod. In that moment, Ned felt the pull of destiny far stronger than he ever had. This was not simply the uncovering of a secret or a minor confrontation with the Lannisters. He would seize the very seat of power in the realm, something he had never wanted, simply to protect his family from the jaws of a power-hungry pride. Yet if he did not do this, if he did not take power, Robb would march south to die, Sansa and Arya would remain hostages, and the truth about Jon would spill forth in blood. Littlefinger's voice broke the tension. A pity the Iron Throne has no comfortable seat, my lord. You might find the next hours very prickly indeed." He laughed softly at his own jest. Ned ignored the quip and turned to the men, his voice low but resolute. "We move now. Capture the queen. Secure the throne room. Let no one harm the children." His guards murmured their acceptance, adrenaline in their eyes. Swiftly, Ned and his men descended a half-flight of steps, weaving through the keep's inner hallways until they reached a large set of double doors. 6 Lannister guards stood watch on the other side. From behind, Ned heard the purposeful shuffle of feet and the faint rasp of steel as swords were drawn. A breeze stirred the torches along the walls, casting shifting shadows across the men. The guards recognized Ned, recognized the sigil on his surcoat. One stepped forward. "Lord Stark," he said, uncertain. "The Queen gave strict orders." Ned raised his hand in a sign of peace. "I come only to speak with her." His voice was calm, unwavering, but his words were a shield for the violence that might follow. "Stand aside." Men behind Ned stepped up, and the tension in the air was a coil wound too tight. One guard's hand drifted to the hilt of his sword. Littlefinger's expression was unreadable, yet Ned knew that the man was ever alert to the slightest shift in fortunes. For one fleeting moment, everything hung in the balance. Then the Lannister guard hesitated. That fraction of a second was too long. Ned's men surged forward. Swords flashed. A few cries rang out, echoing against the stones. Steel slid against mail and flesh. A bitter, metallic scent filled the corridor. When it was over, 4 Lannister guards lay unmoving on the cold floor, and 2 others knelt, disarmed and trembling, while Ned's men secured their hands. Breathing heavily, Ned stepped forward. He had spilled blood in the Red Keep. He had crossed a line from which there was no return. The doors were unbarred. Ned's men pressed inside. On a wide marble floor, Queen Cersei stood in full posture, her green eyes flaring with alarm as the intrusion shattered her false peace. With her were 2 of her ladies-in-waiting and a Kingsguard knight, whose white cloak swirled as he drew steel in a heartbeat. A hush fell. Cersei Lannister's features twisted in fury. "How dare you?" she spat, voice resonant in the airy chamber. "You dare draw steel in the Red Keep?" Ned took a single step forward, sword in hand, but lowered. "This ends here, your grace." Her stare was venomous. "You think you can usurp the throne? You have doomed yourself and your precious daughters." Ned's gut lurched at the mention of Sansa and Arya. He had arranged with his loyal men to keep them under protection and out of Cersei's reach. Yet the Queen's threat still stabbed at him. "My daughters are safe," he declared, hoping the conviction in his voice might shake her. She let out a bitter laugh. "Fool, they're never safe. Not while I draw breath." The Kingsguard knight sprang at Ned with blinding speed. Ned met the rush with a clang of steel, parrying the blow. Ser Jorah Castle lunged in from the side, his own sword a swift arc that forced the knight to yield a step. 2 of Ned's men seized the moment and pinned the white-cloaked figure before he could strike again. As the knight struggled, a 3rd Stark man took his weapon, pressing it close to the knight's throat. The Kingsguard froze, still breathing like a cornered beast, eyes full of anger and humiliation. Ned's gaze locked with Cersei's. "My lady," he said, "come quietly. We want no further bloodshed." Her cheeks flushed with fury. She glanced to her surroundings. No easy escape, no cunning plan at hand that could unravel the mass of armed men. Nevertheless, she wore a look as though she were queen of the entire world, her pride unwavering. "I will not be paraded as a prisoner," she hissed. Ned had no time for her defiance. Gesturing to his men, he ordered, "Escort her to a secure chamber." At once, one of Cersei's ladies shrieked, but 2 gold cloaks advanced and seized the queen, who seethed and cursed them. Her veil of regal calm ripped away, replaced by raw hatred. Every fiber in Ned wanted to yield, for it was not his way to handle women thus. But the moment demanded decisiveness. If he faltered, it would cost him everything. He stepped aside as the men hustled her out into the corridor. Littlefinger stood to one side, observing with mild fascination. He inclined his head at Ned, as though acknowledging the dramatic shift in power. "And the boy king?" he asked softly. "Joffrey is just a boy," Ned said, though he harbored scant sympathy for the cruel child. "He must be taken into custody, but do not harm him. Do not harm Myrcella or Tommen either. Let them be kept safe under guard until the realm decides their fate." Baelish's lips twitched at some private amusement. "As you command, Lord Stark," he said, and the faint mockery in his tone did not escape Ned. Then, as though he were strolling through a garden, Littlefinger departed to ensure that Joffrey and his siblings were taken. Ned sent good men with him, uncertain whether he could truly trust Peter Baelish. Yet at this point, the time for doubt had passed. They were in the thick of the plan now. Ned lingered, breathing hard, steel in hand. The Kingsguard knight, still held at bay, refused to kneel. Ned allowed him to keep some dignity. "Go," he said to his men. "Lock him away. See he comes to no harm, but do not let him roam free." The knight's glare could have burned stone, but Ned forced himself to stand resolute. A king's duty was not always comfortable. By the time Ned strode through the corridors again, it was well after midnight. The flickering torches cast long shadows on the polished floors. He made his way, with Jory Castle at his side, toward the throne room. The main doors loomed ahead, the crest of House Targaryen wrought in the ancient metal of the archways, left there from the time of the Dragon Kings. Guards parted before him, allowing him entry. Inside was a vast, echoing space. Pillars marched in two solemn rows down to the dais where the Iron Throne itself waited. A monstrous construction of twisted swords, hammered and fused together, each blade telling a story of conquest. Ned paused at the foot of that dais, the weight of the moment settling upon him. He thought of Robert, how the man had joked about the throne's discomfort and all the sacrifices it demanded from its occupant. And now, ironically, Ned Stark, who had never wanted such burdens, was about to claim them. He set one foot upon the dais step, then another. He could practically feel the ghosts of history swirl around him. Aegon the Conqueror, the Mad King Aerys, Rhaegar Targaryen, and now Robert Baratheon. The Seven Kingdoms had been shaped by blood and fire for generations. Could Ned Stark change that destiny? He reached the seat, the great mass of metal looming before him like an iron beast. His reflection caught on a dull blade. For an instant he hesitated. The North was in his veins. He would always be its warden, the quiet wolf amid the snowdrifts. Yet duty demanded he become more. He drew in a measured breath. Slowly, as if stepping into the jaws of a dragon, he lowered himself onto the Iron Throne. The metal pressed him uncomfortably, and the edges cut into his sense of self. Tradition held that a king should never let the throne cut him, lest it be seen as an ill omen. Ned felt no cut but plenty of sting from the many sharp points. The chamber was mostly empty save for a few guards. Jory Castle stood watch. All was silent but for Ned's own heartbeat. He closed his eyes, letting the weight of everything settle on his shoulders. The path ahead was treacherous, yet if this was what it took to preserve his family, so be it. He recalled a vow he had made many years ago over the body of his dying sister. A vow that had led him to claim Jon as his bastard son. A lie he had told for the sake of love. He rose from the throne, the clang of his armor echoing in the hush. "Call the lords who remain in the city," he said to Jory. "Summon them at dawn. They must see what has been done here and hear why." Jory nodded. "Aye, my lord." Ned allowed himself one final glance at the Iron Throne, then turned away. A sense of dread hovered in his chest. He had seized the seat of power, but in doing so, he might unleash the storms of war on the entire realm. He whispered a prayer to the old gods, hoping they would guide him. In the distance, the caw of a raven drifted through a high window, mingling with the stench of old stone and the rustle of memory. He walked from the throne room, silent as a man going to face his fate. Over the next hours, Ned set about fortifying his grip on the Red Keep and ensuring no harm came to the innocent. A hush fell upon King's Landing, punctuated by the distant toll of bells that sometimes sounded for the dead. Word rippled out from the Red Keep that Eddard Stark had seized the throne. It spread through the city like wildfire. Whispers in taverns and street corners spoke of treason, honor, or the rightful king. No one knew exactly what to believe. By the time dawn's pale light washed across the rooftops, a sense of raw anticipation trembled in the air. Sansa Stark was brought to Ned under heavy guard, though the guard was his own. Her face was blotchy from crying, her eyes wide and full of confusion. She wore a nightdress beneath a hastily donned cloak, her auburn hair spilling in half-braided tangles across her shoulders. When she saw him, she ran forward, tears brimming. "Father," she cried, voice choked. Ned's heart twisted. He placed his hands on her shoulders, drawing her close. She trembled in his embrace. "You are safe, my sweet girl," he murmured. "No one will hurt you." She swallowed. "They said," she stared up at him, lips quivering. "They said you've betrayed the king. That you're... Are you truly going to be king?" The words, spoken by his child, stung him. He tried to speak gently. "The Lannisters committed treason by placing a false heir upon the throne. I did what I must. I only want to keep you and Arya safe. Where's your sister?" Sansa's cheeks flushed with relief that someone was taking her side. She shook her head, brow furrowed. "I don't know. She left our chambers. I haven't seen her." Ned's blood chilled. Arya was wily but still a girl in a dangerous city. "I'll have men find her," he told Sansa. Then he glanced around at the cluster of armed guards. "Take Lady Sansa to her room and keep watch on her. Make sure no one, absolutely no one, approaches without my leave." The men bowed their heads in compliance. Sansa stepped away with them, casting a worried glance over her shoulder. Ned felt her concern like a knife in his chest, but he forced himself to remain steady. He had to keep going, or all would be lost. By the time the hour was ripe for Dawn's first meeting of the lords in the throne room, the city was awake. Rumors filled the streets. Some believed Ned Stark had saved the realm from tyranny, others feared he had stolen the throne by force. Groups of small folk gathered at street corners, uncertain whether to riot or wait to see how the tide would turn. The tense hush deepened. Inside the throne room, lords and ladies who had not fled the city stood in uneasy clusters. Among them, Ned recognized Lord Varys, leaning on his staff, eyes darting. There was Grand Maester Pycelle, trembling with confusion, and some lesser lords from the Crownlands. Peter Baelish was there too, perched like a hawk observing potential prey. Renly Baratheon had vanished, rumors claiming he fled the city the moment Ned's men locked Cersei away. Ser Barristan Selmy was absent as well, presumably ousted or in hiding after everything that had gone on. The Targaryen dragon skulls, once displayed in the throne room, remained absent, a silent testament to how the wheel of power never ceased turning. Ned stood at the dais steps, flanked by 4 of his most loyal guards, though he wore no crown. He surveyed the congregation, the hush thick with tension. Slowly, the lord's murmuring died away. Clearing his throat, Ned stepped forward. "Lords and ladies of the realm," he began in a firm tone that carried. "I come before you as Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, and now, Protector of the realm. Robert Baratheon, our true king, has perished. But before his death, I learned a truth. Joffrey Baratheon is no Baratheon at all, but a product of incest between Queen Cersei and her brother. He has no rightful claim to this throne." An outraged murmur rippled among the gathering. A few voices shouted denials, others hissed curses about the Lannisters. Ned went on. "For the safety of the realm, I have seized the throne. The queen and her children will be treated gently, but they cannot be allowed to usurp Robert's legacy." At that, Grand Maester Pycelle raised a shaking hand. "My lord," he asked, voice quavering, "what do you intend? The realm needs a crowned king. Do you mean to take the crown for yourself?" Ned had anticipated the question, but it still felt like an iron bar across his shoulders. He drew a measured breath. "I never desired the crown. But while the realm stands on the brink of war, I will hold it in trust until the rightful heir can claim it. I will not see innocent blood spilled to seat a false king." A wave of bewildered conversation moved among the lords. Littlefinger, with that ever-coy expression, spoke up from the side. "And what rightful heir might that be, Lord Stark? Surely you don't mean Stannis Baratheon, Robert's elder brother? Or perhaps Renly, the younger? They both have claims." Ned's chest clenched. He knew that Stannis was the rightful Baratheon heir under the laws of the realm. But the secret he carried went beyond the Baratheon line. Jon, Rhaegar's son, Lyanna's son. The boy carried Targaryen blood, and by some accounts, that was a more legitimate claim than any Baratheon. Yet to reveal the truth now would throw the realm into chaos. The memory of Rhaegar's rebellion was still fresh in the minds of many. The name Targaryen still conjured images of dragons and the Mad King. If Ned proclaimed Jon as heir outright, it could spark immediate civil war. And yet, if he failed to act, the boy would remain forever in the shadows. Is life a lie? "Stannis has a claim, indeed," Ned said carefully. "We shall send an envoy to Dragonstone to treat with him. Yet matters are complicated. For now, I will govern to ensure the city remains stable. I urge each lord to remain calm and loyal until we establish a lawful succession." Littlefinger appeared faintly amused by this non-answer. The man opened his mouth as if to push further, but Varys, ever the spider, stepped in, his soft voice carrying surprising clarity. And so we have a Lord Protector. I, for one, have no wish to see further bloodshed. A few of the lesser lords murmured agreement, others still looked doubtful, but the threat of stark swords was immediate. Ned raised his chin. We shall govern fairly. Those who wish no part in this transition may depart King's Landing and return to their lands on the morrow. The tension in the room did not dissolve fully, but the meeting came to a tentative end. The crowd dispersed, each lord with their own set of worries. Ned watched them go, his heart weighed by the uncertain future. As the hall emptied, Littlefinger drew near, the corner of his mouth quirking. So you have placed yourself on the throne for now, he said lightly. And yet you withhold crowning yourself. Such reluctance is rare in King's Landing. Ned regarded him without humor. I do this for my family. Nothing more. Littlefinger smiled that serpentine smile. Ah, yes, your family. And yet there are rumors, some whisper you have a bastard with Targaryen blood. A potential threat or a weapon, depending on how one sees it. I do wonder how the lords would react if they learned that the son you call Jon Snow could wear the crown by blood. The mention of Jon Snow's name made Ned's blood run cold. Speak no more of that, Ned said. Not to anyone. Peter Baelish raised a thin eyebrow, eyes gleaming with interest. Of course, he said smoothly. A wise secret to keep. But secrets, you see, have a way of unraveling in the city. Ned glowered, but Baelish only chuckled, bowing his head with a gesture that implied no real submission. Then he slipped away into the shadows, leaving Ned alone with the echoes of his threat. Or was it a promise? 2 days later, a raven brought news from the north. Robb Stark had marched south, rallying the banners of Winterfell in response to rumors that Ned was imprisoned or dead. Desperate to protect his father, Robb was prepared for war against the Lannisters. But the message also indicated that once word reached him of Ned's control in King's Landing, Robb had halted his advance near the neck, uncertain whether to proceed. He demanded more information, a sign that Ned was truly in command. Ned could almost taste his son's anxiety upon the parchment. He sent ravens in reply, urging Robb to hold his forces and come to King's Landing under truce, to see for himself that his father still lived. For Ned, this new reality was a bitter necessity. He realized that if he had done nothing, Robb would be embroiled in a full-scale war. By taking the throne, Ned had essentially forced all sides to stay their hands, at least temporarily. There were no illusions, however, that this precarious peace would last forever. Tywin Lannister remained a looming threat in the west, Stannis a brooding storm on Dragonstone, and Renly a wild card somewhere beyond the city. Most dangerous of all, possibly, was Cersei, burning with hatred behind the locked doors of her new prison quarters. Meanwhile, Ned also began a quiet search for Arya. She had vanished the night of his takeover, and none of the guards had tracked her. It was as though she had melted into the backstreets. Though Ned knew Arya was resourceful, his worry gnawed at him day and night. He assigned loyal men to search discreetly, not wanting to draw too much attention. The city was full of cutthroats and intrigue, after all. Late one afternoon, as the sun gilded the rooftops of King's Landing and made the waters of Blackwater Bay shimmer, Ned retreated to a small garden within the Red Keep. Once, Robert might have swaggered here with a flagon of wine, or Cersei might have paraded in the sunlight. Now it was a quiet corner, thick with vines, a fountain trickling in the center. Ned sought a few moments of peace. He settled on a stone bench, leaning forward to run a hand through his hair. The burden of being Lord Protector bore down on him. Memories of Winterfell drifted into his thoughts, the godwood with its heart tree, the hush of falling snow, the distant howl of dire wolves at night. That was where he belonged, not in this viper's nest of a capital. He was so lost in thought that he did not hear the footsteps until a voice interrupted the hush. "My lord," came a deep, northern-accented voice. "Apologies for disturbing you." Ned turned to find Jory Castle standing a short distance away. The man's face showed the subtle lines of worry. "You are never a disturbance," Ned said, beckoning him closer. "What news?" Jory stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "We have word from your wife, Lady Catelyn. She is near the Riverlands, traveling south with someone." Ned's heart jumped. "Is she safe?" Jory nodded. "It appears so, my lord. She was in negotiations with the Freys, but once word of your new position reached her, she rode swiftly toward King's Landing. Her message suggests she carries important tidings." Ned exhaled relief. He had not known exactly where Cat was. Last he'd heard, she was trying to broker an alliance or ensure safe passage for Robb's forces. "And who travels with her?" Jory hesitated. "The message is unclear, but it seems she has Tyrion Lannister as her prisoner." Ned's eyes widened. "Tyrion Lannister?" "Yes, my lord," Jory said. She captured him on the King's Road, suspecting him of involvement in the attempt on young Bran's life. She meant to bring him to the Eyrie, but apparently her plans changed. She is bringing him here. A swirl of complications tightened in Ned's mind. Tyrion Lannister was cunning, but he was not without honor. Could his presence in King's Landing defuse tensions or make them worse? Perhaps Ned could use Tyrion as a bargaining chip for peace. Have her escorted safely. Ensure no harm comes to her. Yes, my lord. Jory dipped his head in respect and left, leaving Ned in the company of the whispering leaves and the fountain's gentle gurgle. Ned took a moment to process this new development. The realm quivered at the edge of conflict. The presence of a highborn Lannister captive in the midst of the capital could be a tinderbox. Tywin would not sit idle if his favored son was threatened. But maybe, just maybe, Ned could negotiate. He rubbed his eyes, longing for the simpler life of Winterfell. But duty called, as it always had. Night fell. In the flicker of candlelight within his solar, Ned pored over letters, reports, and missives. Some came from lords in the Riverlands, pledging cautious support. Others bore ominous news of Lannister outrages in the west. He worried that Tywin might muster forces and march on King's Landing. The city walls could hold out for a time, but the cost would be high and the city might starve. Meanwhile, if Stannis decided to press his own claim, Ned might find himself besieged by both sides. The realm was a tangle of alliances and rivalries, and at the center of that labyrinth stood Ned, never meant to be a cunning player in such deadly games. As he reached for a fresh parchment, a soft knock sounded. "Enter," Ned called. The door opened and Varys slid in, wearing robes of muted purple. He bowed smoothly. "Good evening, Lord Stark." Ned eyed him warily. "Varys." The eunuch clasped his hands. "I have come to share a whisper, if you will. The little birds have been singing." "Go on," Ned said, steeling himself. One never knew the cost of Varys's secrets until the debt was called in. Varys's expression was grave. "I've heard word that one of your men searching the streets for Arya encountered a child with a bull's head helmet. The boy said he had been with your daughter but lost her in the chaos near the harbor. Evidently, she's been avoiding your men, too frightened or mistrustful to reveal herself. She may be hiding in the city's underbelly." Relief and fear mingled in Ned's chest. Arya was alive but lost in the labyrinth of King's Landing. Did the boy say if she was unharmed? He believed so, Varys said. But that was a day ago. The city is not a safe place for a young girl, especially one of high birth. Ned clenched his jaw. "I'll double the search. Arya must be found." Varys nodded sympathetically. "I can have my little birds keep watch. But be cautious. If the girl trusts no one, she might flee at the first sign of official searchers. You might need a gentler approach." Ned gave a curt nod, his mind already turning over plans. He would need people Arya knew and trusted, or subtle watchers who could coax her to safety rather than chase her into corners. He had hoped to keep all of his children behind thick walls until the realm stabilized. Yet here was Arya, free-spirited as ever, forging her own path in the shadows. "Anything else?" Ned asked. Varys lowered his voice. "Word drifts that the queen is not idle in her confinement. She has allies, servants who remain loyal to her. There is talk of attempts to free her or orchestrate some chaos in the city to force your hand." Ned's mouth tightened. "Let her scheme," he said, with a bravado he did not wholly feel. "My men are loyal. I will ensure the queen cannot slip away." Varys bowed. "I wish you luck, my lord. You will need it." With that, the eunuch departed, leaving Ned alone once more amid the flickering candle flames and the quiet swirl of dread. On the third day since Ned's takeover, the city gates opened at dawn to admit a small party of northerners led by Catelyn Stark. At their center rode a captive Tyrion Lannister, bound yet still upright in the saddle. The arrival caused a wave of curiosity and anxiety among the small folk crowding the streets, for the imp was well known in King's Landing, and seeing him as a prisoner under House Stark's escort meant politics had taken a dramatic turn. Ned met them in one of the courtyard gardens, away from the gawking eyes of the public. Catelyn dismounted, her cloak dusty from travel, her auburn hair pinned back in a hastily done style. Tyrion remained on his horse under armed guard, a wry twist on his lips. "Ned," Catelyn breathed, stepping quickly toward her husband. He took her in his arms, feeling the tension in her body. For a moment, they did not speak, each taking solace in the other's presence. At last, they broke apart. "You've caused quite a stir," Ned said quietly, eyeing Tyrion, who was being helped down from his mount by a guard. "We should talk privately." Catelyn nodded. "Yes." Tyrion Lannister watched them with bright, intelligent eyes. He wore a half-smile that might have been mocking or simply unconcerned. "Lord Stark," he greeted with a small bow, though his hands remained bound. Congratulations on your new seat. I hear you've taken the Iron Throne for yourself. I always did suspect you had hidden ambitions. Ned frowned. You'll pardon me if I find no humor in our predicament, imp. Tyrion shrugged. I am rarely pardoned for anything, my lord. Ned led them inside the keep to a secure chamber near the Tower of the Hand. There, with guards stationed at every entrance, they laid out the situation. Catelyn recounted her journey and how she had seized Tyrion after suspecting him of involvement in the attempt to kill Bran. Tyrion, for his part, insisted on his innocence, saying he was wrongly accused. He denied giving any dagger to an assassin. Catelyn's distrust did not waver, but Ned sensed that the truth might be more complex. Finally, Ned cleared his throat. Lady Catelyn, I must keep Tyrion here, under guard. The Lannisters are in open enmity with House Stark. Yet if he is innocent, you realize what ransoming him might yield. We could trade for Sansa's future peace, for the realm's stability. Tyrion smirked. I do so appreciate being discussed as though I am a mere coin in your purse. Catelyn eyed him with distaste. If he is innocent, then who tried to kill Bran? Ned rubbed his temples. The conspiracy around Bran's fall from the tower, the attempt on his life, there was no easy answer. Could it have been the Boy King, Joffrey, acting on his own twisted impulses? Could it have been the Queen? Or even more clandestine players? We'll discover the truth, Ned said, though he wondered if that would ever happen in King's Landing's murky waters. Tyrion cleared his throat. And while I languish in a cell, do you expect my father to twiddle his thumbs? Ned met his gaze. Your father brought war to the Riverlands. He will answer for that. If he wants you freed, let him come to terms. Let him yield the arms he's raised. Tyrion's eyes flickered, an unreadable expression crossing his face. So, you mean to use me against Lord Tywin? He tilted his head. Just as your wife used me as some victory token. Truly, I'm the world's most valuable dwarf. Catelyn's nostrils flared. Watch your tongue. The dwarf's sardonic grin did not fade. My apologies, my lady. If I may, I would prefer a comfortable room to a dank cell if it's all the same. Lord Stark, if you truly mean to treat with my father, I suggest you keep me alive and well. I am more persuasive when I've had proper rest. Ned pondered. Tyrion was cunning, that much was certain. But if he could help broker a truce that would keep thousands from dying, it might be worth the risk. We'll give you a guarded suite, he said at last. But attempt to flee and you will regret it. Tyrion bobbed his head in a mock show of respect. You have my word, for whatever it's worth. With that settled, guards led Tyrion away. Ned turned to Catelyn, exhaustion settling over him. You should rest. And we must talk of more urgent matters. She nodded, the lines of worry carved deeply around her eyes. The children, how fare they? Ned's throat tightened. Sansa is safe, though frightened by all that's happened. Arya is missing, but we believe she's in the city. We search daily. Bran and Rickon remain at Winterfell, safe under Maester Luwin's care. Catelyn exhaled, half relief, half anxiety. And Robb? Robb must be close to the neck by now, uncertain if he should continue to march. I've asked him to come here under truce to see that we hold the city and that our family is not harmed. I pray he agrees. Catelyn's face was drawn. As do I. They spoke a while longer, exchanging what news they had. She told him of the uneasy alliances she had formed just to pass safely, of how the Riverlords blamed Tywin for the outrages in their lands. Ned shared his concerns about Stannis and Renly. Each new detail layered the precariousness of their situation. At last, Ned escorted Catelyn to a chamber where she could rest, leaving them both with unspoken fears swirling in their minds. The days continued like a drumbeat. Ned strove to consolidate his hold on the city, placing loyal men in key positions within the Gold Cloaks, doubling the watch around the Red Keep. Peter Baelish lingered in the corridors, offering ambiguous counsel while Varys whispered warnings of rumored plots. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen remained under protective guard in spacious rooms, receiving careful courtesy. Ned refused to let them be harmed. Yet the boy who once claimed the throne raged at every opportunity, cursing Ned Stark for stealing his crown. Ned thought it more prudent to let the boy vent than risk creating a martyr. Meanwhile, from the north came a crow's note that Robb was indeed traveling south, leading a column of men. That both relieved and frightened Ned. He longed to see his son, but worried the presence of a northern host might spark conflict if tensions snapped. Far away, Tywin Lannister's forces still menaced the Riverlands, and there was no news from Stannis or Renly. Ned felt as if he held a flame in one hand and a tinderbox in the other, desperately striving not to let them meet. During these fraught days, Ned set aside time in solitude, wandering the deeper vaults of the Red Keep, wrestling with a choice that burned in his heart. Jon Snow. His nephew, though he called him son. The rightful heir, in blood, to the Iron Throne. How could Ned keep that secret now that he himself occupied the throne, however temporarily? He recalled his sister's dying words, how she had pleaded, "Promise me, Ned." He had kept that promise, raising Jon as his own. But the cost of that lie might grow heavier by the day. Late one afternoon, in a quiet hallway outside the library, Petyr Baelish approached him. The hush of the corridor was broken only by the distant clang of armor as guards passed. "My lord," Littlefinger said softly, "you look troubled." Ned frowned. "And you look like a cat that's been given cream." Petyr chuckled, unoffended. "I never complain about a good turn of events. It's so rare in this city that anything goes to plan. But you, on the other hand, carry burdens that would make any man grim. Perhaps there is some way I can help you unburden yourself." Ned's jaw tightened. "I doubt you can help me." Baelish tilted his head as if considering. "I might surprise you. I know secrets pass through these walls like rats, and I have a knack for coaxing them out." Ned stared hard at him. "I have no desire to share my secrets with a man who deals in them as currency." Petyr's eyes gleamed. "But that is precisely why you might. A man who deals in secrets knows their value and how to protect them. You see, I suspect something about your dear bastard. I wonder if you might want my assistance in ensuring that no unpleasant rumors find their way into the court." The mention of Jon flared Ned's anger. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to a growl. "If you so much as breathe his name in the wrong ear, I will not hesitate to see you thrown from the highest tower." Baelish smiled, a ghost of a smile, as though a corner of him relished the threat. "That is precisely what I mean, my lord. You protect him fiercely, and that begs the question, why? He's not just a bastard, is he?" Ned's hand itched for the hilt of his sword, but he resisted. "You know nothing." "Oh, but I know enough. Rhaegar Targaryen, Lyanna Stark, With one swift movement, Ned grabbed Baelish by the throat of his tunic and forced him against the stone wall. The man's eyes widened in surprise, but he did not cry out. Perhaps he did not wish to draw attention. Ned loomed over him, voice trembling with rage. "This is not a game. If you value your life, keep that name off your lips." Baelish's face flushed, but he mustered an even tone. "I only seek to help you contain it." Word spreads quickly in King's Landing. Whispers that your so-called bastard might, in fact, be someone else. If these rumors become widespread, it could set the realm ablaze. Ned eased his grip only slightly. "You will keep silent, or I'll kill me?" Petyr asked, arching an eyebrow. "Perhaps you might. But that won't stop the rumors now that a few already suspect. I'm offering you a chance. Let me manage these whispers. Let me direct them away, spin a convincing alternative narrative. That's what I do best, you see." Ned studied him, heart pounding. "And what do you want in return?" Baelish adjusted his tunic once Ned released him fully. "Oh, the realm is in chaos. Opportunities abound. A small token of gratitude, perhaps the seat of Renly if it's vacant. Or maybe an advantageous marriage arrangement someday. Options, Lord Stark. I'm a banker of sorts, except I bank in rumors and loyalties." Ned felt his stomach churn. Aligning himself with Baelish was as appealing as dancing with a viper. Yet if the rumor of Jon's parentage spread now, the realm might devour itself. "I will consider your offer," Ned said coldly. "But for now, do nothing." Petyr inclined his head with a flourish. "As you say, my lord." Then, with a mocking half-bow, he slipped away down the corridor, leaving Ned to wrestle with the sense that he had just invited a venomous snake deeper into his life. Robb Stark arrived at the city gates near dusk on the 6th day, leading a vanguard of northern bannermen. He came under a white flag of truce, entering King's Landing with a mixture of suspicion and awe. The sight of the capital's towering walls and the throngs of small folk seemed to unsettle some of his men who were more accustomed to wide northern landscapes. Yet Robb kept his posture tall, his jaw set. He had grown in the months since Ned last saw him, both in stature and in bearing. The youth in his face was at odds with the stern determination in his eyes. Ned greeted him personally in the courtyard, flanked by Catelyn. When Robb caught sight of them both, relief and a million questions played across his features. He dismounted swiftly, handing his reins to a guard, then strode forward. "Father," he said, voice tight. He glanced at Catelyn, who gave him a brief, encouraging nod. Then, with a breath, he continued, "We heard dire rumors. That you were imprisoned or worse." Ned clasped his son's shoulder. "I was nearly imprisoned," he said, "but events turned. The realm stands on a razor's edge, though." Robb's gaze flickered around at the presence of Stark guards within the Red Keep, the Lannister banners torn down in places and replaced with the dire wolf of House Stark. "You have seized the throne?" Robb asked softly, awe in his tone. "Advantageous marriage arrangement someday. Options, Lord Stark. I'm a banker of sorts, except I bank in rumors and loyalties." Ned felt his stomach churn. Aligning himself with Baelish was as appealing as dancing with a viper. Yet if the rumor of Jon's parentage spread now, the realm might devour itself. "I will consider your offer," Ned said coldly. "But for now, do nothing." Peter inclined his head with a flourish. "As you say, my lord." Then, with a mocking half-bow, he slipped away down the corridor, leaving Ned to wrestle with the sense that he had just invited a venomous snake deeper into his life. Robb Stark arrived at the city gates near dusk on the 6th day, leading a vanguard of northern bannermen. He came under a white flag of truce, entering King's Landing with a mixture of suspicion and awe. The sight of the capital's towering walls and the throngs of small folk seemed to unsettle some of his men who were more accustomed to wide northern landscapes. Yet Robb kept his posture tall, his jaw set. He had grown in the months since Ned last saw him, both in stature and in bearing. The youth in his face was at odds with the stern determination in his eyes. Ned greeted him personally in the courtyard, flanked by Catelyn. When Robb caught sight of them both, relief and a million questions played across his features. He dismounted swiftly, handing his reins to a guard, then strode forward. "Father," he said, voice tight. He glanced at Catelyn, who gave him a brief, encouraging nod. Then, with a breath, he continued, "We heard dire rumors. That you were imprisoned or worse." Ned clasped his son's shoulder. "I was nearly imprisoned," he said, "but events turned. The realm stands on a razor's edge, though." Robb's gaze flickered around at the presence of Stark guards within the Red Keep, the Lannister banners torn down in places and replaced with the dire wolf of House Stark. "You have seized the throne?" Robb asked softly, awe in his tone. For the moment, Ned answered, "To keep it out of the wrong hands. We have much to discuss." Robb swallowed, nodding. Behind him, a line of northern lords and knights watched warily. Some had never left the north before, and the heat of King's Landing weighed on them like a foreign cloak. Ned led them to a more private courtyard so they could speak more freely. Their mother and father and son took a moment to confer. Ned realized that, in Robb's eyes, he might appear as something alien, not merely a father but a de facto king. It felt wrong to Ned at his core, but necessity demanded it. Robb summarized the northern situation. The bannermen were furious with the Lannisters for the attack on Ned's men and the rumored attempts on Bran's life. They were prepared to fight if Ned demanded it. Meanwhile, the Karstarks, Umbers, and Boltons all had raised their banners, awaiting orders. Ned sighed. The North was always brimming with loyalty but also pride. If war came, thousands would die on both sides. Robb squared his shoulders. "What would you have me do, father?" Ned forced himself to speak calmly. "I need you and our bannermen to remain in the Crownlands, just north of the city. Show strength, but do not provoke battle. We will attempt negotiations with Tywin Lannister. With Tyrion as our prisoner, we may secure a truce." Robb's lips pressed thin. "And if Tywin refuses?" Ned hesitated, glancing at the rising moon above the courtyard walls. "Then we prepare for war. But it is my duty to try to spare the realm further bloodshed. For that, I need your obedience." Robb lowered his head in acknowledgement. "You have it, father." Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder again. "We will do what Starks must do. Winter is coming, and we must act with honor." Yet even as he spoke, Ned knew that honor in King's Landing was a frail shield. He caught sight of Catelyn's worried eyes, the lines bracketing her mouth deepening. She felt it too, that sense that events were spiraling beyond their control. They were at the mercy of alliances and betrayals that shifted with each dawn. That very night, Ned received urgent word: Arya had been found. Or rather, she had been apprehended by gold cloaks loyal to the Lannisters who had not quite accepted Ned's new dominion. They had recognized her Stark features, possibly meaning to use her as leverage. The child who had alerted Ned's men, the same one with the bull's head helmet, tried to help her, but was beaten back. The gold cloaks had secreted her away to an abandoned stable near Flea Bottom. Enraged, Ned scrambled a detachment of Stark guards to march into the depths of the city. The gloom of night closed in around them, torches flickering among the cramped alleys of Flea Bottom. The stench of waste and rotting food turned the stomachs of men who were used to the crisp northern air. They arrived at the stable to find a scene of chaos. A small group of ragged men hired by some cunning conspirator were holed up inside. Swords clashed in the narrow yard. Ned's men forced their way in with ferocity, cutting down the kidnappers. Ned himself rushed forward, heart-pounding, calling Arya's name. He found her at the back of the stable, huddled behind a feed trough, her small sword, needle clutched in trembling hands. She was bruised and dirty, her gray eyes wide with terror. When she saw him, relief broke across her face like sunlight through storm clouds. "Father," she cried, her voice raw. Ned swept her into his arms, tears burning in his eyes. She clung to him, sobbing quietly, the tension in her body telling him she'd been through a nightmare. He stroked her mud-caked hair. "You're safe now, little one," he murmured. She swallowed hard. They said they'd. "It's over," Ned assured her. He carried her out while his men secured the area. A few battered survivors from the kidnappers were taken prisoner. Arya's friend, the bull-helmeted boy, emerged from the shadows, sporting a cut on his cheek. He looked no older than Arya, but his eyes were sharp with defiance. Ned nodded gratefully at him. "You have my thanks." The boy shrugged, half embarrassed. "She's my friend." Ned gently set Arya down. She clutched Needle, refusing to let it go. "I'm sorry I ran away," she said, voice shaking. "I didn't trust. They said you were in danger, or maybe dead. I didn't know what to do." Ned's heart ached. "No need to apologize. You're safe, and that is all that matters." He paused, taking in her bruises, the dirt under her nails. "Never do this again. Promise me." Her lips quivered, tears threatening to spill again, but she nodded. "I promise." Ned pulled her close. He had reclaimed his daughter at last, but at a horrifying cost, the knowledge that Lannister loyalists, or perhaps some deeper conspiracy, still lingered in the city, ready to harm his family. Even as he escorted Arya and her friend back toward the Red Keep, the shadows of King's Landing loomed large, brimming with dangers that would not be dispelled simply by the claim of a throne. The next morning, Ned called a council of his key allies in the throne room. He sat upon the Iron Throne, a position that still felt unnatural. Yet he wore none of the trappings of a king, no crown, no scepter, only the heavy cloak of Winterfell draped over his shoulders. Before him stood Robb, Catelyn, Tyrion Lannister, escorted by guards, and Petyr Baelish, along with Ser Jorah Castle and a handful of northern lords. Varys and Grand Maester Pycelle watched from the sidelines, while Arya and Sansa stood in an alcove guarded closely. The hush was profound. "Lords and ladies," Ned began, his voice carrying through the vaulted space, "I have determined that for the realm to be at peace, we must end the hostilities with House Lannister. I propose a negotiation. Tyrion Lannister is here as our captive, but also as a potential envoy to his father, Lord Tywin." Tyrion stepped forward, eyeing the jagged edges of the throne with faint disdain. "I can speak to my father, of course, if you provide the appropriate incentives." Ned nodded, ignoring the man's sardonic tone. "Your father has raped the Riverlands with his armies. He must withdraw and cease his aggression." Tyrion spread his hands, half-bound. "That is quite the request, my lord. Tywin Lannister does not yield easily, and you hold my sister, the queen, in your dungeons along with her children. A father does not take kindly to such news." Ned kept his voice cold. "They are not harmed. Their safety is assured so long as Tywin does not press the realm into war." A murmur went around the gathering. Robb stood tense, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword as if the mention of the Lannisters made his blood boil. Catelyn regarded Tyrion with undisguised animosity. Tyrion exhaled. "Very well. I will write to my father. But know this. If you expect him to simply kneel while his daughter and grandchildren remain under lock and key, you may be disappointed." Ned inclined his head. "We will negotiate terms of release. The children, as I said, are not to blame. They may be returned to Casterly Rock or entrusted to neutral wards once we have peace." Sansa, standing to the side, looked both conflicted and relieved. She had once been betrothed to Joffrey, after all. Arya glowered as though no Lannister should ever go free. Tyrion's eyes flicked to Arya and Sansa, then back to Ned. "I see. So you mean to play the merciful king?" "I am not king," Ned said firmly. "I am Lord Protector. We will determine the rightful succession in due time. For now, I keep the peace." Tyrion snorted softly. "If you say so." He turned to the guards. "Send me parchment and quill. I shall pen a letter. Perhaps my father will see reason." With that, Ned gestured for one of the pages to comply. Tyrion would write his missive, which Ned would review before it was sent. It might be a slender hope, but hope nonetheless. If Tywin Lannister could be persuaded to withdraw, the realm might avoid tearing itself apart, at least for the moment. As the council began to disperse, Petyr Baelish lingered by Ned's side. "You handle the dwarf with surprising tact," Petyr murmured. "But does your heart truly yearn for peace, or is that just a show?" Ned shot him a glare. "I've spilled enough blood. If I can end this without more, I will." Baelish nodded, a glimmer of something like approval in his eyes. "Then we must ensure certain details remain obscured. Peace is fragile, and secrets can shatter it like glass." Ned's stomach twisted, knowing exactly which secret Baelish meant. Jon Snow, the rightful heir. If that truth surfaced, the entire dynamic of the realm might change yet again. Fear coursed through Ned's veins. He would do anything to protect his family, even if it meant continuing a lie that contradicted his sense of honor. High above in the Red Keep's towers, in a chamber that overlooked Blackwater Bay, Ned met privately with Catelyn. Night had fallen outside, the moon a sliver in the sky. A single candle burned on a small table, illuminating the lines of worry on her face. She began softly, "Ned, these are uncertain times, but I must ask, why do you hesitate to name Stannis Baratheon as king? You know he is Robert's lawful heir." Ned averted his gaze. "It is complicated, Cat. Stannis is the rightful Baratheon heir, yes, but that alone does not guarantee him the love of the realm. Renly contends for the throne as well. The realm could descend into chaos." Catelyn searched his eyes. "Do you truly want the throne? You've always said you did not." He shook his head. "I do not want it. I only hold it to prevent the Lannisters from butchering my children. Once we secure peace, perhaps we can settle the question of succession in open council." She touched his hand. "Ned, I worry. The longer you sit the throne, the more enemies you'll make. The more they'll seek to strike at us." Ned swallowed. "I know. But if I step aside too soon, the realm might be torn apart. Tywin, Stannis, Renly, all circling like wolves. I need the throne's weight to keep them at bay, at least until we can find a stable solution." Catelyn sighed, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes. "We have lost so much already, Ned. Brandon, your father, even my own father. We can't lose each other." He drew her close, pressing a gentle kiss to her brow. "We won't," he promised, though a quiver of doubt rippled through his heart. The realm was a tinderbox, and he had just enough power to keep it from catching fire for now. But he sensed the storms gathering. Secrets, one in particular, could break at any moment. 3 days later, dawn broke with a red sky, as though warning the city of more blood ahead. A raven arrived from Tywin Lannister at Harrenhal. The letter, read in Ned's solar with Tyrion present, was terse. Tywin demanded the release of Cersei, her children, and Tyrion himself. He demanded a public admission from House Stark that the crown was stolen from Joffrey. In exchange, Tywin would consider reducing hostilities in the Riverlands, though he made no binding commitment. The tone was pure arrogance. Tyrion read it and gave a small, humorless laugh. "He's consistent, if nothing else," Tyrion remarked. Ned seethed. "He offers nothing in return." "That's my father," Tyrion replied, shrugging. "He meets demands with demands, as though it were a game of Cyvasse. He's waiting for your next move." Ned wanted to tear the parchment to shreds, but forced himself to remain calm. "Write him again," he said to Tyrion, "and tell him we will not release anyone until he withdraws from the Riverlands and ceases all claims on the throne for Joffrey. Let him also know that if he harms a single Stark bannerman, his family members here will be forfeit." Tyrion's eyes narrowed. "That is a grave threat. Are you sure you want to put it in writing?" Ned's voice hardened. "He will understand only force." Tyrion shrugged. "As you wish." He shifted. "Shall I remind him that the children are blameless?" "Remind him," Ned answered coldly, "that the children remain unscathed only because I am not like him." Tyrion bowed his head. "Very well." That night, with the city in a state of uneasy watchfulness, Ned found himself standing alone on a rampart overlooking the sea. The salt wind tugged at his cloak. The moon was high, painting the waters in silver. He thought of Winterfell, of the crypts where his ancestors lay, of Jon Snow so far away on the wall, or perhaps even beyond it by now. His heart ached with longing for simpler times. What if I told the truth? He thought. What if I revealed that Jon is Rhaegar's son, a Targaryen by blood, and thus a contender for the throne? That might unite the realm, or perhaps fracture it beyond repair. The Baratheons would never yield to a Targaryen, not after Robert's rebellion. The Lannisters would see it as an opportunity or a threat, depending on how the game was played. And what of Daenerys Targaryen across the sea, rumored to have married a Dothraki Khal? The echoes of the Targaryen name lingered still. Ned closed his eyes, letting the wind carry his silent plea. Let there be another way. Let the realm find peace without more death. Let my children live and grow free from the shackles of ambition. He opened his eyes, gazing out at the rolling dark waves. He felt the press of destiny on his shoulders. "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna's voice echoed in his memory. He had promised, and so he would bear the burden no matter how heavy. For in the Game of Thrones, no oath came without a price. And Ned Stark, now seated on the Iron Throne, would pay that price piece by piece if it meant shielding Robb from the burden and elevating Jon, secretly, quietly, toward a distant day when the truth might be revealed without tearing the realm apart. He lingered there until the torches on the walls burned low and the hush of midnight enveloped the city. Somewhere below, the restless masses of King's Landing dreamed of war or victory or survival, never knowing how close they stood to the precipice. And above them all, in the Red Keep, the man they called the Wolf King brooded over a crown he never wanted for the sake of a family he would always protect. 1 week later, as the sun's rays gilded the Red Keep's towers, Ned received a raven with dire news. Stannis Baratheon had declared himself king of the Undulls and the First Men. He had put out a call for all true lords of the realm to bend the knee to him. Furthermore, he had seized the seat of Storm's End, claiming it by right as Robert's heir. Word came that Renly had fled south with the Tyrells, forging his own alliance for a separate claim. Ned pinched the bridge of his nose as he read the letter. The realm was fracturing under the weight of multiple claims. Even if the Lannisters withdrew, they might simply watch from the sidelines while Baratheon fought Baratheon, letting House Stark tear itself apart in the midst. The illusions of control Ned had clung to were slipping away. He summoned a council of the Northmen in King's Landing, along with his wife and son. This time, they met in a smaller hall near the Tower of the Hand. Catelyn, Robb, the Great John Umber, Roose Bolton, and others were in attendance. Even Tyrion Lannister was permitted to observe, though under guard. Ned began by laying out the news, Stannis' claim, Renly's flight, and the uncertain stance of the Tyrells. He recounted Tywin's continued intransigence and the possibility of open war in multiple regions. As he finished, the Northmen erupted in commentary. The Great John slammed a fist on the table. "We should march on the Lannisters first, break their power." Roose Bolton's voice was cold. "The Lannisters are wounded but not defeated. They will bide their time, perhaps align with Stannis or Renly if it suits them." Catelyn added, "If the Baratheon brothers tear at each other, the realm will bleed no matter who wins." Robb stared at the table's polished surface, wrestling with the complexity. "Ally with him, we face war on multiple fronts." Robb spoke up, his voice trembling with both youth and resolve. "We have thousands of men from the north, but we cannot fight the entire realm. If an alliance spares the lives of our people, maybe we should consider it." The Great John glowered, but did not openly disagree. Roose Bolton's face remained inscrutable. Catelyn sighed. "We have no perfect choices, Ned." Ned's eyes drifted toward a corner of the hall where, unbeknownst to them, a single letter from the wall remained unopened on a table. He had been too consumed with the capital's crises to read it. Jon's name, swirling through his mind, reminded him of the vow he had made so long ago. Could it be that the realm's best chance was a Targaryen's claim, the rightful bloodline? That might unify the kingdoms or tear them apart. Ned's heart felt like it was in a vice. At length he stood. "We will send an envoy to Stannis to feel out his terms. We will propose a council to settle the succession peacefully if possible. Let all claimants attend, Stannis, Renly, Tywin on behalf of Joffrey if he insists. We shall see if reason can prevail." His voice rang with tired optimism. Tyrion snorted softly. "A fine notion if the dogs of war will let you hold a council. But I admire the effort." So the decision was made. Ravens would fly to Dragonstone, to Renly's camp in the south, to Tywin at Harrenhal, and to lords across the realm, proposing a grand council to determine the rightful succession, broker peace, and end the bloodshed. Ned prayed that the realm might heed the call, that the bitter rivalries could be set aside long enough to avert a war that would soak Westeros in blood. Night fell on the Red Keep, quiet except for the distant buzz of crickets and the occasional cry of gulls. Ned Stark walked the corridors as if haunted by unseen ghosts. Behind every door, he imagined betrayal. In every shadow, an assassin lurked. He yearned for the quiet forests of the north, for the wolfswood, for the smoky warmth of the Winterfell hearth. He paused at a window that overlooked the expanse of the city. A single candle burned in a distant tower where his daughters slept. The flickering light comforted him, a reminder that Sansa and Arya were safe for now. Beyond that tower, the city stretched away into darkness. He could smell the faint brine of the sea. Footsteps approached from behind Jory Castle. Ned turned. In Jory's hand was a scroll, its seal bearing the imprint of the Night's Watch. "Lord Stark," Jory said quietly, offering the parchment. "This arrived earlier, but with all that's happened." Ned's chest clenched. He accepted the scroll, noticing how the dire wolf seal from Castle Black had been used. He broke the wax and read by the flickering torchlight. "Lord Eddard Stark, I write to you in dire circumstances. The Night's Watch faces strange happenings beyond the wall. Our rangers speak of sightings. Walkers in the night, the dead rising. I beg your aid or counsel. Winter is coming, in truth. Young Jon Snow has shown courage, but there is only so much he can do. Gior Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch." Ned's heart pounded. The words conjured old stories told around hearth fires, tales of the long night and the White Walkers. Myths, or were they more? He closed his eyes, absorbing the ominous message. The realm was distracted, on the brink of tearing itself apart over a crown, while beyond the wall an ancient menace might be stirring. He thought of Jon, his secret son, no, his nephew standing watch on the frozen ramparts of the wall. If the threat was real, Jon was in mortal peril along with all the realm if those stories proved true. Duty warred with duty in Ned's soul. He had sworn to protect the North. He had also sworn to preserve Jon's secret. Yet the realm would be blind to the danger from beyond the wall if it fell fully into civil war. Jory, Ned said quietly, folding the letter, we must consider a new course. If half of this is true, the fight for the throne will mean nothing when the dead come walking. Jory's face was solemn. Aye, my lord. What can we do? Ned turned his gaze back to the window as though searching the horizon for an answer that would not come. For now, we hold the city. We try for peace, to unite the realm before this threat can sweep us away. And if the realm refuses to unite, we must find another way. Another way, the words echoed in his mind, conjuring the image of Jon Snow, the hidden heir, the boy with Targaryen blood who might someday unite the 7 kingdoms or see them fall. Ned squared his shoulders, the burden upon him immense. There, in the hush of the Red Keep's corridors, Ned Stark made a silent vow. He would preserve the lie about Jon as long as necessary until the realm was stable enough to handle the truth. If that day never came, well, Ned Stark had long borne the weight of his promises alone. He would see this through, for family, for honor, and for a realm that did not realize how close it was to darkness. And so the Wolf King, uneasy on his stolen throne, prepared for the storms to come. His once quiet heart thundered with the knowledge that winter was indeed coming, in more ways than any lord of Westeros could fathom. In the days that followed Lord Eddard Stark's unsettling discovery about the Night's Watch's warnings, the Red Keep settled into a tense routine that felt like walking across a fraying rope bridge. Each new hour seemed to bring a shift in allegiances, a rumor quietly murmured in hidden corridors, or a fresh challenge to the Wolf King's temporary rule. The city itself, having endured so many upheavals in recent moons, lay on edge as though bracing for the next act in a bloody drama. Even the small folk could sense the looming threat of conflict beyond the gates. Soldiers bearing the dire wolf sigil patrolled the winding streets alongside the conflicted gold cloaks, some loyal to Ned's authority, some still secretly devoted to the Lannisters. Every alley and corner tavern hummed with speculation. Within the Red Keep, Ned undertook each day's burden with a grim, quiet determination. He rose before dawn, meeting with Ser Jorah Castle and other trusted captains in the courtyard, learning of any nighttime incidents. He wanted to ensure that no more kidnappings or acts of sabotage occurred on his watch. He had not forgotten the terror in Arya's eyes when he found her in that stable. His second task each morning was to check on Sansa and Arya, both still reeling from the radical shift in their lives. Sansa, though safe, remained pale and tense, torn between her old dream of being a queen and the stark reality of her family now seizing the Iron Throne, an outcome she had never imagined. Arya, for her part, seemed more withdrawn since her ordeal. She still gripped Needle with a fierce protectiveness, refusing to part from it. Ned, mindful of her strong will, allowed her to keep the sword so long as she did not wander unguarded again. Arya gave her word, albeit sullenly. Ned could see a new hardness in her gaze. It worried him that she was growing up this quickly, learning to fear the city's shadows in ways a child never should. A fragile sense of calm stretched across King's Landing. That calm stemmed largely from the knowledge that Eddard Stark still held the Queen, her children, and Tyrion Lannister, and that so far they had come to no harm. The host of Northmen encamped near the city, Robb's men, discouraged would-be rebels from trying to retake the capital by force. When the gold lion banners that had once adorned the walls of the Red Keep were pulled down and replaced with dire wolf standards, many Lannister loyalists slunk away into the countryside or decided to wait for Tywin to make a move. The city's merchant classes, ever practical, continued their trade behind shuttered windows, hoping that the apparent new regime would not lead to chaos in the markets. The hush that enveloped the Red Keep by nightfall each evening seemed unnatural for a capital once ruled by Robert Baratheon's boisterous appetites. Gone were the nightly feasts of entire roasts, the drunken laughter that rattled windows until the small hours. The echoing halls instead tasted of anxiety, as though each corridor braced for an echo of steel. Ned did not know how long this precarious calm would last. He sensed the realm was moving in slow motion, like a monstrous storm gathering in all corners, with King's Landing briefly in its eye. He only hoped to harness that stillness into something that resembled a peace. He had letters dispatched to the corners of the 7 kingdoms calling for a great council that might resolve the question of succession. The Ravens bore messages to Stannis at Dragonstone, inviting him to come to King's Landing under safe conduct to present his claim. The same courtesy was offered to Renly, who was said to be forging alliances among the Reach Lords as swiftly as a gambler deals cards. Ned's message to Tywin Lannister was more firm, insisting on a withdrawal from the Riverlands in exchange for a conversation about the fates of Cersei, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. Ned had no illusions that Tywin would readily comply. It was a thin hope, but better than waiting for Tywin's armies to smash their way through the city gates. Lastly, Ned also sent a stark and urgent request to each major lord in the realm, urging them to heed the warnings of the Night's Watch about the eerie happenings beyond the wall. He knew many might laugh at these stories. Yet he felt compelled to try. While these Ravenborn entreaties scattered to the winds, within the Red Keep itself new intrigues began to brew. Lord Varys, that smooth whisperer of secrets, often arrived at Ned's solar at odd hours, blinking with placid concern. He shared tidbits that made Ned's stomach churn, sightings of Lannister loyalists disguised as merchants, men asking questions about the security in the Red Keep's dungeons, hints of a possible attempt to break the Queen free. Peter Baelish, on the other hand, sauntered about with his usual impish grin, dropping only ambiguous hints that he could quell certain rumors if Ned were willing to pay in political currency. Ned rebuffed Baelish's suggestions more often than not, earning a theatrical sigh or mocking bow. Yet Ned could not entirely dismiss Littlefinger's cunning. More than once, Baelish's discreet manipulations had turned potential powder kegs into mere sparks that fizzled. The man might be a serpent, but some serpents keep the rodent population at bay. Tyrion Lannister remained in his guarded suite. He was allowed visitors under close supervision, and Ned found himself playing host to the dwarf more than he ever would have imagined. Their conversations were civil, albeit charged with an undercurrent of suspicion. Tyrion insisted he had no part in any attempt on Bran's life and contended that the dagger in question, the one used by the would-be assassin, had been lost in a bet to Littlefinger long before. Tyrion also pressed Ned for updates about how Tywin was responding to the letters. "I doubt my father will accept being scolded by a Stark for long," Tyrion would say dryly, often while sipping wine. "But do keep me informed. Perhaps I can help moderate his worst impulses." Ned's private thought was that Tywin Lannister had no impulses so primal that they outweighed his sense of advantage. Whatever else the man might be, he was coldly logical, more like steel than fire. Ned worried that Tywin might attempt a siege, forcing the city to starve. He dreaded that scenario, for the small folk would bear the cost and would doubtless blame House Stark for their suffering. Within this tense environment, Ned took comfort in small mercies. He visited the royal children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, under guard, bringing them fresh clothes and ensuring that they were fed. Myrcella and Tommen, wide-eyed and confused, seemed too young to comprehend the intricacies of their predicament. They were polite enough to Ned, as any children might be to a stern but fair caretaker. Tommen, with his soft cheeks, asked about his mother in timid tones. Myrcella wrung her hands, plainly missing her usual routines. Joffrey, on the other hand, bristled with resentment, calling Ned a usurper, a traitor, and worse. A flicker of pity in Ned's heart made him wonder how differently Joffrey might have turned out if he had truly been Robert's son, or if he'd been raised in a less toxic environment. Yet pity did not erase caution. Joffrey, barely a youth, might remain a threat, for cruelty and cunning thrived in his nature. As the slow days dragged on, Ned's hopes rested on the ravens he had sent, praying that one of the Baratheon brothers, or even Tywin, might respond with some inclination to avoid more bloodshed. The only news he received initially was from lesser lords. Lord Hoster Tully in Riverrun sent a note of cautious support, though his health was failing. Walder Frey offered to consider attending any council, though he demanded assurances of safe conduct for all his numerous spawn. Meanwhile, the Vale seemed content to remain aloof, with Lysa Arryn strengthening the Ares defenses rather than answering Ned's call. The Tyrells sent a politely vague response, stating that Lord Mace Tyrell would weigh his options. Dorne did not reply at all. At night, sometimes well past midnight, Ned would sit by the guttering candle in his solar and mull over the letter from Jeor Mormont. The possibility of White Walkers stirring beyond the wall made the petty ambitions in King's Landing feel insane by comparison. He thought of Jon, or as he truly was, Aegon Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne by Rhaegar's line. Each time that reality struck him, Ned felt a pang of guilt so deep it nearly robbed him of breath. He had built his entire adult life on that lie, crafting a story about a bastard child he had fathered during Robert's rebellion. Only to keep Lyanna's baby safe. Only to preserve the boy from the wrath of Robert, who might have seen any child of Rhaegar as a monstrous threat. Now Ned wondered if the realm needed the strength of a Targaryen to unite it once more, especially if the cold horrors in the far north were real. But how could he reveal that truth while Lannisters prowled at the gates and Stannis and Renly both angled for their claims? The realm might tear itself apart all over again in a second rebellion at the mere mention of a Targaryen's rightful place. He found himself confiding in Catelyn one evening. She was seated at a small table in her temporary chamber, her gaze lingering on the flames in the hearth. When he entered, she glanced up, concern knitting her brows. He waited until the guards withdrew, then knelt by her chair. She stroked his cheek gently, as if sensing a greater weight than usual on his mind. He exhaled, struggling for composure. "Cat, the ravens may bring nothing but more strife," he said, voice quiet so it would not carry beyond the heavy wooden door. "And I cannot shake the fear that we're trying to hold back a flood with a meager wall of sandbags." She nodded, lips parted in empathy. "I see it too, Ned. The lords wait, each for the next to move, each for a sign of weakness. Tywin Lannister, Stannis, Renly. All of them circle like hawks. They smell blood." He rested a hand over hers. "I am considering unusual possibilities. Secrets that might unite the realm if revealed at the right time." Her face flickered just for a moment. "Is this about your promise to Lyanna?" she asked, her voice faltering. Ned felt his pulse quicken. He had never openly admitted the full truth to Catelyn, but she had guessed enough over the years. Perhaps she had concluded that Jon's mother was not some low-born woman in the south. Perhaps she had pieced together rumors. She was not blind. Yet they had rarely spoken of it directly, for it was a wound in their marriage, a reminder that Ned kept a portion of his heart locked away. He bowed his head. "If that secret came to light now, I fear it would tear the kingdom apart. But perhaps, in the face of the real threats from beyond the wall, a Targaryen's claim could unify the lords, or so I foolishly hope. The name Targaryen still stirs fear in many. But if the alternative is endless war..." She squeezed his hand. "Ned, I trust your judgment. But if you tell this secret, the Lannisters would view it as a challenge to their dynasty, as would Stannis, Baratheon, and Renly. They might brand Jon a pretender. They might call him the son of the Mad King's line. Even if some houses rallied to him, you would be setting a torch to dry tinder." He nodded, his throat tight. "You're right. I cannot speak it. Yet it weighs on me more each day, especially with these tidings from the Night's Watch. If the cold gods truly walk again, the realm must stand together." They sat in silence for a time, the hearth crackling. Then Catelyn leaned in to press a gentle kiss to his brow. "We will find another way," she whispered. "For now, keep the city calm, protect our children, and do what you must to avoid a war. That is all any of us can do." Ned let out a long breath, the tension in him momentarily soothed by her closeness. "Thank you," he murmured. "I need your wisdom." She traced the lines of his face. "As I need yours." They lingered in one another's arms for a short while, letting the hush of the night wrap them in a brief respite from the storms outside. When Ned left her side that night, he felt a little steadier. If he could not reveal Jon's parentage yet, then he must maintain the stalemate, keep the realm from splintering until some better solution presented itself. He would do what he could to preserve the fragile order. He would rely on the letter of the law. Robert was dead, his children by the Queen exposed as bastards. Stannis, by that law, was next in line for the Baratheon claim. Renly might disagree, but was on shakier footing. Perhaps a compromise could be crafted, though Ned had no illusions that either Baratheon brother was particularly compromising by nature. Stannis was law incarnate, all iron edges. Renly was charm and ambition. Trying to unite them seemed about as easy as convincing dire wolves and lions to lie side by side. Days turned into a fortnight, and the tensions in King's Landing took on a new tone, an undercurrent of watchfulness, as if the city itself knew that something would soon shift. Two developments came in swift succession. The first was word that Renly Baratheon had crowned himself king in Highgarden with the Tyrells' open endorsement. That news arrived by Raven on a crisp dawn, stirring an immediate uproar among the lords gathered in the capital. Ned was forced to endure an endless stream of anxious visitors, men from the Crownlands asking which Baratheon they ought to follow, lesser lords from the Riverlands demanding that Ned call the banners for or against Renly. Ned strove to tamp down any thought of open war, urging them to wait for the planned council. But the second piece of news complicated everything. A raven from Dragonstone bearing the stylized stag of Stannis arrived, carrying a declaration that Stannis refused any notion of a shared throne with Renly. He would march on King's Landing once he had mustered enough loyal bannermen. It seemed the city would face a war from the sea or from the Stormlands, or both. In the gloom of the throne room, Ned confronted these letters, standing by the base of the Iron Throne. His men ringed the dais, though few courtiers dared approach. Catelyn stood with him, silent but supportive, while Robb hovered near, looking anxious. On the left side of the hall, Tyrion Lannister watched with folded arms. The dwarf wore a faint frown as if vexed by a puzzle. The hall had been mostly cleared of the gawkers and lesser lords who normally tried to push their agendas. This was a private moment of deep concern. Ned's eyes traced the lines of Stannis' words inscribed in a precise, almost rigid hand. He read them aloud in a measured tone so the others might hear. I, Stannis of House Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Undulls and of the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, shall uphold the law of succession as set forth by the rightful line of House Baratheon. My brother Renly's claim is an egregious affront, as is any so-called protector who denies me my rightful seat. The realm shall unite under one true king, or it shall burn. A hush followed. Robb's jaw tensed. Burn, he repeated under his breath, offended by the threat. Does he mean the city, or the realm entire? Stannis does not mince words, Tyrion said mildly. He's not the type. Ned folded the parchment and gazed up at the dais. The twisted swords that formed the Iron Throne glimmered in the torchlight, an eternal symbol of conquest. He set the letter aside. So this is how it stands. Renly claims the throne with the backing of the Tyrells. Stannis declares himself the only lawful king and threatens all who oppose him. And Tywin Lannister remains in the Riverlands with a massive army waiting for his chance to strike. Meanwhile, we hold the city on borrowed time. Catelyn's face was grim. Can we at least assume the Tyrells will not ally with Tywin now if they've thrown their lot in with Renly? Tyrion shrugged. One can never be sure. The Tyrells want to be on the winning side and they'll shift if the winds favor it. Ned nodded in agreement, though the knowledge offered little solace. I must try once more to negotiate a formal council, but with Stannis set on claiming the crown, it may be too late for talk. If the city is threatened, we will have to muster forces ourselves. At that, Robb raised his chin. The North stands behind you, father. Ned gave him a tight smile. I know, and it bolsters me to hear it. Still, I would not drag our people into a Southerners' war unless no other choice remains. Tyrion's eyes flicked to Ned. You might not have that luxury. If Tywin believes you're distracted by Stannis' threat, he could strike. The father is no kinder than the son. He gestured ironically to Joffrey's closed door somewhere off in the keep. You're juggling wildfire, my lord. For a moment, Ned met Tyrion's gaze. If ever he had reason to hate a Lannister, it would be now. Yet he sensed a genuine concern in Tyrion, or at least a pragmatic desire for stability. What would you have me do? Ned asked quietly. Bar the gates and wait for them all to come at once? Tyrion gave a small shrug. Peace is often an illusion in this game. But if you want a suggestion, consider forging an understanding with one Baratheon brother. The one more likely to let you keep your head. Stannis or Renly? Pick a side. Ned stiffened. I am sworn to the realm, not to picking sides. If I must yield the throne, I would rather it be to the rightful heir-in-law, who is Stannis. But I cannot in good conscience place the city under his rule if it means chaos and vengeance. Stannis does not forgive. He would punish everyone who once bent the knee to Joffrey, and that's many here. Tyrion's mouth quirked. Precisely. So perhaps young, charming Renly might be the lesser risk? The Tyrell gold and bread fields stand behind him. He might show more leniency. Ned's lips thinned. Renly knows no measure of caution. He crowned himself too easily. But your point stands. He's charismatic and people might prefer him. Catelyn placed a hand on Ned's arm. We face an impossible choice. War on one side, war on the other, and the Lannisters still in play. Ned exhaled. Then we maintain the city's defenses, keep the children safe, and hold fast to the prospect of a council. If neither Baratheon brother will come peacefully, I will attempt one last series of letters. He paused, scanning the watchers in the room, from Robb's tense stance to Tyrion's faint smirk. In the meantime, we prepare the walls for siege. That was the word no one wanted to hear, siege. The memories of the sack of King's Landing during Robert's rebellion still lingered among the older folk. The city had suffered enough horror to last a century, yet here it stood, once more a prize in a vicious game of power. Ned could feel a fresh wave of responsibility drowning him. He dismissed the assembly for the time being, and the people drifted from the throne room, their faces taut with dread. Catelyn and Robb followed Ned, but Tyrion lingered behind, tapping a finger on the hilt of a small decorative dagger. As the hall emptied, Tyrion gazed up at the Iron Throne, an inscrutable expression crossing his face. The clang of a door shutting snapped him from his thoughts, and he ambled out, leaving the throne room dark and silent once more. The following days became a flurry of preparations for a potential siege. The city's gates were inspected, the stockpiles of grain tallied, the well water within the city was tested for reliability. Blacksmiths clanged away, forging arrowheads and reinforcing the ramparts. The Northmen, who were used to living in a land of harsh winters, set about these tasks with methodical discipline. They reinforced the gatehouses, placed watchers on each tower, and made certain every guard who served the Wolf King was outfitted with decent steel. Meanwhile, the gold cloaks who sided with Ned tried to keep order in the streets. He could not afford riots or unrest, not when any moment might bring an enemy host to the gates. Amid this hectic atmosphere, one quiet morning Ned was awakened by a knocking on his chamber door. Dawn light barely reached through the shutters. He rose, heart pounding slightly. Unexpected knocks were rarely good news. He opened the door to find a messenger wearing the colors of House Stark, panting as though he had run the entire length of the Red Keep. "My lord, we have dire tidings," the messenger rasped. "It is said that Lord Tywin's forces have taken Harrenhal in earnest, driving out any Riverlord garrison. They burned some nearby villages. Lord Tywin now marches east. Our outriders suspect he aims to cross the Blackwater at a lower ford and approach the city from the west." Ned felt a jolt in his chest. "How many men does he have?" "Reports vary between 15,000 and 20,000, my lord." That number was enough to put the city under serious threat. Ned thanked the messenger and hurriedly dressed. He sent word to assemble the northern captains in the courtyard. There, at the break of dawn, he laid out the news for his bannermen and for Ser Jorah Castle. If Tywin truly marched east, the city had perhaps 2 weeks at most before the Lannister host arrived. That was if they came straight on. If they took their time sacking the countryside, it might be longer, but either way, the Wolf King's hold on King's Landing was under immediate threat. Cersei would be delighted at that irony if she heard. Ned ordered riders out to scout the roads to confirm the location of Tywin's men. He then sent an urgent raven to Tywin, demanding he halt his advance. "If you come in peace to treat for your children's release, come with an escort," Ned wrote. "If you come with an army, expect no mercy." He sealed the parchment and handed it off, though he suspected Tywin would sneer at such a threat. Robb approached, steel already belted at his hip. "Father, if Tywin attempts a siege, we can't remain idle within these walls. We should strike him outside the city, choose our ground, maybe at the Kingswood or near a crossing. The city is too large to be easily encircled, but we'll lose access to supplies if he cuts off roads." Ned considered it, the early sun lighting the courtyard in pale gold. "If we sally forth and Tywin has more men than we can muster, we'd be crushed on open ground. The city walls might be our best defense. But that leaves the small folk outside to suffer," Robb argued, jaw tight with youthful urgency. "We cannot let them be ravaged." Ned placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "We'll do what we can, but we cannot lose the city. If we lose King's Landing, thousands more might die in the chaos that follows. I will not risk your life in a foolhardy charge." Robb's gaze flickered. "Then we must be sure the walls hold." Nearby, the great John Umber, let out a rough grunt. "Walls hold well if you have supplies. If Tywin tries a full siege, though, the small folk inside will starve soon enough." Another lord, Roose Bolton, spoke quietly, a cold edge to his voice. A cunning approach would be to pick off smaller groups of Tywin's foragers, harass his supply lines, never offering open battle. Make him bleed for every scrap of food. Let him taste the city's resilience. Perhaps that might force him to treat for peace. Ned disliked the idea of a prolonged war, but recognized the sense in it. "See to it. Bolton, you'll coordinate with Jorah. Dispatch riders with small squads. Avoid pitched battles. Our main host remains to defend the city in case Tywin presses an immediate assault." With that set of orders, the meeting concluded, though the sense of foreboding lingered. Ned found Catelyn waiting in the shade of an archway, her face pale as the news spread. "It's begun, hasn't it?" she asked softly. "There will be no easy peace." Ned nodded grimly. "Tywin will try to strong-arm me. I must hold fast. If we show weakness, he'll exploit it." She squeezed his hand. "I fear this is only the beginning." Time churned on, day by day, and the city braced itself for war. The gates were shut to most travelers, with only carefully screened merchants allowed in under watchful eyes. Storehouses of grain, salted fish, and other staples were guarded by Ned's men to prevent hoarding or sabotage. The harbor at the Blackwater rush bustled with ships, some fleeing the city for fear of siege, others arriving with cargo that might turn a quick profit in uncertain times. Ned placed watchers on the walls, ordering them to look for the banners of approaching armies. Despite the tension, no direct assault came at once. Instead, Scattered reports of Lannister outriders reached Ned's ears. Some small villages had been raided, a few holdfasts burned. The beginnings of a strangling grip were forming around the capital. All the while, Ned prayed for a letter from Tywin that might open negotiation. But none came. Instead, a single raven arrived from Renly, carrying a chilling message with Tywin's seal. "Release my daughter, my grandchildren, and my son, or face the fate of all traitors. No parley will be accepted until you comply. I march with righteous cause to reclaim the seat of my bloodline. Resist me, and the city shall taste fire and steel." Ned read the lines twice, then let his hand fall to his side. The arrogance was maddening, but so was the threat. He realized Tywin believed he had the advantage of numbers, and the advantage of Ned's scruples. Tywin must assume that Ned would never risk the children's lives if their grandfather came knocking with 20,000 men. But Ned could not simply hand them over. Doing so would ensure that Tywin turned around and smashed Ned's hold on the city. He shared the letter with Tyrion, who read it with a stony face. "He's using you as a test," Tyrion remarked, "to see how far you'll push your moral code. I do pity Myrcella and Tommen in this. My father has only one priority: House Lannister's power. Everything else is secondary." "What about you?" Ned asked pointedly. "He demands your release as well. Would you rejoin him if freed?" Tyrion snorted. "I might prefer a comfortable cell here to a siege under his command. But in truth, if you set me free, I'd be duty-bound to help my father." "I doubt you want that." Ned gave a thin nod. "Then you remain my hostage for now." "Wise. Or at least consistent." Tyrion paused, chewing on his lip. "Though if you wish to find a more creative solution, I might be open to discussing it." Ned eyed him. "What solution?" A slight glimmer lit Tyrion's mismatched eyes. "Send me to Parley. I'm your prisoner, yes, but I am also my father's son. If I speak with him, I might dissuade him from unleashing the worst. He may not listen, but I can be persuasive." The risk churned in Ned's gut. If he released Tyrion, even under strict conditions, the man might simply vanish and align with Tywin wholeheartedly. And yet, the dwarf was not known for blind loyalty to his father. He was known for cunning. Could he truly help end this standoff? "I'd sooner keep you close," Ned said at length. "At least until we see if Stannis or Renly intend to move on the city. The last thing I need is to lose all leverage with your father." Tyrion shrugged as if unsurprised. "Then so be it. But I suspect he'll come sooner rather than later." As though on cue, a flurry of horns sounded one evening just after dusk. Ned hurried onto the walls of the Red Keep to see signal fires lit along the ramparts. Riders coming from the west bore urgent messages. Tywin's vanguard was a day's march away, possibly less. The city's watchers had spotted the glow of many campfires beyond the horizon, and outriders reported seeing the lion banner in the fading sunset. The siege was about to begin. That night, Ned walked the battlements with Robb. Torches burned in sconces, revealing tense faces of archers and spearmen peering into the darkness. The hiss of the wind across the rampart flags underscored the hush, broken only by quiet talk among the guards. Occasionally, a cat's silhouette darted between the merlons, weaving around the men's feet as though unimpressed by the notion of war. Robb stared out at the blackness beyond the city lights. "I can't see anything," he murmured, voice taut. "They'll arrive by dawn," Ned said quietly. "This will be our test." Robb gripped the stone battlement. "We have to hold, no matter what." Ned nodded. "Yes, and if at any point there's a chance for truce, I must consider it. I won't see the city burned." "What if Tywin demands the children?" Robb asked, meaning the Lannister children inside the keep. Ned set his jaw. "He will. I cannot hand them over. Not unless I've no other option." The conflict in his son's eyes reflected Ned's own turmoil. Surrendering Joffrey and his siblings would almost certainly guarantee the Lannisters reasserting their power in the capital, and in that scenario, Ned's family would be in grave danger. Keeping them might provoke Tywin to violence. Either way, Ned risked opening the city to ruin. The responsibilities of a ruler weighed immeasurably. He missed the old days of Winterfell, where the greatest worry was preparing for a harsh winter or settling disputes between minor houses. As they stood in silence, a single star shot across the sky, one bright streak that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Ned felt the press of destiny again, like a hand at his back pushing him toward a chasm. Soon the city's future would be decided by steel and strategy, and perhaps by the cunning of men like Tyrion and Baelish. Ned prayed to the old gods that somehow his children would be spared the worst. Sure enough, by first light, dust clouds became visible in the distance along the main western approach to King's Landing. The horns of the Watchers sounded echoing through the city. People roused from their beds to shuffle into the streets, uncertain whether to flee or hide within their homes. The city gates were barred, the archers manned the walls. From the ramparts, Ned peered through a polished brass far eye, borrowed from a traveling merchant, and glimpsed the golden banners with the red lion of Lannister. At the head of the column, the shape of an armored knight holding aloft a crimson banner told him these were not mere outriders. This was the main host. On and on, lines of troops snaked across the roads, the morning sun glinting off spears and plate. Horses kicked up dust, wagons hauled siege equipment, and behind them came ranks of infantry in steel caps. A hush gripped the battlements. Ned felt Robb at his side, tension radiating from the young man. The great Jon spat an oath. Roose Bolton, quietly watchful, merely stroked his chin. Farther along the wall, many northern archers readied arrows. The plan for now was to see if Tywin approached for parley or launched an immediate assault. The gates would not open, the men would not sally out. They waited. Tywin's host came to a slow halt outside arrow range, forming lines in the fields beyond. The lion banners rippled in the mild wind. Even from a distance, Ned could see the churned earth from so many hooves. For a time, nothing happened. Then a small group of riders carrying a white banner of truce alongside the lion broke from the lines and approached. Ned's watchers signaled and the gates remained shut, but Ned had the drawbridge lowered just enough for a few men on foot to walk out. He instructed a half-dozen knights loyal to House Stark to meet the Lannister party halfway between the gate and the lines. Ned remained on the wall, watching closely. Through the far eye, Ned saw the Lannister riders greet his knights with stiff courtesy. At their center sat a man in polished plate emblazoned with the lion's head, though the crest on his helm was simpler than one might expect of Tywin's personal attire. Ned recognized Ser Kevan Lannister, Tywin's brother, if his memory served. The group exchanged words. After some minutes, Ned's men returned alone, leaving the Lannisters behind. They rejoined the city gate and the drawbridge was raised. Captain Glover, one of Robb's men, shouted up to the walls, "They demand to speak with Lord Stark. They bring terms of negotiation. If we do not open the gates within the hour, they will begin establishing siege lines." Ned and Robb exchanged glances. It could be a trap, but at least they were offering to talk before attacking. "Very well," Ned said, his voice carrying over the battlements. "Open the gates for a small party. Have them come inside unarmed if they wish to speak terms. Otherwise, we parley on the field, each side with watchers." The message went back and forth. Eventually, Kevan Lannister and a pair of bannermen approached the gate on foot, their swords sheathed, accompanied by only a handful of Lannister men as an honor guard. Ned descended from the walls with Robb and a group of his own, Ser Jorah Castle, the Great Jon, and some others. The heavy gates groaned open. The small Lannister group stepped inside, tension so thick in the air that even the crows on the ramparts hushed. Kevan Lannister was a broad-shouldered man, older than Tywin, with silver at his temples. He carried himself with an air of weary formality. He and the others halted several paces into the courtyard, the portcullis shutting behind them. Northern spearmen ringed them with obvious caution. Ned walked forward slowly. "Ser Kevan," Ned said. "I assume you speak for Lord Tywin." Kevan inclined his head stiffly. "Yes. Lord Tywin awaits outside. He offers a chance for House Stark to avoid bloodshed. He demands the immediate release of Queen Cersei, her children, and my nephew Tyrion. In exchange, no Lannister soldier shall enter the city by force." It was exactly as Ned expected. "What are his full terms?" Kevan's mouth drew into a thin line. "In truth, my lord, those are the full terms. You deliver the prisoners within the hour, or Lord Tywin commences siege preparations." Ned folded his arms, mind racing. "And if I did give them over, WH? At assurances do we have that Tywin would not then seize the city regardless?" "Lord Tywin is a man of his word," Kevan replied. "Once his family is safe, he will not be forced to shed innocent blood." Robb let out a sharp scoff at that, but Ned silenced him with a gesture. He fixed Kevan with an unyielding stare. "That is no assurance, Ser Kevan. Tywin gave his word to the Targaryens once, and we remember how that ended with a sack of King's Landing." A flicker of pain crossed Kevan's face. "My lord, I cannot speak for past actions. I only know my brother does what he deems necessary. You must realize you have no chance of holding the city if he decides to lay siege. Unless you yield to his terms, your people will suffer. Is that truly what you want?" Ned stood straight, calm, though inside he felt the weight of his responsibilities pressing. I cannot hand over the queen or her children without something in writing, signed and sealed, guaranteeing no harm to my family or to the city's inhabitants. If Lord Tywin wishes to negotiate seriously, let him draw up those terms. Kevin exhaled a long breath. Lord Tywin believes your capture of Cersei and her children was an act of treason. He sees no reason to negotiate. Then we have no reason to yield, Ned answered flatly. If Tywin truly wants them returned safe, let him offer more than threats. Kevin paused. From behind him, one of his companions, a young Lannister cousin perhaps, spoke up with indignation, but Kevin silenced him. I will relay your demands. I ask you to consider that the might of House Lannister stands outside these walls and your hold is tenuous. Lord Tywin will not wait forever. Ned nodded stiffly. Tell him we will not trade hostages without a proper treaty. If he wishes to speak further, we can arrange a safe parley. Otherwise, the city stands prepared. The conversation ended on that note. Ned had his guards escort Kevin and his men back outside the gate. He could almost feel the anger radiating from them as they departed, but they kept their decorum. Once the portcullis slammed down again, Ned turned to Robb, meeting his son's fierce gaze. Robb clearly wanted to do more, some bold plan, but Ned could only repeat, we must stand firm. From the battlements, Ned watched the Lannister lines. The sun was higher now, beating down on the fields. He saw men dismounting, tents being erected. They were establishing a camp. Another line of wagons started moving, presumably bringing forth timbers, stakes, and the beginnings of siege towers or catapults. The threat was real. In a day or two, maybe less, Tywin would be ready to choke the city. All the while, the small folk behind Ned's walls were already restless, anxious about their food supply, worried about what a siege might mean. Rumors abounded that the Lannisters would slaughter everyone once they got inside. Panic simmered. Ned recognized that if Tywin attacked, the casualties would be enormous. Worse, he worried about sabotage from within. He had no illusions that Cersei's supporters might be planning something. Littlefinger's watchers had reported a rising black market for weapons in Flea Bottom, with suspicious caravans passing in and out. If an uprising occurred inside while the Lannisters besieged from outside, King's Landing might fall in a matter of days. So Ned ordered his men to double patrols in the city to quell any sign of unrest. He also posted guards around the Queen's makeshift quarters and the rooms holding Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. That evening, as the city hunkered down, Ned made a point of visiting the captive Lannisters. He found Tommen and Myrcella playing a quiet game of Cyvasse, their small fingers pushing carved pieces across a board. Tommen perked up at the sight of Ned, clearly a bit frightened but also curious. Lord Stark, is it true my grandfather is outside the walls? Will he come to see us soon? Ned gazed down at the boy's earnest face, torn. He forced a calm tone. He is near. We're trying to sort out a proper way for you to see him without anyone getting hurt. Myrcella looked up, eyes bright with hope. We want to see Mother too. She's always locked in her room and the guards won't let us visit. I'll see what I can do, Ned said gently. He had kept the children separated from Cersei for fear she might use them as leverage or stoke rebellious sentiment among the guards. Now, with a siege at hand, that might matter less. They were all effectively cornered. In the next chamber, Joffrey sat glaring at the heavy-lidded guards who stood by the door. He turned the glare on Ned as soon as he entered. What do you want? The boy snapped. Come to boast that my grandfather hasn't yet torn these walls down? Ned studied Joffrey. Beneath the youth's sneer, he thought he saw fear, but Joffrey hid it behind bitterness. I came to see if you need anything, Ned said curtly. Food, clothing, new bedding. Joffrey spat on the floor. I need you to give me back my throne, you traitor. I'll have your head for this. Ned sighed. He remembered Sansa once idolizing this boy, dreaming of marriage. How the world had turned. You forget yourself. You sit here unharmed because I chose mercy. The boy's cheeks flushed. My grandfather will show you no mercy. You can't stop him. We'll see, Ned said, turning away. He did not relish mocking a child, but neither did he have pity for this one whose cruelty was well known. The final stop was Cersei. She was kept in what once had been a lesser solar, but now it was a locked chamber with only one window. She had some comforts, fine clothes, a bed, a small writing desk. When Ned entered with 2 guards, she was staring out the window at the city's rooftops clad in a flowing green gown. She turned, her green eyes burning with hatred. What do you want, Stark? She said acidly. Your father's armies have arrived, he answered. He demands your release. She let out a brittle laugh. Then release me and save yourself a world of misery. Ned regarded her. That decision is not yours, nor is it mine alone. We can negotiate if your father agrees to certain terms. Will you encourage him to do so? She tilted her head, the corner of her mouth curling with disdain. My father does as he pleases. I doubt he cares for terms. Once he has me and my children, he'll crush you, your family, and half the city if he must. You've put yourself in a hopeless position, you poor fool. You had a chance to go home, but you had to fancy yourself a king. Now you'll reap what you've sown. Ned stared at her, steeling himself. I do what I must to protect my own. Your children remain safe, as do you. That mercy could end if war begins. She flinched slightly, though she tried to hide it. You're no butcher, Stark. Your precious honor forbids it. My father knows this. Go on, keep me locked in here. See if it stops him. Ned turned for the door. Pray that he heeds reason, for both your sakes. She did not respond, and as the guards locked the door again, Ned felt only gloom. The day had revealed no path to peace. If Tywin had demanded a parley, he might have come in person, but the old lion lurked outside the walls, confident in his army's superiority. The siege lines were forming. Scouts reported that the Lannisters had begun constructing a palisade around part of the city's perimeter. Smoke from their campfires clouded the western sky at night. The tension became nearly unbearable. In the small hours of that night, when the city was mostly still, Ned sat in his solar, lost in thought. A single candle flickered on the table, illuminating maps of King's Landing, the surrounding countryside, the list of men under his command. Catelyn dozed on a nearby chair, her head resting on her arms, too weary to speak any longer of war. Ned's gaze strayed to an older parchment on the table, the letter from Jeor Mormont about the Night's Watch. A pang of guilt racked him again. While he braced for a siege by mortal enemies, a far more terrible danger might be stirring in the north. The realm squabbled over crowns while a chill wind blew beyond the wall. He closed his eyes and whispered a prayer to the old gods. A prayer for guidance, for a swift resolution, for a future in which the realm might unite against the real threat. Perhaps he prayed for a miracle. When he opened his eyes, the candle flame flickered, casting wild shadows across the maps. As the final watch of the night wore on, Ned forced himself to rest. He would need a clear head in the coming days. The city was about to face its darkest hour yet in this crisis, and he had to stand as the sole barrier between Tywin's merciless ambition and the innocents behind these walls. Tomorrow might bring open conflict, the trampling of farmland, the first wave of archers testing the battlements. A siege of attrition or a sudden assault, Ned did not know which Tywin would choose. Either way, the Wolf King must meet the Old Lion's challenge. The next dawn broke with a hazy sun veiled by drifting clouds. The horns sounded again from the walls, but this time they came in short blasts, not the sustained call that would herald an all-out attack. Ned hurried to the ramparts, heart hammering. At first, he saw that the Lannister encampment had expanded, with lines of sharpened stakes forming a crude barricade. Some men were working on a siege engine, possibly a covered ram. The tension on the wall was almost tangible, archers standing ready, the sky overhead a pale gray. Then, from the Lannister lines, a single rider emerged. His armor gleamed, but the figure was too far to identify clearly until Ned used the far eye. He felt a jolt when he recognized the hair of pale gold, Jaime Lannister, the kingslayer. Jaime rode a tall warhorse, carrying a white banner of truce. He stopped just beyond bow range and raised his gauntlet hand in a gesture that was both greeting and challenge. This changed the situation significantly. The kingslayer had been absent from the city's chaos for some time, off in the field. If he was here now, it meant Tywin had mustered nearly all of his best warriors. Jaime was no idle threat. He was said to be as skilled as any swordsman in Westeros. While Ned watched from the wall, the great Jon cursed under his breath. Kingslayer wants a talk, does he? Ned signaled for one of the watchers to hail Jaime from the rampart. A voice boomed over the field, name yourself and your purpose. Jaime lifted his visor slightly so his voice would carry. Jaime Lannister, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, calls for Eddard Stark to speak if he values an end to the standoff. I come under the banner of truce. Ned frowned. This was bold. If Jaime was willing to ride alone, he must have some confidence in Tywin's backing. Ned deliberated quickly with Robb and the Great Jon. Should he ride out to meet Jaime, or summon him inside? Summoning him inside might be safer for Ned, but risk a potential infiltration if Jaime had men waiting just outside. Meeting him on the field was dangerous too. Jaime could have archers in the woods. In the end, Ned recalled the old ways of Parley. Each side meets in an open space, each with a small escort, no more than 10 men. That might be the best compromise. Ned signaled agreement. Horn blasts relayed the message. The city gates opened just enough for Ned, Robb, the Great Jon, and a handful of trusted knights to ride forth. They advanced cautiously across the open ground until they drew near to Jaime, who sat calmly astride his horse, accompanied by a few Lannister riders behind him. There, halfway between the city walls and the Lannister lines, they halted. The morning sun reflected off polished metal, lending a certain ceremony to the moment. Several hundred yards away, the main body of Tywin's forces watched, just as the archers on the walls watched. One shot from either side could spark a massacre. Jaime lifted his visor fully, revealing that renowned handsome face, marred only by a thin line of tension in his jaw. He inclined his head to Ned. "Lord Stark," he said with a curious civility. "I trust you're well in these trying times." Ned's voice was measured. "I've been better. You come to speak for Lord Tywin?" Jaime nodded, ignoring the arch glances from Robb and the Greyjohn. "Yes. My father awaits word of our discussion. He wishes me to resolve this situation without more blood. An admirable goal, don't you think?" Ned studied Jaime, searching for any sign of subterfuge. If he truly wanted that, he could lift his lines and agree to a formal negotiation. Instead, he threatens to starve the city unless I hand over the queen and her children. Jaime gave a half-smile. "We do prefer less savage methods to settle this. But a siege can be quite effective. My father wants his family returned. I'd expect any man to want the same. And once they're returned, would you stand your men down?" Ned pressed. Jaime shrugged lightly. "We might. Or we might require some further adjustments. Reinstatement of Lannister power in the capital, for instance. Perhaps your resignation from that throne you're so uncomfortable with." The Greyjohn snarled. "So you want to walk in, take the city, and let the wolves scurry off north with tails between their legs?" Jaime barely spared him a glance. "I want to avoid cutting you down on the battlefield if it can be helped. But if you're determined to keep hold of what isn't yours, I'm not opposed to violence." Robb bristled, hand on his sword. "You'll find the wolf's claws sharper than you think, Lannister." Ned calmed him with a subtle gesture, then fixed Jaime in his gaze. "The city is not just ours, nor yours. We hold it to prevent Joffrey, who is not the true heir, from claiming it. Stannis has the lawful claim. This entire realm is in turmoil. We would prefer a great council to settle matters." Jaime's lip curled. "Stannis. Another nuisance. My father does not recognize that claim." "You recognized Robert's," Ned said pointedly. "He was crowned by right of conquest and by the overthrow of the Mad King, whom you personally stabbed in the back." A flicker of anger passed through Jaime's eyes, but he masked it. "We did what was necessary to end a tyrant's reign. And now, ironically, you claim to hold the throne for reasons of your own. Perhaps you're not so different from me." Ned bristled. "I did not want this throne. I sit it only to protect my family and keep the realm from war. Yet here we are," Jaime said, sweeping a hand at the assembled armies. "Funny, isn't it?" At that, they fell silent. A breeze carried the sounds of horses stamping, men murmuring. Each side watched warily for any sign of treachery. Ned forced himself to speak calmly. "Tell Tywin that if he stands down, if he withdraws a league from the city, I will consider handing over the queen and her children for safe conduct, once we have a written guarantee of no reprisals." Jaime shook his head. "My father won't leave this city unencircled. You might slip away, or Stannis might slip in. He wants a complete surrender." "Impossible," Ned said. "We'll fight to the end rather than hand the city over unconditionally." A short silence. Jaime appeared to consider something. "Then perhaps there's a third way. Release only Myrcella and Tommen to me as a sign of good faith. Keep Joffrey if you must. Keep my dear sister if you insist. Then my father might be more amenable to discussing a partial withdrawal, or at least halting the siege engines. It shows trust on your part and a willingness to compromise." The suggestion startled Ned. Freeing the youngest children first could reduce the risk of them being harmed, but it also might reduce the leverage Ned held. On the other hand, sparing the younger ones from a siege might be an act of mercy. He glanced at Robb, who looked uncertain. He glanced at the Greyjohn, who gave a stiff scowl. This was a lure, but also a potential chance to keep the city from immediate assault. "We'll consider it," Ned said at last. "But I need written commitments from Tywin. A promise not to attack the city for a set period, in exchange for Myrcella and Tommen. And a vow to treat them kindly. If you break your word, I will see that Joffrey and Cersei pay the price." Jaime's eyebrows rose, a flash of surprise that Stark could be so blunt. Then he inclined his head. "You drive a hard bargain, Stark. I can't promise acceptance, but I'll bring it to my father's attention." Ned nodded stiffly. Send a messenger by dawn with his reply. Jaime signaled his men, who turned their horses. The parley was over and no battle had begun. Not yet, anyway. As Jaime started to ride away, he glanced back at Ned. You were always called the Honorable One, Eddard Stark. Yet you hold women and children prisoner as well. I suppose war makes monsters of us all. Then he spurred his horse, armor flashing in the sun, and galloped back to the Lannister lines, his retinue following. Robb let out a breath. That was tense. The Great John muttered an oath, spitting onto the ground. If we free the little ones, we give up our best advantage. Are we truly willing to do that? Ned turned his horse toward the city gates. I don't know, but we must weigh the cost of refusing. If letting the youngest children go spares us a siege, it may save thousands of lives in the city. I'll not dismiss it, though I fear Tywin will want more. They filed back into the city, the gates shutting behind them with a groan. Once inside, Ned and Robb conferred with the northern lords. Catelyn joined them, her face drawn with worry as she learned the terms Jaime proposed. The debate lasted into the evening. Some argued that releasing any Lannister children was folly, others insisted it might be the only way to preserve the city from immediate attack. Tyrion, consulted in private, found it an interesting proposal but warned that Tywin might see it as a sign of Stark weakness and press for more concessions. Ned was left torn. With nightfall, no messenger came from Tywin's lines. Instead, the watchers on the walls reported that more siege engines were being moved into position and patrols spotted pickets forming a ring around the roads. A cold dread settled over King's Landing as the moon rose. Flickers of light from hundreds of campfires dotted the horizon. The city's small folk were told to remain calm, though some panicked anyway, crowding the steps to pray for deliverance. Ned sensed that if Tywin received Jaime's suggestion at all, he had not decided quickly. Perhaps the old lion thought he could force Ned to yield the entire family or risk utter ruin. Ned paced the throne room late that night, the silent swords of the Iron Throne looming behind him. He tried to imagine the realm's future. If he gave up Myrcella and Tommen, it might buy time for Stannis or Renly to approach. Could that help or harm? Maybe both. The city would be caught between multiple claimants, each suspecting the other of treachery. And still no one addressed the threat in the far north. If Ned's ravens had brought any replies from major lords about the White Walkers, none were encouraging. The lords were consumed by more immediate warfare. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the stubble on his jaw, the dryness in his eyes. At times like this, he wished desperately for the counsel of his friend Robert, flawed though he had been. Robert had been a comfort in war, brash and fearless. But Robert was dead and Ned was left in the eye of a storm. The sound of wind rattled the windows high above and he thought of the words, "Winter is coming." Tension in the city soared for 2 more days with no word from Tywin. The Lannisters continued to fortify their siege lines but made no major assault. They felled nearby trees, building palisades and crude towers, presumably to store men close to the walls. So far, they allowed some small shipments of food to pass by the river route, but at a heavier tax that bled the merchants. Prices in the city soared. Bread riots threatened to break out in Flea Bottom. Ned's men cracked down, though he loathed turning arms on his own city dwellers. Meanwhile, the presence of the Northmen near the gates gave some small measure of security, but morale was fragile. On the 3rd morning after Jaime's parley, Ned stood on the walls before sunrise, scanning the horizon. The sky was steel gray and a damp chill crept in. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the Lannister lines. Ned stiffened, bracing for an attack. But then, as the light grew, watchers spotted a single rider galloping toward the city, carrying something white. Ned had the gates cracked open just enough for the messenger to enter, one young Lannister outrider who looked half-frozen with fear. The youth breathlessly handed over a rolled parchment sealed with Tywin's lion crest. Then he hurried back out again, not even waiting for refreshment. In a private chamber, Ned unsealed the parchment and read. Tywin's message was succinct. Send out Myrcella and Tommen by sundown. Then I will consider halting further siege preparations. Delay or refuse, and the city's gates shall feel our wrath. Should you harm the Queen or Joffrey, no quarter will be given. The choice is yours. There was no mention of a formal guarantee or no mention that Tywin would truly relent, only that he would consider halting siege preparations. A wave of frustration coursed through Ned. It was the same arrogance Kevin had displayed, only more direct. If Tywin wanted to appear open to compromise, he was doing a very poor job of it. But the letter had been countersigned by Jaime. Ned realized the presence of Jaime's signature indicated that the kingslayer had presumably pushed Tywin to accept some half-measure. Perhaps that was all they could get from the old lion. Ned summoned a council of his closest advisors. Robb, Catelyn, the Great John, Roose Bolton, Jory, Tyrion, and a handful of others packed into a dimly lit chamber. They read the letter in hushed voices. The Great John hammered a fist on the table, denouncing Tywin's insolence. Bolton, calm as ever, murmured that refusing might provoke an immediate assault. Tyrion was silent at first, leaning back in his chair, a faint scowl on his face. Finally, Ned looked at him. "Do you think your father will truly halt if we do this?" Ned asked. Tyrion met his gaze. "My father seldom does anything half-heartedly. If you send out Myrcella and Tommen, I suspect he'll pause just long enough to see if it truly benefits him. If you won't go farther, release Cersei or Joffrey, he may well resume the siege. But this might buy you days, maybe weeks. Hard to say." Robb raised his voice. "Days are worthless if it's just delaying the inevitable. We can't keep giving ground." Catelyn spoke softly. "But if those children remain here, we risk losing the city to a brutal assault. We must consider whether saving thousands of innocents is worth releasing 2 of them." The Great John shook his head, still angry, but said nothing more. Bolton nodded in agreement with Catelyn. Jory looked at Ned with tense loyalty. "Whatever you decide, we stand behind you, my lord." Ned's eyes flickered to Tyrion again. "You know your niece and nephew. Do you believe they'll be harmed if we send them out?" Tyrion inhaled through his nose. "My father would not harm them. They're his blood and part of his legacy. He'll keep them safe. That is one thing I can say with some certainty." That answer steadied Ned's resolve. He turned to the group. "Very well, I will do it, but I'll make it clear that if Tywin refuses to halt his siege in earnest, there will be no further releases. Cersei and Joffrey remain my hostages. If Tywin tries to breach the walls, I will hold them accountable, and the city will fight with all it has." The council exchanged glances, then nodded, albeit reluctantly. With a heavy heart, Ned wrote a short reply to Tywin. "I will release Myrcella and Tommen at sunset, unharmed, on the condition that you halt all siege preparations until further negotiations can occur. Should you break your word, or lift a sword against the city, your daughter and Joffrey will pay the price. The blood of innocents shall be on your hands." He sealed it and sent a rider out under a white banner. The day passed in tense silence, both inside and outside the city. At midday, Ned personally oversaw the preparations for Myrcella and Tommen's departure. He summoned them to a small courtyard, where they arrived hand in hand, uncertain. Joffrey and Cersei were not informed yet, lest they interfere. The 2 younger children carried small bundles of belongings. Myrcella's eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Tommen looked around anxiously, as if expecting to see their mother. Ned knelt to speak with them. He used a gentle voice, but it was tinged with sorrow. "Your grandfather wants you safe with him," he told them. "I'm sending you out of the city under guard to ensure no harm comes to you. Do you understand?" Myrcella nodded slowly, biting her lip. "Will we see Mother? And Joffrey?" "Yes," Ned lied. He intended them to see Cersei soon enough once they were out there. "You mustn't be afraid. My men will escort you to your grandfather's lines. Keep your heads high." Tommen clutched a small carved lion in his fist. "Is grandfather very angry?" Ned hesitated. "He wants to protect his family. That's why you must go." The children seemed too stunned to argue. They clung to each other's hands as Ned's knights lined up in the courtyard. 10 men in Stark livery, sworn to see the children delivered safely. An equal number of Lannister riders waited outside the gates for the exchange. By late afternoon, the sun dipped low, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. Ned steeled himself, ordering the gates opened. The party rode out slowly. Ned and Robb watched from the battlements. From the Lannister lines, another group approached, presumably to meet them in the open field. Ned spotted Jaime Lannister's golden head among them, though Tywin himself remained hidden in the mass of troops. At the midpoint, the 2 escorts converged. Ned's men dismounted with Myrcella and Tommen, passing them gently to Jaime. The children, stiff with fear, allowed themselves to be led onto Jaime's horse, where they were placed in front of him and a second rider. Ned could imagine the conversation. Jaime likely tried to reassure them. Then Ned's knights returned, unmolested. From the walls, the tension was palpable until they were within the city gates again. Mercifully, no trick or ambush was sprung. The gates shut once more, and Ned let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. In the days that followed this exchange, a curious lull settled in. True to Jaime's hint, Tywin did not press an immediate attack. Instead, the Lannister lines remained where they were, continuing to fortify but not advancing siege engines any closer. A few small skirmishes occurred between foraging parties, but no large-scale engagement. Jaime sometimes rode within sight of the walls, as if reminding them he was there, but no major assault materialized. Even the small folk began to relax slightly, though they were still trapped in a city with limited supplies. Bread remained expensive, and tension simmered in Flea Bottom. But the sense of doom that had hung over them eased. Ned realized he had bought time. But how much? Inside the Red Keep, Cersei was informed her two youngest children had been freed. Her reaction, according to the guards who overheard, was a mixture of relief and white-hot fury at Ned for dividing her family. She demanded to see Joffrey at once, which Ned granted under strict guard. At that meeting, she clutched Joffrey and cursed Ned's name. Yet from all reports, Joffrey seemed subdued, hearing that his siblings were now with Tywin while he and his mother remained hostage. Ned felt a pang of regret, but reminded himself that it was a kinder move than letting all the children endure a siege. As the second week of this uneasy stalemate stretched on, Ned received word by Raven that Stannis Baratheon had begun moving from Dragonstone, capturing Storm's End and rallying some of the Stormlords to his cause. Renly, in response, was marching north from Highgarden, allied with the Tyrells, and might soon challenge Stannis directly. The field was fracturing further, all the while Tywin remained at King's Landing's gates, effectively controlling the capital's western approach. Ned realized the realm had become a patchwork of warlords, each claiming to be the rightful power. So far, no word had come from the Vale or from Dorne in a decisive manner. The Riverlands, battered by Lannister raids, stood warily at Ned's back, though they might be threatened if Renly or Stannis swung that direction. And in the far north, the Night's Watch faced who knew what. Ned felt the cords tightening around his neck. This uneasy truce with Tywin could unravel at any moment. One late afternoon, Ned stood in the Red Keep's small godwood, a patch of green that offered some semblance of nature amidst the city's stone. A single heart tree grew there, though it was younger than those in the true northern woods, and it lacked a face carved in the trunk. Still, the hush of the leaves, the trickle of a small fountain, and the faint smell of damp earth recalled home. Ned knelt by the fountain, hands folded as if in prayer. He had come here seeking the same solace he found in the godswood at Winterfell, though the southern godwood felt tamer, less ancient. His thoughts drifted to Jon Snow or Aegon Targaryen somewhere on the wall. He wondered what counsel the old gods would give him if they could speak. Reveal the truth? Light the spark that might unify the realm under a lost Targaryen prince? Or keep the secret until stability returned, that the realm not tear itself apart again? Silence answered him as always. Leaves rustled overhead and a crow landed on a nearby branch, cawing once before taking flight. He stood, letting out a weary sigh, and turned to find Petyr Baelish standing behind him, leaning against a trunk with a faint, cat-like smile on his lips. It gave Ned a start, but he did not outwardly flinch. Baelish offered a mocking little bow. "Lord Stark, forgive me if I intrude on your devotions," Baelish said lightly. Ned frowned. "What do you want?" "I bring interesting tidings," Baelish replied, strolling closer with casual grace. "A whisper from the western camps suggests that Tywin is in discreet correspondence with the Tyrells. There's talk of forging an alliance if Renly doesn't prove successful, perhaps even a betrothal involving Myrcella. Intriguing, is it not?" Ned felt a jolt. If Tywin and the Tyrells joined forces, that could shift the entire balance of power. Myrcella is but a child. That's monstrous. Baelish shrugged. In these times, a betrothal is often merely a political pledge. Young hearts be damned. But it does mean that Tywin has an eye on securing the future, which might also mean he's content to wait, content to see if Stannis or Renly tears the realm apart, leaving him to pick up the pieces. Ned grimaced. He'd starve the city slowly while he does it. Possibly. Baelish took a step closer, tilting his head. "You might wonder how to break this impending alliance. Or you might find a way to lure the Tyrells from Tywin's side. You do hold the capital after all. Ned gave him a sharp look. I have no interest in playing your cunning games, Baelish. A mild chuckle. Of course not. But if you don't play, you might lose all the same. If Tywin cements an alliance with the Reach, you won't be able to starve him out, nor will Stannis or Renly. You'll be the smaller fish in a larger pond. So perhaps it's time you considered bending a bit. Might I suggest someone else's hand for Myrcella? Or Tommen? You already gave them up though, didn't you? He paused, smiling. Well, it's too late for that. But there is Joffrey. He's older. Some alliance with a major house, perhaps? Ned felt revulsion at the idea. I will not use children as pawns in your spider's web. Baelish's grin turned pitying. Then you'll remain at the mercy of those who will. War is not a place for high morals, my dear Wolf King. Ned's fists clenched at his sides. He forced his breathing steady. I'll not stoop to your level. Baelish pursed his lips. Very well. Let me give one final whisper then. I hear rumors that some men in the city, Knights of the Vale, possibly, or sells words, plot to free the queen. They aim to slip her out at night and deliver her to Tywin in exchange for gold. If that occurs, you lose your main bargaining chip aside from Joffrey. Your entire arrangement with Tywin might collapse. Keep that in mind. He stepped back with a mocking flourish. As always, I live but to serve. Ned glared. I'll increase the guard. Now leave me be. Baelish gave a half bow and slipped away as stealthily as he had come. The rustle of leaves was the only sign of his departure. Ned closed his eyes. Treachery was everywhere. Keeping Cersei contained, holding the city, and trying to keep any measure of dignity or moral ground felt increasingly impossible. This was what it was to rule in King's Landing, a downward spiral into the filth of compromise. He emerged from the Godwood to find Jory Castle waiting, face etched with concern. My lord, there's a matter requiring your attention. Jory hesitated, then added, the prisoner Tyrion Lannister requests an audience again. He claims it's urgent. Ned exhaled a weary breath. Then let us see what the imp desires this time. They walked through the torchlit corridors of the Red Keep until they reached Tyrion's guarded suite. The guards outside saluted. Inside, they found Tyrion seated at a small table with a half-filled wine cup. His expression was grave, not the usual ironic smile. He rose to greet Ned. Lord Stark, thank you for coming. He ran a hand through his fair hair. I've heard from a source in our camp, meaning my father's camp, that you released Myrcella and Tommen. I expected such an outcome, but rumor has it that Tywin does not intend to honor any pause for long. Ned folded his arms. Then it's as we expected. He'll bide his time, collecting alliances or waiting for a better moment to strike. Tyrion nodded. Yes, and I suspect he'll do so in a way that disadvantages you at every turn. That is his specialty. He took a measured sip of wine, then set the cup down. I'd like to propose once again that you let me speak to him in person. With me as an envoy, perhaps I can steer him toward a genuine settlement. He might still trust me more than any letter you send. Ned felt the swirl of risk. If I release you, I lose one more piece of leverage. I understand, but consider this. As long as I'm cooped up here, I can't prevent my father from orchestrating your downfall. I'm a valuable hostage, but I might be more valuable as an intermediary. You want peace? Let me try to bring it. Or if not peace, at least a longer truce. Ned paced the room, his boots echoing on the stone floor. Jory stood nearby, arms crossed. The memory of Baelish's words about cunning games poked at Ned's conscience. Tyrion was cunning, yes, but he had also shown occasional reason. How can I trust you? Tyrion spread his hands. You can't, but you could require me to leave behind a different hostage in my place. Perhaps Podrick Payne, my squire, or whomever you choose. Or you can arrange an exchange of hostages. If you wish to keep me bound by my word, so be it. But if the alternative is my father eventually breaking your walls, what do you really have to lose? Ned rubbed his temple. I'll think on it. Tyrion's face flickered with subdued relief. That's all I ask. Time is not on your side, Lord Stark. My father's patience has a short fuse. Ned left the chamber with the weight of Tyrion's suggestion churning in his mind. The precarious truce with Tywin was already fraying. If Ned did nothing, an attack was likely. If he parted with more of his leverage, including Tyrion, Tywin might sense weakness and push harder. Yet Tyrion could be a wedge between father and daughter, perhaps forging a slender path to a settlement that would spare the city. If only Ned could be certain the dwarf wouldn't double-cross him. That night, the city's skyline flickered with thousands of torches. The Lannister lines beyond the walls glowed like a ring of fire in the darkness, a silent reminder that King's Landing lay under threat. In the Tower of the Hand, Ned weighed his options with Catelyn, who listened intently as he described Tyrion's proposal. She tapped her fingers on a table, lips pressed in thought. It might be the only chance to avoid eventual bloodshed. But if you do it, be certain Tyrion has reason to keep your trust. Hostages, gold, or something else? Ned nodded, silently acknowledging how far from simple northern honor codes these negotiations had become. I will find a way. Even as he spoke, a distant horn sounded from the walls. He froze, exchanging a tense glance with Catelyn, then rushed to the nearest window. The horn blared again, a short, sharp cry that typically signaled movement in the enemy camp. Dread coiled in Ned's chest. Was Tywin about to attack? Outside, in the moonlit gloom, he could just make out flickers of massed torchlight to the west, swirling as if an army was shifting formation. The city watchers lit fresh signal lanterns, calling more men to the battlements. Heart pounding, Ned descended the tower steps 2 at a time, meeting Jory Castle in the courtyard. Report, Ned barked. Jory's face was grim. The Lannisters appear to be repositioning at the western road. Our scouts see banners that might belong to the Tyrells, or at least men from the Reach. It seems they're merging forces, my lord. Ned's stomach twisted. So House Tyrell had arrived in some measure, or at least men loyal to them, reinforcing Tywin's line. The ring around King's Landing was tightening. War was indeed at the doorstep. The uneasy lull was drawing to a close. He gazed up at the walls, hearing the distant rumble of movement beyond the city's flickering torches. Muster the archers. Keep the city on alert through the night. We cannot risk a surprise assault. Jory snapped off a salute. Yes, my lord. As the men scrambled, Ned raised his eyes to the sky. A few scattered stars twinkled behind thin clouds. The wind carried a faint smell of wood smoke from the outlying farmland. The realm was about to erupt in full. He clenched his jaw, recalling the hush of the godswood, the dire warnings from the north, the secrets about Jon's birth, the presence of Stannis and Renly's feuding armies somewhere beyond the horizon. All of it churned into a single, inescapable truth. Westeros was on the brink of a conflagration that no single man could fully contain. And Eddard Stark, the reluctant Wolf King, had to stand in the center of it and do his utmost not to let the realm drown in blood. The next days, he sensed, would decide the fate of King's Landing, and perhaps the shape of the war yet to come. If the city fell, the entire realm might collapse into petty kingdoms, each devouring the other, just in time for winter's icy approach. He drew in a slow breath, steeling himself. There was no turning back. He had to find a path through cunning, steel, or mercy, any means to keep his family safe and prevent the total ruin of Westeros. The Wolf King stared at the lines of distant torches, and in his mind, he prayed to the old gods that the city might hold against the lion's claws. If the gods were listening, they offered no sign, only the quiet flicker of starlight on distant steel. He turned away from the walls, heart pounding, and went to prepare for what might be the last stand of House Stark in King's Landing. If he fell, at least he would do so protecting those he loved. But if he could prevail or survive at least, then perhaps he could guide the realm one step closer to unity. And somewhere, beyond that final horizon, winter still waited with cold indifference, an even darker shadow than any lion's banner or Baratheon stag. That night, King's Landing remained eerily awake, as though every eye in the city was turned westward to watch the flicker of the enemy's torches. Even by the fitful gleam of moonlight, the outlines of siege towers and palisades were plain to see, a grim silhouette on the horizon. Armed men crowded the ramparts. Sentries paced above the gates. Fear spread like a fever among the small folk, who whispered of starving times and red ruin if the walls were breached. In the Red Keep, Ned Stark, still Lord Protector in name, sat in the echoing gloom of a council chamber, his back stiff with dread as he wrestled with possibilities. Around him stood Robb, Catelyn, Tyrion under guard, the Great Jon, Roose Bolton, and several of their chief captains. A single lantern illuminated the center of the table, revealing scattered parchments. Diagrams of the city's walls, reports from scouts, letters from uncertain lords, and the dreaded message that House Tyrell had sent troops to Tywin's lines. Silence reigned for a moment, broken only by the shuffle of boots and the distant crash of a catapult test beyond the walls. Then Robb Stark spoke, gripping the table's edge. "We can't allow them to tighten the ring around us. If they finish building siege towers, they'll try our walls soon enough." The Great John rumbled agreement. "Let me lead a night sortie, my lord. We'll burn those towers in their sleep and show them the North remembers how to fight." Ned raised a hand in caution. "We have fewer soldiers in the city than Tywin can bring to bear. A raid might inflict some damage, but it could also spark a pitched battle. We risk losing the men we have." Roose Bolton's cool voice drifted from the shadows. "We might strike decisively, or we might lose half our number. Then Tywin would sense weakness and press the assault. The Greatjon's plan is bold, but our margin for error is razor-thin." The Great John bristled, but said nothing, grudgingly aware that Bolton spoke truth. Catelyn drew a tired breath. "Is it not possible that House Tyrell is still weighing its options? That it only sent a token force so far?" Tyrion cleared his throat. "From what I hear, my lady, Mace Tyrell has no fondness for half measures. If he sent men, it's likely more than a token. But no one is entirely sure yet if Renly marches near or far. They say the Tyrell host is partly divided between supporting the capital and supporting Renly. If Tywin is forging a true alliance with them, we might see thousands more eventually." Ned could almost feel the weight of that possibility crushing him. If Tyrell men arrived in greater force, King's Landing could be surrounded on all sides, sealed from any relief by river or by road. He stared at a sheaf of parchment detailing the city's grain stocks. The city might hold out for a time, but if siege lines were fully established, famine would come sooner or later. He glanced up at those gathered. "We have a precarious truce with Tywin. He hasn't attacked outright. We gave him Myrcella and Tommen to buy time, but that time is nearly spent. If the Tyrell reinforcements inspire him, he might strike soon." Robb's voice trembled with impatience. "Then we must decide, do we remain behind these walls or meet him outside? I favor a sortie, if not tonight, then soon." Ned's gaze swept the room. "Ser Jorah, what say you?" Jorah Castle, looking grim under the lantern light, answered quietly. "We have well-trained men, but not enough to match a combined Lannister-Tyrell force. A surprise raid might slow them, or it might provoke them into a daybreak assault that we can't turn back. My inclination is to strengthen our defenses, father them properly, and see if Tywin can be goaded into one more parley, especially if we dangle Tyrion as a possible envoy." All eyes shifted to Tyrion, who listened, hands folded. He lifted his chin and let out a soft breath. "Offer me up again, is it? I'm flattered by the trust. But yes, as I've said before, I might yet coax my father into a more stable arrangement. If you allow me to ride out under a flag of truce with an escort of your men, I'll attempt to reason with him." The Great John snorted in skepticism. "You think you alone can keep Tywin from the gates? He's your father, but the man is iron." Tyrion's mouth quirked in a wry half-smile. "I don't promise success, only a chance. I do believe he values me enough to hear me out." Ned studied Tyrion's face. He recalled how cunning the dwarf could be, but also how occasionally pragmatic. "We might do it, but only under conditions. You'll swear on your honor not to betray us, and we'll keep a hostage of our own in your stead, Podrick Payne or whomever you name who matters to you. If you vanish, or if Tywin attacks with you at his side, we'll know your word is worthless. And you might doom any hostage you leave behind." Tyrion bowed his head slightly. "Fair enough. I expected no less. Podrick is loyal, but hardly of great consequence to my father. If you want someone more meaningful, I fear you'll be disappointed. I have no official wife or children. My brother is out there, my sister likewise, and that's that." Ned's lips tightened. "Then Podrick will suffice. If you ride out, we'll seal you under an oath as well as a letter that we can show your father. In it, you'll promise to negotiate in good faith or be forever branded a traitor. Let him see the risk you're taking. Maybe that alone will speak to him." Tyrion nodded. "We'll need to discuss the details, but yes, I can do it." Robb looked from one man to the other. "I don't trust letting him go. What if Tywin just seizes the moment to press us?" Ned met his son's anxious gaze. "He may, but if we do nothing, we'll remain pinned here until the noose tightens. In either case, we risk destruction, but this might grant us a sliver of hope." Silence clung to the gathering. Finally, with a nod, the lords conceded to Ned's will. They would prepare to send Tyrion out on the morrow or the next day with a small party of Stark men under a white banner. Bolton would stay behind to guard the city gates in case of betrayal. The Great John, frustrated, stomped out of the chamber, muttering about the dishonor of these southern games. Catelyn sighed, wearily leaning against a pillar. Tyrion lingered, expression unreadable, while Ned instructed Jory to draft the letter that would codify the dwarf's mission. When the meeting adjourned, Ned found himself alone with Catelyn in the corridor, and unseen tension thrumming in the stone walls. Outside, the city was quiet save for the occasional cry of a watchman or the clop of horses along the torchlit avenues. Catelyn slipped an arm through Ned's. Her voice was subdued. "Is sending Tyrion truly our best hope?" He looked down at her, exhausted but determined. "Perhaps our only one. If he can buy us more time, or even secure a real truce, then thousands of lives might be spared." She sighed, resting her head lightly against his shoulder as they walked. "Then I pray the gods watch over him and see that he does not deliver us to ruin." Ned pressed a faint kiss to her brow. "I pray the same." They parted at her chamber door, each weighed by so many burdens that words did little to ease them. Ned spent that night half wakeful, dozing fitfully in his own chamber, haunted by images of siege towers crawling across the fields or Lannister soldiers pouring into the city's streets, swords dripping red. Once he jolted awake with the thought of Jon, cloaked in black upon the wall, alone against enemies far worse than men. For a moment, he considered if the old gods were punishing him for burying the truth so long, but he put such thoughts aside and tried to rest, for if dawn brought negotiations, he would need every scrap of clarity. At sunrise, the plan took shape. Tyrion dressed in a simple but well-cut tunic bearing no house sigil, only a plain black cloak. He swore aloud before several Stark bannermen that he would not betray them. Podrick Payne, wide-eyed and trembling, was taken gently into Stark custody as a living pledge. Tyrion did not seem particularly fond of Podrick. He wore a mask of casual indifference. But Ned sensed the boy's welfare mattered enough that Tyrion would avoid direct treachery. A half-dozen Stark knights under Ser Jorah's command would escort Tyrion out. They would go on horseback under a white banner, approach the Lannister lines near midday, and request to speak to Lord Tywin or whomever he deputized. Catelyn, Robb, and the northern lords assembled by the gates to watch Tyrion's departure. The dwarf mounted a sturdy bay mare. He glanced back with an inscrutable expression at the city that now served as his prison. Then he spurred forward, leading the small retinue out of the gatehouse, across the moat, and along the western road. Ned, stationed atop the walls, watched them shrink into the distance. Lannister outriders rode up, recognized the white banner, and escorted them farther out of sight. The city gate shut behind them with a long groan. Now all anyone could do was wait. The wait turned into an excruciating day. Ned busied himself with the usual tasks, checking on the storehouses, hearing petitions from frightened merchants, conferring with the gold cloaks who had bent to his authority. He made certain the defenses were kept in good order, the archers practiced with deadly seriousness. Yet the tension mounted with every passing hour, like a rope twisting tighter and tighter. Joffrey paced his chamber in a fury, demanding to know why his uncle had left and cursing Ned's name. Cersei, locked in her quarters, initially refused food. She demanded to see her father at once, and when that was denied, she fell into an icy silence. Arya and Sansa, trying to keep their heads down, spent much of the day in a corner of the library or the courtyard. Ned only found a moment to talk to them, to reassure them that all would be well. Arya's eyes showed she doubted that. Sansa clasped her hands as if praying for calm, her once naive fantasies shattered by the reality of war. By the time twilight bled across the sky, no word had come from Tyrion. Night fell, and the tension in the city soared. Campfires flickered on the horizon in greater number than before, and watchers reported hearing the dull sound of hammers on wood. The Lannisters might be building bigger siege engines. Ned paced the ramparts, tormented by the prospect that Tyrion had tried and failed, or, worse, had joined Tywin to finalize the city's doom. Robb was of a mind to prepare for an immediate assault, but Ned counseled patience. "If they attack tonight," Ned said quietly, "the Watchers will give us warning. Let's not panic." Deep into the night, as the moon rose high, a horn blared from the western walls. Ned rushed there, heart hammering. Torchlight showed a small party approaching the gate, half a dozen riders wearing Stark livery, escorting a single figure. They bore a white banner. Relief washed over Ned, at least this was no marauding assault. He ordered the gate opened just enough for the riders to pass into the torchlit courtyard, then had it barred behind them. Tyrion dismounted, showing no obvious injuries. Ser Jorah was at his side, looking grim. The dwarf's face was lined with weariness and maybe frustration. He handed his reins to a guard, dusting off his cloak. "Well," he said, raising his voice so Ned and the assembled lords could hear, "my father remains as stubborn as ever, but he is willing to talk terms on certain conditions." They moved inside, away from the curious stares of the other guards, and gathered in the same council chamber as before. Ned wasted no time. What did Tywin say? Did he promise to withdraw if we meet some demands? Tyrion took a seat. He wants the Queen and Joffrey. That is his first and main condition. He says he will not tear down these walls if you deliver them, along with a public apology for your treasonous coup. The Great John cursed under his breath. Robb scowled fiercely. Ned set his jaw. We've been over this. We cannot hand the city back to them. And I'm certainly not apologizing for protecting the realm from a false heir. That is no compromise. It's surrender. Tyrion raised his hand to forestall them. That is his initial demand, yes. But he's also aware you won't yield so easily. He's open to another arrangement, perhaps one that leaves you in a position of lesser power, say, as Warden of the North, if you're willing to forfeit the throne. However, he insists that Joffrey return to his care and that your entire family vacate King's Landing. He's effectively offering a chance for you to leave with your neck intact, so long as you renounce any claim on the crown. The Great John slammed a fist on the table. After everything? He wants to waltz in, seat his false king, and let us scurry away with nothing? That's no peace. That's letting them murder us once we're outside these walls. Tyrion shrugged, as if in agreement with the sentiment. I expressed doubts about whether you'd trust him on that point. My father retorted that if he wanted you dead, he could starve you out or breach the walls. He thinks he holds all the power. The only reason he hasn't attacked, he claims, is a father's concern for Cersei and Joffrey's well-being. Ned leaned forward. But you said he's open to other arrangements. Did he hint at any middle path at all? Tyrion pursed his lips. He might consider letting you keep the city if you recognize Joffrey as the rightful king and you ruled as Joffrey's hand, effectively kneeling to him in public. But I suspect Joffrey's presence here would remain a tense matter. Or perhaps my father would want to install Lannister governors so the control is truly in his hands, not yours. Even as Tyrion spoke, Ned felt a surge of revulsion. Then the need of Joffrey, who was no rightful heir, just to stave off a siege? The city might be saved for a time, but House Stark would forever be bound to a lie. The realm would be no closer to real justice or unity. Robb stared at Ned, voice trembling. We can't accept that. Ned bowed his head. No, we can't. He glanced at Tyrion. Then your mission failed. Tyrion let out a humorless laugh. Not quite. My father also raised the possibility of a bride for Joffrey, someone from a powerful house that might legitimize him in the eyes of half the realm. If you were to offer one of your daughters, perhaps Sansa, in marriage to him, that could create a bond between Stark and Lannister. My father believes that might calm the realm if done publicly. Catelyn, who had been listening, went rigid at once. He means to chain us. Sansa is barely a girl. That vile boy, we cannot. Robb's face twisted with rage. She'd be a hostage. We'd be handing her to Joffrey, who's cruel as a rabid hound. Unthinkable. Ned's heart pounded. Sansa had once dreamed of marrying Joffrey. But after all that had happened, after she saw the cruelty lurking behind his princely facade, such a match would be a nightmare. That is out of the question, Ned said firmly, though he recalled how the prospect had once been a prized arrangement when Robert still lived. In a different world, it might have seemed an honor. Now it felt like a dagger at his family's throat. I will not trade my daughter's freedom for a short reprieve. Tyrion spread his hands. Then you see the corner we're painted into. My father feels he holds the advantage. He might be stalling, waiting for the Tyrells to fully commit or for Stannis and Renly to wear each other down. If any sign emerges that the Baratheon brothers are locked in open battle, Tywin will tighten the siege and end this quickly. A hush fell over the chamber. The Great John looked ready to snap a chair in half. Roose Bolton calmly studied the table, face impassive. Catelyn reached for Ned's hand, her grip trembling. When Ned spoke, his voice was steady, though dread roiled beneath. We cannot accept Tywin's demands. We'll keep trying to survive. Perhaps if Stannis or Renly draws near, Tywin will be forced to fight on two fronts. Then we might break his grip. Tyrion rose, exhaling. In that event, we have at best a stalemate. But I'll remain at your disposal, Lord Stark. Unless you'd rather throw me back in the cell. Ned shook his head. We will keep you under guard, but not in a cell. Our agreement still stands. I won't hamper you if you have further ideas. After that grim report, the meeting broke up. The next days blurred together in a grinding weight of tension and half-measures. Tywin's lines inched closer. More wagons arrived, presumably with siege supplies. A second large force from the Reach was rumored to be only a fortnight away, though no one knew if they were joining Tywin or Renly. Meanwhile, news trickled in from the south that Stannis had seized much of the Stormlands but had yet to move north. Renly was said to be forging alliances around the Reach, gathering knights loyal to the Tyrells. The realm was in a slow boil of chaos, with King's Landing as the prize. Supplies in the city began to dwindle. The price of salt fish soared and bread riots broke out in Flea Bottom. Ned's men had to put them down with blunt force, taking care not to kill unnecessarily. Even so, more than a few small folk perished in the chaos. It haunted Ned to see the city turning in on itself. One evening, Ned found himself in a spare tower chamber with Robb, who had been working closely with the captains. Robb seemed older than his years, his shoulders broader, his eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. A battered wooden table held maps marked with charcoal. The torchlight revealed sweat on Robb's brow. He gestured to the western approaches drawn on the map. They've placed spiked obstacles to deter cavalry. If we attempt to sally, we'll be funneled into narrower lanes. They know how to funnel us. I fear we'll be cut down if we try. Ned nodded, gaze heavy on the lines drawn. Then a sally is off the table unless an ally arrives to pinch Tywin's forces from behind. Our best course may be to strengthen the walls further. Robb's lips thinned. We can't just cower behind the walls forever. Ned let out a breath. I know. But at present, it's safer than meeting them in open battle. If this ends in an assault, we must repel them or we lose everything. Robb dropped heavily onto a stool. I never wanted war, father. But part of me longs to strike at them first, make them bleed. Is that madness? Ned rested a hand on his son's shoulder. It's not madness. It's the North in you, wanting to defend your kin. But we must be wise. Our men's lives aren't pieces on a board to be thrown away. Robb lowered his head, nodding. Ned realized again how young he was, caught in the middle of a monstrous conflict. He ruffled Robb's hair, a faint gesture of fatherly affection that made the youth almost smile. We'll endure, Ned said gently, though he too felt uncertain. Early the next morning brought new alarms. From the ramparts, watchers spotted you. Unusual movement on the Blackwater side of the city. A small flotilla of river barges and ships had anchored just beyond the city's harbor, bearing no obvious banners. As the sun rose, Ned rushed to the harbor walls to see it for himself. The ships were a motley assortment, some with high prows like traders out of the arbor, some battered cogs with patched sails, and a few sleek galleys. Crews scurried across their decks. No catapults or siege towers in sight, but suspicion gnawed at Ned. Could these be allies of Tywin, or perhaps sell sails seeking fortune? A pilot boat approached the quays, carrying a trio of men. When the boat touched the wharf, the dockmaster demanded they identify themselves. Ned, watching from the high vantage, saw them display a sealed letter. The guards led them through the harbor gates. Within half an hour, the men were brought before Ned at the quayside courtyard, while archers kept a wary eye from the walls. The trio looked like ordinary sailors, but one, a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard, stepped forward. He bowed, though not too deeply, and offered a scroll bearing the sigil of the Golden Company, a Sellsword band infamous for fighting across Essos. Ned's pulse kicked. The Golden Company? They were rumored to be the largest and most reputable of the free companies in the East. Mercenaries of storied discipline. He recognized their elephant banner from Tales, though that standard was not on display here. He opened the scroll. To Eddard Stark, Lord Protector of the Realm. The Golden Company offers its services. Should you desire experienced Sellswords to defend King's Landing, we are prepared to negotiate terms. We have traveled across the narrow sea in pursuit of opportunities. We bring 3,000 seasoned men-at-arms, including archers and cavalry. Our price is substantial, but we guarantee loyalty for the duration of a paid contract. Respond with haste if you value our steel before your foes secure it. Under the auspices of Captain General Miles Toyne, a swirl of possibilities racked Ned's mind. Hiring mercenaries to defend the capital against Tywin was a desperate step, and the notion made him uneasy. He had always believed in the feudal bonds of Westeros over Sellsword loyalty. But times were dire. If the Golden Company truly commanded 3,000 well-equipped fighters, that could tilt the balance, or at least give Tywin pause, especially if the Tyrell forces were not yet fully committed. Another worry struck him, though the Golden Company was famously rumored to support Targaryen exiles in the past. Could there be an ulterior motive? Or had they simply come chasing gold? He turned to the man with the trim beard, who introduced himself as Ormond Pike, an envoy. Where's your main force? On those ships? Ormond nodded, calm. Most are anchored just off the Blackwater. We have reinforcements en route from the Stepstones as well. If you accept our contract, we can disembark swiftly and fortify King's Landing within a fortnight. But you must match our rates. Ned felt an old reluctance. We're not known to pay for Sellswords in Westeros, especially not to fight fellow Westerosi. This is a complicated war. The envoy's lips curved slightly. War is always complicated. The Golden Company does not break contracts once sworn. You have an advantage in that we arrived here, not at Lannisport. If the Lannisters attempt to hire us out from under you, I can't say we would remain idle. Our code forbids us to be cheap sellswords, but we are sellswords all the same. Ned glanced at Robb, who had come to observe. His son's expression was guarded. Then Ned addressed Ormond Pike with measured words. Give us time to consider. We must weigh the cost. Supplies and gold are not endless in King's Landing. If your demands are too high, we cannot meet them. The envoy inclined his head. We'll be in the harbor for a few days at least, awaiting your decision. Be mindful, your foes might seek to outbid you. Ned's jaw tightened. Another complication. But he thanked them politely and had them escorted from the courtyard, reminding them to remain at the docks under watch. They did not resist, seeming content to wait. As the men departed, Ned turned to Robb and exchanged a long look. They both recognized the significance of this. If the Golden Company was truly available, it might be a lifeline or a Trojan horse. It could give Ned the numbers to stand against Tywin, or it could become a ruinous expense that drained the city's coffers and led to betrayal at the worst moment. Back in the Red Keep, Ned called a swift gathering of his closest advisors. Peter Baelish, hearing of the matter, arrived quickly, a glint in his eye. Varys stood by, hands folded in his ample sleeves, offering only quiet commentary. Catelyn, Robb, Jory Castle, Roose Bolton, and a few northern lords also gathered. The same cramped council chamber. The same tension humming in the air. Ned relayed the Golden Company's proposal. Some voices were immediately distrustful. The Great John was absent, having taken men to quell unrest in Flea Bottom, but Roose Bolton offered a measured perspective. The Golden Company's reputation is famed. They rarely break a contract. But the cost is rumored to be steep: silver, gold, plunder rights. We can ill afford that in a city already hungry. Baelish gave a smug little smile. Maybe I can help. The crown always had debts, but I have certain ways of raising funds. The question is whether you're prepared to let me do so without asking how. And whether you trust me not to pocket a tidy sum. Catelyn's distaste was clear. We all know how you conjure coin, Peter, through unscrupulous loans and labyrinthine deals. That might only deepen the realm's crisis in the long run. Baelish spread his hands. Wars can't be fought cheaply, my lady. If you'd prefer trusting to Northern steel alone, by all means. But Tywin Lannister can afford this war. He has the gold mines of the Westerlands at his back. You have a city on the verge of famine. If you want to hire these sellswords, you'll need to open every coffer you can find. Ned gritted his teeth. He loathed the thought of deeper debts, especially while the realm flailed in chaos. The alternative, though, might be losing the city. Could the Golden Company truly turn the tide? 3,000 men might help hold the walls, but Tywin has more than that. Varys spoke in his soft, measured tone. Yet the presence of a famed free company might dissuade Tywin from a costly assault, especially if he lacks the Tyrells' full strength or if the Tyrells are uncertain about tangling with a disciplined force. The Golden Company is known to fight as a single cohesive body. Robb's brows nodded. But they might also turn their cloaks if Tywin offers them more gold. Varys gave a faint shake of his head. The Golden Company historically keeps faith with their first contract, so long as the contract is upheld. That is their hallmark. It is how they command premium fees. Ned let out a slow breath. We could hire them or try, but I'm uneasy. If we do, we must present a united front, not show desperation. And we must have the coin on hand, or at least convince them we can pay. Peter, do you truly have ways to find such sums? Baelish gave a fox-like grin. I can try. I'd prefer we discuss the specifics in private, away from so many ears. But yes, if you want a mountain of gold, I can arrange loans or open certain royal treasuries that have been under my stewardship since Robert's time. Let's just say there are assets no one else has considered. Ned's sense of honor recoiled, but necessity was a cruel master. He nodded wearily. Then do so. Present me with a feasible arrangement as quickly as possible. We'll see if the Golden Company's demands exceed the realm's purse. Later that same day, Ned met with Ormond Pike again at the docks. Baelish stood by, a few scribes in tow. They learned the basic terms. A lump sum of gold upon signing, plus monthly wages for each sellsword, plus potential bonuses if victory was achieved. The sum was staggering, enough to weigh down a small caravan of mules. Baelish listened with an unreadable expression, occasionally murmuring to his scribes. Ned winced inwardly at the notion of plunging the realm deeper into debt. But with Tywin's noose tightening, it might be the only way to hold out for a political solution that did not involve total surrender. Pike repeated that the Golden Company did not want land in Westeros, only gold and valuables, though plunder from Lannister or Tyrell holdings could also factor into an agreement if the city triumphed. The conversation felt like a negotiation with devils, but Ned persevered. After 2 days of intense back and forth, Baelish emerged with a cunning plan to provide a partial down payment from the city's existing reserves, treasures left behind from Robert's reign, and to secure the rest via a loan from the Iron Bank of Bravos. That loan could only be requested if Ned recognized certain trade privileges for Bravosi merchants in Westeros after the war. Ned balked, but Baelish insisted it was the best option. Ultimately, Ned conceded. The scribes prepared parchments with swirling legal phrases, which Ned signed as protector of the realm. He felt the weight of the realm's future in every stroke of the quill. Ormond Pike, for his part, signed in the name of Captain General Miles Toyne. They sealed the deal. The Golden Company would land half its men at once, help reinforce the city's walls, and protect King's Landing against any foe. The rest of their forces would disembark soon after. Payment was to begin immediately. If, at any point, Ned defaulted, the Golden Company could revoke the contract and become free agents once more. The entire arrangement left Ned's gut twisting, but he saw no other way to survive the swirl of threats looming. In the following week, the city's watchers gazed in astonishment as foreign cells words came ashore with disciplined ranks, bright armor, and polished pikes. They wore black and gold cloaks, some bearing the golden skull insignia that signified the Golden Company's origins. Officers barked orders in a curt, Associ-accented common tongue. Elephants, strange, hulking creatures with sweeping trunks, were coaxed onto the wharf from special barges. They emerged anxious and trumpeting in alarm at the unfamiliar city. Crowds gathered, half in fear, half in fascination. The presence of these exotic beasts felt like a shock to King's Landing, as though the free cities themselves had invaded. But Ned saw how the new arrivals set about their tasks with brisk professionalism, erecting tents, organizing supply lines, and sending squads to examine the city's defensive positions. The famed discipline of the Golden Company was real indeed. Tywin Lannister's outriders quickly discovered the arrival of the Sellswords. Their reaction was swift. The watchers on the walls saw a flurry of activity in the enemy camp. Larger scouting parties ranged south and north, perhaps to confirm the rumor or ensure no other allies were slipping in. Still, Tywin did not launch an assault. He likely wanted to assess this new threat. Jaime Lannister himself, spied one afternoon, rode the perimeter on a white destrier, peering at the newly occupied bastions from a cautious distance. Meanwhile, rumors reached the city that Stannis and Renly were indeed clashing in the Reach, though no one had certain details. Some said Renly's men had gained a slight advantage in a minor battle, others that Stannis was pressing onward methodically. The swirling uncertainties kept Tywin from marching away. He remained outside King's Landing, continuing to build entrenchments and watchers, presumably waiting for word from the Tyrell High Command. The city thus remained in a precarious standoff. A circle of Lannister forces ringed them at some distance, yet inside the walls, the Golden Company prepared to defend. More short-lived bread riots erupted, swiftly suppressed by a combination of Stark men and foreign Sellswords who were not squeamish about cracking skulls to maintain order. Ned's heart wrenched at the sight of battered small folk and rising hunger, but at least the city had not yet become a smoking ruin. Worry about the future weighed on him. Every day, he scanned the horizon, waiting for a raven that might bring news of a broader peace or, at least, a shift in alliances. And every day, he thought about Jon beyond the wall, about the ominous warnings from Jeor Mormont, which no one here seemed ready to heed. If he could preserve the realm from internal collapse, maybe a day would come when they might unite against the threat in the far north. In this tense period, a new challenge arose within the Red Keep itself. Varys came to Ned in the late hours, slipping into his solar with quiet urgency. He bowed, robes rustling like a whisper of silk. "Lord Stark, I fear the Queen's supporters are stirring again. My little birds overheard talk of a plot, some of the Queen's old retainers and a few paid gold cloaks seeking to smuggle her to Tywin's camp. They even conspire to free Joffrey. They might attempt it soon, under cover of night, using the labyrinth of tunnels beneath the keep." Ned's jaw clenched. "Have we identified them?" Varys lowered his gaze. "I have names of a few, but not all. Some are well hidden." Perhaps if we allow them to attempt their plot, we can catch them all in the act. But that carries a risk that they succeed. Ned considered. If we rely on partial knowledge, they might slip through. I won't risk losing Cersei and Joffrey right now. We need them as hostages. Varys spread his hands. Then you might root them out preemptively. Arrest those I name, interrogate them for the rest. But that may cause them to scatter or provoke an uprising within the keep. The Lannister forces outside might use the chaos as a pretext to attack. Ned cursed softly. The tension inside the keep was like a tinderbox. We have the Golden Company for support now if things grow dire. But an internal uprising could be disastrous. I'll not allow it. He summoned Ser Jorah Castle and a select group of loyal men, instructing them to quietly arrest the suspects one by one in the dead of night so as not to rouse suspicion. Varys led them through hidden corridors, pointing out which guards had accepted bribes or which servants were rumored to be in Cersei's pay. The operation took place in silence, footsteps echoing through torchlit halls. One guard was found sleeping outside Joffrey's chamber with a knife concealed under his cloak. He was taken quickly. Another pair of conspirators, discovered in a storeroom with a stash of rope and a small boat sail, surrendered without a fight. A minor lady-in-waiting to the queen resisted, shrieking that she would see Ned Stark's head on a spike, but the men gagged her and carried her off. By dawn's first light, half a dozen suspects sat in the dungeons, shaking or cursing. No sign of actual infiltration had occurred, but Ned believed they had scuttled the nascent plan. For now. Cersei, furious that her loyalists had been seized, demanded answers. Ned confronted her later that morning, stepping into her locked chamber with 2 guards behind him. Cersei stood at the window wearing a dress of dark green that set off the gold of her hair. Her eyes flashed as she turned to face him. You come to crow about arresting my handmaid and guards, do you? Ned held her gaze. They plotted to free you and Joffrey by night to smuggle you to your father. This is my city. I won't tolerate such treachery. She smiled, a chilling, disdainful curve of the lips. You act as though the city is truly yours. It never belonged to you, Ned Stark. Robert was the rightful king, and now Joffrey is his heir. You are the traitor. You hold me prisoner. He spoke through clenched teeth. We both know Joffrey isn't Robert's son. This entire kingdom reels from your lies. I have done what's needed to keep the peace. Cersei advanced a step, her voice dripping venom. My father will crush you. Myrcella and Tommen may be safe for now, but once they're grown, they'll remember how you tore them from my arms. And if you harm Joffrey, not even the old gods or the new will save you from Tywin's wrath. Ned refused to be cowed. If you attempt another escape, I'll separate you and Joffrey entirely. Don't test me. You remain in comfort only because I show mercy. That struck a nerve and she laughed harshly. Mercy? A wolf's mercy, then. But I suppose that's more than the Targaryens showed my family when King's Landing fell to the Dragon Lords of old. Or the Baratheons showed the Targaryens in the rebellion. The city always sees rivers of blood. You, I fear, will only add to that legacy. Ned saw no point in continuing. He turned away, nodding for the guards to follow him out. Behind him, he heard her voice, low and mocking, pray your new cell's word friends don't cut your throat for gold. That's all they are, whores of war. He forced himself not to respond, shutting the door behind him. In the days that followed, the city saw a new normal under the Golden Company's partial occupation. Their captains oversaw repairs to the older sections of the walls, set up new vantage points for their archers, and even trained some of the more ragged gold cloaks in disciplined ranks. Ned had to pay them in installments, funneling coin from every hidden corner of the royal treasury that Baelish could unearth. The cost was ruinous, but the effect on the city's defenses was tangible. People began to murmur that the Wolf King would hold the city with the help of these foreign warriors. Meanwhile, Tywin's forces still ringed the city from the west, but scouts reported no major reinforcements arriving at his camp. Rumors suggested that the main Tyrell host was still delayed or had marched to meet Renly. Ned dared to hope that the threat of the Golden Company had deterred them from focusing solely on King's Landing, for they might prefer an easier target. Yet no one outside Tywin's war councils knew for certain. Jaime Lannister occasionally rode in plain sight as though taunting the watchers on the walls, but never drawing close enough for arrow range. On one particularly hot afternoon, Ned stood on the western wall with the Golden Company's senior officer, a lean man named Strickland, who carried a baton of rank. They peered through far eyes at the Lannister lines. We see minimal changes, Strickland said in a clipped SOC accent. They do not build new towers. They do not test the walls with archers. They wait. Either they anticipate an ally or they seek to starve the city from within. Ned lowered the far eye. We have some supply routes from the river, though we face heavy tariffs if we try to bring food up from the sea. Our storehouses won't last forever, but we can endure some months if we ration carefully. Strickland gave a curt nod. Then we make them come to us or we wait for them to weaken. The Golden Company stands ready. Ned gave him a thin smile. We appreciate it. That evening, as Ned returned to the Red Keep, Jory Castle intercepted him with news. There's a rider at the gates, come under a white banner wearing the colors of House Florent. He claims to bring a letter from Stannis Baratheon. Ned's blood quickened. Show him in. Before long, a dusty knight with the Florent badge on his surcoat knelt in the courtyard, presenting a sealed scroll. Ned recognized Stannis's sigil pressed into the wax, the crown stag altered with the fiery heart of Lawler if rumors were correct. He took it warily, eyeing the messenger's tired face. You come from Dragonstone, or from the Stormlands? The knight wiped sweat from his brow. I come from near Storm's End, my lord. Lord Stannis rides west, pushing through the Reach. He bade me deliver this missive if I could slip past the Lannister lines. It was not easy. Ned dismissed him to get rest and called a small group of allies to his solar. He broke the seal and read aloud. To Eddard Stark, Lord Protector of the Realm. I, Stannis of the House Baratheon, first of my name, rightful king of the Undulls and the first men, write with urgency. I understand you hold King's Landing against the Lannisters' false claim. My campaign in the Reach meets resistance from Renly, who usurps the Baratheon name, yet I will prevail by right and by the Lord of Light's blessing. Let it be known that if you acknowledge me as the true king, I shall confirm you as Warden of the North, and I shall keep your family in honor. Surrender the city in my name, deliver the impostor boy Joffrey and his mother into my hands for justice, and rid yourself of these sellswords. If you comply swiftly, I will come to your relief and break Tywin's siege. If you refuse, then you stand against the rightful king, and I will treat you as one who obstructs the Iron Throne's destiny. Choose wisely. The flames of Lawler cannot be denied. Signed and witnessed on the march. Stannis Baratheon. A hush fell over the room once Ned finished reading. Catelyn's eyes were wide, Robb's face taut with suspicion. The Grey John, newly returned from flea-bottom patrols, guffawed in anger. He demands we accept him and throw away the Golden Company? The nerve. Roose Bolton's quiet voice interjected. If we ally with Stannis, we gain his army's strength. It might well tip the scale against Tywin. Catelyn bit her lip. But at what cost? Stannis is known for his rigidity and that talk of the Lord of Light. I've heard he's burned the statues of the Seven at Dragonstone. The realm might recoil from such zealotry. Robb said, still, he's Robert's brother. By law, he does have the stronger claim than Joffrey. Ned set the scroll down. Yes, and I once considered supporting Stannis publicly when I first discovered Joffrey's parentage. Yet that was before he aligned with a foreign god and demanded absolute submission. If we yield the city to Stannis, are we merely trading one master for another? Bolton's pale eyes glimmered. A master who might spare your family if you do as he says. He seems to want the Lannisters punished. That is hardly disagreeable to us. Yes, but in time Stannis might punish us as well for having taken the throne ourselves or for employing sellswords. He despises what he sees as dishonorable. The great John spat. We did what we had to. If he can't see that, let him come and break Tywin's lines on his own. Catelyn closed her eyes briefly. We cannot fight both Tywin and Stannis. If Stannis arrives and sees us defying him, he might assault the city as well. Then we'd have war on two fronts. Ned stared at the flicker of the lantern's flame, recalling the letter from Jeor Mormont about the threat beyond the wall. He needed a stable realm to handle that. Stannis, at least, was the rightful Baratheon heir. But the man's unyielding nature could be as dangerous as Tywin's cunning. I will pen a reply, Ned said. I'll state that we cannot surrender the city to him, not without a formal council where all claimants can address the realm. I'll acknowledge that Joffrey is no rightful king and that we do not serve him. But I won't expel the Golden Company while Lannister armies still ring us. And I won't hand the city to Stannis blindly. The Great John slammed a fist on the table. Then we risk his wrath. Ned nodded heavily. So be it. The alternative is bending the knee to a man who demands absolute authority. If we're to place someone on the throne, it must be done in a manner that unites the realm, not breaks it further. He paused, meeting each set of eyes. We pray Stannis sees reason. We request that he come to King's Landing for a negotiated settlement if he can lift Tywin's siege. In return, we can consider supporting his claim. That is the best we can offer. They agreed, though few seemed confident. Ned wrote the response that afternoon, sending the Florent knight away with sealed instructions. He also included a personal note to Stannis, reminding him of Robert's friendship and urging him not to plunge the realm deeper into chaos. In Ned's heart, though, he feared that Stannis would see such compromise as weakness. At least a night passed with no major developments. The city endured. Tywin's lines remained. The Golden Company settled into a routine of drilling on the city's fields within the walls. Cersei simmered in captivity, Joffrey paced like a caged wolf, and tension flared among the small folk as rationing tightened. Word came that the Iron Bank had begun transferring sums to Baelish's accounts, fueling the Sellsword's wages but also chaining the realm to a mountain of debt. Then, a day before midsummer, thunderheads loomed over King's Landing, dark and roiling. Rain lashed the city in the afternoon, soaking the ramparts and turning the roads into thick mud. People huddled in doorways, and the downpour disguised the movements in Tywin's camp. Late in the day, once the storm eased, watchers on the walls spotted that the Lannisters had advanced some lines closer, erecting new palisades just beyond bowshot. Tension soared anew. The Golden Company officers rushed men to the walls, preparing for a possible storming attempt. But night fell with no direct assault. Instead, the watchers glimpsed shapes moving under torchlight, likely fortifying siege works in the dark. Ned tried to sleep, but fitful dreams tormented him. He saw King's Landing aflame, Stannis at the gates, and Tywin at the other side, while Renly and Daenerys Targaryen impossibly watched from a distance. Then the dream shifted to the wall, cold and forbidding, with a lone figure standing watch among ice-crusted battlements. A shape moved in the swirling snow, something pale with inhuman eyes. He jolted awake, heart-pounding. Was it a premonition or merely the fruit of too many anxieties? Before dawn, horns sounded frantically, echoing through the dripping streets and ramparts. Ned threw on clothing, hurried out to the courtyard, where the great Jon and Robb were already gathering men, some still bleary-eyed. "Report," Ned demanded of a guard panting at the gatehouse steps. The guard saluted. "They're approaching with towers, my lord." 2 large siege towers rolling under cover of darkness from the west. "They're within a few hundred yards, we think. Archers will have a shot soon." Ned swore under his breath. If Tywin was making a pre-dawn push, it meant the final piece had slipped away. He ordered the horns to rally the defenders. Men rushed to the walls, grabbing bows and spears. The Golden Company captains led squads to pre-assigned bastions. Elephants were guided to the gate area, though how effective they'd be against siege towers remained uncertain. Rain still pattered in intermittent sheets, soaking everything. Torches sputtered as shapes moved across the muddy fields. Ned ascended the ramparts with Robb on one side and a Golden Company officer on the other. Dawn light was just creeping over the horizon, enough to show 2 monstrous towers looming out of the gloom, each bristling with archers. A line of Lannister infantry advanced behind them, bearing tall shields. A volley of arrows whistled from the tower parapets, rattling the city's battlements. Some found their mark in the gloom. Ned heard cries of pain from men on the walls. But the defenders responded with a thunderous return of arrow fire and crossbow bolts. The Golden Company's discipline showed. Ranks of bowmen stepped forward in unison to launch a coordinated volley, then stepped back to reload. Lannister men toppled in the mud. Yet the siege towers crept on, pushed by teams of men hidden behind thick wooden walls. The city's watchers tried to pivot a scorpion bolt thrower to strike them, but the angle was awkward and the rain had soaked the strings. On and on, the towers inched forward. Ned rushed to a vantage point, shouting for more archers to concentrate fire on the men pushing the contraptions. The Great Jon led a cluster of experienced longbowmen, and their arrows fell with deadly force. Screams rose as Lannister pushers died or abandoned their levers. One tower slowed, listing to one side on sodden ground. The other, however, kept coming, approaching a section of the wall that was slightly lower. Meanwhile, the crackle of a torch in Lannister hands signaled an attempt to start an even more dangerous approach. Some men carried tar-soaked ladders, hoping to scale the walls if the tower's approach stalled. The defenders hurled pots of flaming pitch, but the rain hindered the fires from catching well. The siege tower's roof was layered with wet hides that resisted ignition. Archers from inside it continued to pepper the walls, forcing the defenders to crouch behind merlons. Bolts whined overhead. An arrow struck a soldier near Ned, sending the man tumbling with a choked cry. Robb cursed, trying to haul the wounded soldier behind cover. Mudslick water pooled on the stone walkway, turning the battlements slippery. At last, the Golden Company's officer beside Ned barked an order to his men, and a crew began maneuvering a massive crossbow-like engine they had hauled onto the ramparts. They cranked it with practiced speed, ignoring the streaming rain. With a deep thrum, the engine loosed a heavy bolt the size of a spear at the oncoming tower. It struck home with a splintering sound, punching through the tower's front plating. But the tower kept rolling, albeit slowed. Another bolt hammered into it, snapping a wheel. the entire contraption lurched. Ned prayed it would tip over, but somehow the men pushing it compensated, setting wedges to keep it upright. Then a piercing horn blast split the air from below. Through the gloom, Ned spotted a figure in bright Lannister armor, Jaime Lannister, most likely, urging men forward to steady the tower. Ned ground his teeth. The assault was no feint, it was real and determined. He caught sight of the second tower, half collapsed in the mud, burning feebly, but the Lannisters had shifted men to support the functioning one. The defenders had to break it now or face a breach at the top of the walls. The Greyjohn roared from a nearby crenel, more pitch. Burn it good. Buckets were lifted up, men scurrying along the parapet, trying to douse the tower with flammable oils. Some soared true, smashing against the tower's top. Others missed or spilled too soon. Flaming arrows zipped across. The tower's wet hides began to steam, but not fully ignite. The downpour had lessened to a drizzle, but it was enough to hamper a conflagration. Meanwhile, Lannister archers from the tower inflicted more casualties on the walls. Suddenly, the tower was barely 5 yards from the city's outer rampart. Ned heard shouting from below, "They're dropping the bridge. Watch for the ramp." The top of the tower had a pivoting drawbridge that could latch onto the city's battlements, enabling troops to rush across. Under the hail of arrows, Lannister soldiers positioned large iron hooks. Another crossbow bolt from the Golden Company slammed into the tower's side, but it was too late. With a groan of wood and iron, the drawbridge was shoved forward. A wooden ramp banged against the crenellations. For a heartbeat, there was a tangle of men on both sides, archers trying to get off one last shot. Then Lannister knights in plate charged across, howling war cries. Ned drew his sword, the ring of steel echoing. If the Lannisters established a foothold on the wall, they might seize a gatehouse or open a path for more. The Greatjon and a dozen men rushed to meet them. The fighting was brutal and close, men slipping on rain-slick stone, steel shrieking as swords clashed. Ned joined the fray, blocking a slash from a knight who had the lion crest on his helm. He felt the impact jar his arm, but he twisted his blade free and retaliated with a savage cut at the knight's exposed thigh. The man howled, falling back. Robb was there too, fending off a spearman who tried to skewer him. Robb batted the spear aside and rammed his sword into the man's side. Blood spattered. Another Lannister knight swung a mace at Jory Castle, who ducked beneath the blow and gutted him with a quick thrust. The walkway became a chaotic scrum, with bodies slipping over the edge or collapsing in heaps. More men poured across the drawbridge. The Golden Company's pike line engaged them, driving long spears into the onrushing knights. Grunts and screams merged in a cacophony. Ned parried blow after blow, sweat mingling with rain on his brow. The stench of blood and wet hide stung his nostrils. Gradually, the defenders took control. The narrow walkway favored the defending side, and the well-coordinated Cell's words forced the Lannister knights into a funnel. The Greatjon hacked apart a standard-bearer, sending a red lion banner toppling over the parapet. With relentless pushes and stabs, they began forcing the intruders back toward the tower. The men behind them stumbled over corpses. Some tried to retreat. Ned glimpsed one Lannister soldier flailing as he fell from the walkway, screaming until he hit the ground far below. Then a jarring crack sounded from the tower itself. The crossbow engine was reloaded once more, and a fresh bolt tore through a support beam near the tower's roof. Wood splintered and the entire top platform lurched sideways. With a groan, the drawbridge sagged. Men still on it scrambled for purchase, crying out in panic. Another bolt flew, striking near the same spot. The wooden structure gave way, collapsing in a shriek of twisting metal. The drawbridge ripped free from the city's parapet, hurling men into the open air. Some landed against the tower's slope, others plummeted to the muddy earth. The tower itself sagged, half-broken. Cheers rose from the defenders. Ned stepped back, panting. The immediate threat was gone, but the carnage lay all around. The second tower had never reached the walls, left behind in the mud. Lannister forces below realized the assault had failed, and horns sounded a retreat. Archers on the walls rained arrows on the fleeing men, though many escaped behind raised shields. Through the gloom, Ned could see the glint of gilded armor as Jaime Lannister led them away, presumably cursing his luck. In the aftermath, the walkway was littered with the fallen, Lannister and Stark alike. Men groaned, bleeding out on the wet stones. The Golden Company took immediate steps to clear the ramparts, carrying the wounded to the nearest maester station. Ned wiped sweat from his brow, scanning the survivors for Robb. He found his son leaning against a merlin, breathing hard, sword dripping. Robb looked up, nodded to show he was unhurt. Nearby, Ser Jory Castle knelt beside a fallen Stark soldier, pressing a cloth to a chest wound. The Greatjon, spattered with blood, roared in triumph, though tears welled in his eyes at the sight of slain Northmen. Ned approached, kneeling by one of the dead, an older man from the Dreadfort, his eyes staring blankly at the gray sky. Another soul lost to Lannister ambition. Despite the victory, Ned felt only sorrow. Collect the wounded, he told the men. Give the dead proper rites, and see to it that no second assault can catch us off guard. They may try again. The great Jon spat. Let them try. They left a score of their best men on our walls. Roose Bolton's voice, calm as ever, drifted from behind. They might only be testing our strength. Next time, they'll come at a different gate or with a larger force. Ned nodded heavily. We must remain vigilant. When the morning mist cleared, it revealed the battered remains of the siege towers just beyond the wall. Crows circled overhead, drawn by the scent of blood. Lannister soldiers under a white banner came forward to collect their dead. Ned, honoring the custom, allowed them to approach so long as they came unarmed. Scowling men trudged through the mud, dragging bodies away. The defenders did likewise for their own fallen. A grim hush settled over the battlefield, each side reluctant to speak. One Lannister knight, half his helm caved in, moaned until a comrade silenced him. We're spared no dignity. Back inside the Red Keep, Ned was greeted with anxious faces. Sansa and Arya clung to one another, each pale at the news of the fighting. Catelyn embraced Ned in relief, but her eyes brimmed with tears when she heard how many were lost. Tyrion, who had been under watch in his rooms, shook his head when told of the failed assault. It's unlike my father to commit so rashly. Perhaps Jaime convinced him it was worth a gamble. Ned slumped in a chair, removing his soaked cloak. They tested us. They learned how we'll defend. Next time, they might commit more fully. He looked to Tyrion with a tired gaze. If you have any further counsel that might prevent another bloodbath, I welcome it. The dwarf shrugged, subdued. If my father is impatient, it means he's wary of outside interference, maybe Stannis or Renly approaching. Or the Golden Company's presence has him rattled. As for preventing another battle, unless you meet his demands or find a new leverage, I doubt he'll stand idle. Ned let out a bitter breath. We'll see what negotiations can be had. For now, your father lost men and we lost men. The city bleeds anew. They parted in mutual frustration. The next few days brought a lull as both sides licked their wounds. Rain clouds lingered, turning the fields outside the walls to thick mud. No more siege towers rolled forward for the moment. Scouts reported that Tywin's knights had begun to build a network of trenches instead, possibly preparing for a longer siege or preventing any large sally. Jaime was glimpsed less often, presumably recovering from the fiasco. Meanwhile, inside the city, the Golden Company reinforced the battered section of wall and set lookouts for any sign of renewed assault. One afternoon, as Ned reviewed supply inventories, Baelish arrived, wearing a satisfied smirk. Congratulations on your victory, Lord Protector, he said in that smooth tone. How does it feel to outsmart the kingslayer? Ned, leaning over a table of scribbled notes, barely lifted his gaze. We only repulsed one attack. Many good men died. If that's your notion of victory, you can keep it. Baelish chuckled. Pessimistic as ever. But be that as it may, your new Sellsword friends have proven their value. Let's hope the crown's coffers can sustain them, yes? Ned scowled. You came here only to gloat about the cost of this war? Not exactly. I bring another tidbit of information. The Iron Bank's representatives and bravos want a meeting with you. They've sent word that a certain Hagen Batil, a banker of high rank, will arrive within the month to finalize certain loan details. It seems they desire reassurance that the realm will repay them once you secure final victory. Ned exhaled. So we sink deeper into debt. I expected as much. Baelish placed a hand over his heart, feigning sympathy. All wars are expensive, dear Lord Stark. Just be sure you remain in control of the city long enough to pay them back. The Iron Bank has a reputation. The Iron Bank will have its due. They can fund your enemies if you fail to repay. But let's not worry about that, not yet. Ned's stomach churned. Another layer of chains. The city was already bursting with tension, and now the realm owed massive sums to foreign bankers. All for a war that might never have begun. Had Robert lived, or had Cersei's treachery not blossomed? Ned forced himself to keep calm. If that's all, Baelish. One more item. Baelish leaned closer. Some of my informants report stirrings in the Red Keep's deeper passages. You might recall the labyrinth beneath the dungeons. I hear scratching, scurrying, as if certain locked doors were being tested from within. Could be a rumor or could be connected to old smuggling routes. Just in case, you might want to place extra guards. We wouldn't want another attempt on the Queen's freedom. Ned's eyes narrowed. I already locked up the last conspirators. Baelish shrugged lightly. Plots sprout like weeds here. Kill one, two more arise. Best stay vigilant." He departed, leaving Ned with an unsettling sense that the city itself was riddled with hidden cracks and chutes, any of which might lead to a betrayal. That night, Ned ordered more guards posted in the dungeons, the cellars, the forgotten storerooms, anywhere that might open onto a tunnel. Varys concurred, saying King Maegor's labyrinth could hide an entire army if one knew the secret ways. So the Red Keep bristled with watchers, from the highest tower to the lowest subcellar. Soldiers paced the corridors at all hours, making the fortress feel like a caged beast, stirred and restless. For a few more days, the uneasy stalemate continued. The city's daily struggles did not abate, but the immediate threat of a second tower assault was lessened by the mud and the discouraging effect of the first failure. Ned found short moments to breathe, to speak with his daughters, to ensure they were as safe as could be. Sansa tried to remain ladylike, though her eyes often shone with tears. Arya grew more restless, her face set in that sullen scowl she wore when she felt caged. Ned comforted them both as best he could, wishing they could return to Winterfell. Yet he dared not send them away, not while the roads were unsafe and Tywin's men roamed the countryside. One gray dawn, Ned stood on a balcony overlooking the city. The wind carried the smell of wet straw and cooking fires from below. He thought of the days when Robert Baratheon had reigned, when feasts and hunts dominated King's Landing's gossip. How far they had fallen into dread and hunger. A flutter of wings made him turn. A raven landed on the balcony rail, a message tube strapped to its leg. Ned took it carefully, feeding the bird a crumb from his pocket. Then he unrolled the scrap of parchment. To Lord Stark, news from the north. The Night's Watch begs for more men. Strange sightings continue. Requests urgent assistance. Maester Luwin. A pang struck Ned's heart. Another plea from the wall, and he stood helpless in the capital, entangled in war. He whispered to the raven, "I know. I wish I could help." The bird tilted its head, uncomprehending. With a sigh, Ned penned a quick reply on a fresh scrap of parchment. "The realm stands in turmoil, but I have not forgotten my duty. Hold fast. Send ravens to the great lords, remind them of the oath that stands above all." Eddard Stark. He sealed it, tied it to the raven, and released the bird into the pallid sky. A hollow feeling lingered in his stomach. If the war dragged on, the North might be left vulnerable to nightmares the South insisted on dismissing. The realm needed unity, or at least an end to these feuds, sooner rather than later. He turned away from the balcony. If Tywin or Stannis or Renly or all of them battered down the gates, the entire realm would be lost to petty ambition. Ned had to endure, preserve the city, keep the hostages, and hope that a new turn of fate might bring a chance for real peace, a chance to unify against the greater threat. He prayed the old gods would guide him, though in King's Landing the old gods seemed very far away indeed. As the sun rose higher, footsteps approached behind him. He turned to see Ser Jorah, who bowed lightly. "My lord, word from our scouts, the Lannister lines remain quiet. No new engines spotted, but rumor from travelers suggests more Tyrell banners might be only days away." Ned rubbed the bridge of his nose. "We'll stand ready. See to it that the Golden Company is well informed." "Yes, my lord." Jorah hesitated. "And Tyrion has asked for another meeting. He says it's important." Ned sighed. "Then let me hear him. Even a spark of good news might be welcome." He followed Jorah through the torchlit corridors to Tyrion's suite, half dreading whatever new twist the dwarf might present. The city was at the edge of war, the realm was battered by fractious kings, and Ned's conscience cried out for the far north. Still he soldiered on, one foot in front of the other. He reminded himself of the Stark's words, "Winter is coming." Hard times demanded unyielding courage. So he steeled himself, prepared to face whatever news or scheme Tyrion Lannister would bring, in the hope that somewhere, somehow, there might yet be a path to spare the 7 kingdoms from doom. Thus the Wolf King carried on, heavy with burdens, at the heart of a city under siege and a realm spiraling toward its fate. Tyrion Lannister stood by the narrow window in his appointed suite, arms folded as he stared at a thin band of daylight that carved across the floor. Ned noticed the dwarf's tense posture as soon as he entered. Tyrion wore a dark maroon doublet with outhouse sigils, as if trying to downplay his heritage, but nothing could disguise the blonde hair or the quick intelligence that flashed in his eyes. A single guard stationed himself by the door, having escorted Ned inside. At Ned's curt nod, the guard stepped out of earshot, though he lingered near enough that Tyrion could not slip away unseen. Ned exhaled, rubbing a persistent ache in his shoulder from the morning's grueling patrol of the walls. "You summon me," he said without preamble. "I hope you have something of substance." Tyrion turned from the window. His expression was uncharacteristically sober. "Believe me, this is not a time for idle chatter. I've received word secretly from a contact outside the city about developments in the west. It seems Tywin has been in deeper communication with the Tyrells than even I realized. My father may be planning a far grander maneuver than a simple siege." Ned's eyes narrowed. The flicker of tension that had followed him through every corridor sharpened. "Go on. How do you have such a contact, and what is Tywin's plan?" Tyrion sighed. "You know that my father's cunning is not limited to flinging armies at walls. He's also a master of alliances. I suspect he's courting Mace Tyrell with the promise of marriage pacts and future royal favor if Joffrey is restored. My source says that part of the Tyrell host might soon detach from the main conflict in the Reach and swing east, effectively encircling King's Landing from the south, while Tywin holds the west and north roads." He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. "If that happens, your precious supply routes through the river may be in danger, and even the Golden Company's presence might not stave off a full investment." Ned's pulse quickened. The entire city was one missed supply convoy away from famine. If the Tyrells blockade the Blackwater or cut off the roads from the Rose Road region, we'd have no route for grain. This city is already close to hunger. Tyrion dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Precisely. Which means you can expect the cost of bread to soar even further and riots to intensify. Tywin might let King's Landing tear itself apart from within. No need for a direct assault." Ned paced the room, the scuffed soles of his boots scraping the old stones. Through a narrow window, he heard the faint clang of a blacksmith's hammer from the courtyard. The city's unrelenting energy throbbed all around him. "We have a few weeks, maybe a month's worth of reserves if we ration. But that's with partial shipments still coming upriver. If that route is cut, we'll see mass starvation in half that time." Tyrion's mouth formed a tight line. The Tyrells command the breadbasket of the Reach. They know precisely how to starve out a city. My father, for all his cunning, is not an expert in agriculture, but the Tyrells are. And Mace Tyrell has no love for House Stark. Remember, he wanted his daughter wed to the next king. If he sees a path for Marjorie to become queen, through Joffrey, or even Tommen or Myrcella once they're grown, he'll go to great lengths. Ned considered that, hands clasped behind his back. It was vile. The entire realm had become a labyrinth of potential betrothals, each child a bargaining piece. "We have the Golden Company, yes. But not enough to break a full encirclement if both Lannisters and Tyrells join forces. Could Stannis or Renly challenge them in time? That's the only question left." Tyrion made a soft, humorless laugh. "Renly is locked in a precarious dance with Stannis in the Reach. News is contradictory. Some say Renly is winning small engagements, others say Stannis' discipline will eventually triumph. Either way, it's uncertain they'll come here soon enough. And if one of the Baratheon brothers does approach, Tywin might ally with the other brother to finish them. The realm is in a savage free-for-all." Ned's frustration churned. Every corner he turned, the path was blocked by a new threat. The King's Landing he had known when Robert reigned, already a pit of intrigues, had become an outright battlefield. If Tywin intends to strangle us with a Tyrell blockade, we must disrupt that alliance somehow or find relief from another quarter. Tyrion gave a slight shrug. "I can approach my father again, but I doubt any sweet words from me will deter him if he sees victory close at hand. As for the Tyrells, do you have anything they want more than a prospective royal match?" That question lingered, dark as a thunderhead. Ned had no new bargaining chip. Myrcella and Tommen were gone. Joffrey was older but hardly a prize, especially if House Stark refused to seat him on the throne. Sansa and Arya were Ned's own daughters, and the thought of offering either to House Tyrell in a betrothal turned his stomach. He would not stoop so low. Silence weighed in the small chamber. At last, Ned sighed. "I'll need to think on this. If you learn more from your contact, you'll inform me." Tyrion studied him. "I will. In truth, Lord Stark, I'd prefer not to see King's Landing starve. Even with all my father's arrogance, I have a shred of pity for these poor fools in the streets." Ned nodded curtly. "I appreciate that. Until next time, Lannister." He left, gloom pounding in his chest. Outside, Jory Castle fell in step beside him, having stood guard. "Your face says the news wasn't good," Jory observed quietly. Ned's eyes flicked over the corridor, making sure none could overhear. "Worse than we feared. The Tyrells might close off our supply lines. Ready the men for the possibility of a longer, more desperate siege. and keep the Golden Company fully informed so we can plan for contingencies. Jory's jaw tightened. Aye, my lord. They walked in tense silence through the castle's halls. That day, Ned conferred again with Captain Strickland of the Golden Company and with Peter Baelish, who was ironically now the realm's best chance of acquiring outside grain shipments through covert deals, even from some unscrupulous merchants in Essos if needed. Baelish once more proposed questionable methods of raising coin, talks with Lysini traders, secret shipments, and uncertain arrangement with Volantine speculators. Ned accepted them grudgingly. Necessity overshadowed his distaste. The city had to eat. Word arrived soon after from Harrenhal that Tywin had left a skeleton garrison there, giving control to Ser Gregor Clegane, the mountain who was rampaging across the Riverlands once again. That only confirmed Ned's suspicion that Tywin was focusing all his main strength on the capital. Another raven from River untold of local lords in the Riverlands attempting to fend off Lannister foraging parties, with meager results. Ned felt the stirrings of guilt. If the city were not so close to crisis, he might have marched out to defend the Tully Heartlands. But every day the threat to King's Landing grew. If he led an army beyond the walls, the city might fall the moment his back was turned. Restless days blended into anxious nights. The weather turned unseasonably hot, baking the muddy fields into cracked clay. The stench of refuse in Flea Bottom rose to new heights. Rotting fish and excrement mingled in the alleyways, fueling disease. Maesters fretted about outbreaks in the Purr wards. The Golden Company patrolled daily to maintain order, but tension simmered. Fights over bread turned lethal. The new cell's words clashed with local criminals, sometimes leaving corpses in the gutters. Ned tried to project calm from the Red Keep, but the city's restlessness was like a pot near boiling. One afternoon, Ned received an unexpected visitor, Davos Seaworth, the so-called Onion Knight, an envoy from Stannis. He arrived under a modest escort of Stormland men, slipping past the Lannister lines under a white banner. He was admitted to the Red Keep, though wary stares followed him every step. Ned greeted him in a lesser hall. Davos had a ragged, unassuming look, lined face, short beard, a humble manner. He bowed stiffly, presenting a sealed letter bearing Stannis' sigil. Lord Stark, Davos said, voice hoarse from travel, my king sends me with an urgent message. A subtle emphasis on my king revealed the man's sincerity. Ned took the parchment, cracked the wax, and read. Stannis' tone was as brusque as ever, demanding that Ned yield the throne to the rightful Baratheon and renounce any claim that might conflict with Stannis'. If Ned complied, Stannis vowed to march on King's Landing in the name of justice to break Tywin's siege. Ned felt a pang of annoyance. Stannis offered no real compromise, only the sense that the Wolf King must cede power immediately or be deemed an enemy. Ned's gaze flicked to Davos. You risked much to come here, Ned said quietly. I see Stannis has not softened his approach. He demands we lay down arms, hand him the city, deliver Joffrey for punishment, and discard any foreign cells word alliances. And in exchange, we get his help against Tywin if he chooses to come soon. Davos cleared his throat. His Grace believes you have no rightful claim to the crown, that you took it under dire circumstances to keep the Lannisters from it. He acknowledges that. But he insists the throne is his by blood and law. There can be no middle ground. Ned kept his voice calm, though frustration built in him. We had no wish to claim the throne either. But necessity forced my hand. The realm is in chaos. Stannis must see that if the city falls to Tywin, it could lead to widespread slaughter. He does see that, Davos said, which is why he offers you this chance to avoid a confrontation with his forces. If you proclaim Stannis the king, open the gates to him, and let him judge the Lannisters, he promises clemency for your house. He'll confirm you as Warden of the North. He told me so himself. Ned's thoughts churned. He had once believed that if Robert died, Stannis would indeed be the next rightful king, and under normal circumstances, Ned would have supported him. But now, after months of war, seeing Stannis' unyielding stance and the savage ways in which he had spread the worship of Lawler, Ned felt less certain. Stannis might stamp out every trace of dissent with the same iron approach he used on Dragonstone, possibly burning temples of the Seven and branding all traitors as heretics. The city's small folk might leap from the frying pan into the fire. Still, the man was Robert's oldest brother. There was a kernel of justice in his claim. I cannot open the gates to him and relinquish the city while Tywin's army rings us, Ned said at last. That would be suicide. Tywin would see it as an opportunity to attack. We'd be crushed between two forces. Davos frowned. His Grace suggests you do it once he arrives in force, presumably having marched from the south or the east. You could coordinate from inside, ensuring Tywin's men can't slip in first. The city would fall into Stannis' hands, but you'd be spared. And if I refuse? Davos dipped his head. Then I fear he'll brand you an usurper, just like Joffrey. He might try to besiege King's Landing himself. You'd have Lannisters on one side, Stannis on the other. Ned's shoulders sagged. Another potential two-front war. Let me speak plainly. King's Landing cannot survive a siege from two armies. Thousands would starve. Is that the price he's willing to pay to claim the throne? Davos hesitated, sympathy in his eyes. I'll not speak ill of my king, but I do believe Stannis thinks the realm will not truly heal until the rightful line is upheld, no matter the cost. His rightful line is not in doubt, Ned murmured. It's his lack of compromise that is. You realize I can't simply open the gates to him. The Golden Company has been contracted to defend the city from any invader, not just Tywin. They may fight Stannis' approach as surely as they'd fight the Lannisters. Davos grimaced. Then perhaps you can dissolve the contract, or pay them to stand aside. His Grace offers indemnity for all reasonable costs if that ensures a smooth transition of power. But it must happen soon before Tywin cements an alliance with the Tyrells. Ned gave a mirthless chuckle. It always comes back to gold. The Golden Company isn't cheap. We are scraping the bottom of the vaults just to keep them here. I doubt we can just pay them to lay down arms. They will do as they're contracted to do. Davos ran a hand through his thinning hair. I see. Then we are at an impasse. Still, I was ordered to remain in King's Landing for 3 days while you consider. If you choose to accept Stannis' terms, send me back with your pledge in writing, sealed with your ring. Then I will relay it to him. If not, I ride out with your refusal. Ned exhaled. Very well. You'll be treated with courtesy while you're here. Take rest. In 3 days, I'll have an answer. With that, the meeting ended. Ned instructed guards to escort Davos to a decent chamber and allow him to roam the Red Keep under supervision, though not to wander freely among the city folk. Then Ned convened a quick council with Catelyn, Robb, Jory Castle, Roose Bolton, and 2 Golden Company captains. He relayed Stannis' new ultimatum. Reactions were swift and varied. The great Jon, who had joined them again, practically roared that no man would take the city from the Starks. Robb and Catelyn recognized the logic that Stannis was indeed the rightful Baratheon, but they feared his fanatic streak. Roose Bolton calmly suggested that forging an alliance with Stannis might be better than starved destruction under Tywin. The Golden Company captains voiced concerns about a shift in contracts. Once again, they reminded Ned that their loyalty was to the official occupant of King's Landing, so long as he paid, unless that occupant forcibly removed them or sold them out. They had no desire to fight a second major force in open battle. Ned wrestled with the choice. If he refused Stannis entirely, the city might face an unstoppable convergence of Tywin and Tyrell might on one side and Stannis' fervor on the other. But if Ned accepted Stannis and opened the gates at the right moment, they might oust Tywin. Then again, if the Golden Company refused to stand aside, the city might become a 3-way battlefield. Grim hours passed, ending with Ned telling them all he needed time to think. The final decision weighed solely on his shoulders. That night, Ned wandered the Red Keep's Godswood. Though the southern Godswood was a pale echo of the ancient groves in the north, the hush of leaves and the murmur of a small fountain offered him some respite. He knelt on the damp grass, remembering Winterfell's weirwood. He let the memories of cold bark and red leaves surround him. In his mind's eye, he heard the old gods whisper that winter was coming, that a greater threat loomed beyond petty crowns. He recalled Jon, still at the wall, presumably with no idea how dire the capital's predicament had become. Could the realm endure a second long night if it was too busy devouring itself to unite? A rustle made Ned look up. Catelyn stood at the edge of the clearing, hands folded. He rose slowly, reading the worry in her face. She stepped closer and set a hand on his arm. I knew you'd be here, she said softly. It's the only place you find solace. His voice was low. I'm not sure there's solace anywhere in this nest of vipers. But sometimes I can almost pretend it's a corner of the north. She glanced around, then met his eyes. If you're determined to hold the city, this war might last for months or a year. How many will die? How many times can we repel Tywin or Stannis? He shook his head. I wish I had an answer. I keep thinking there must be a path to a great council that seats a king by consensus. But the lords are too hungry for power, each with their own grudges. Meanwhile, the city teeters on a knife's edge. The Tyrells loom. Stannis demands submission. Renly is somewhere in the Reach forging alliances. I fear we'll all be undone. She stepped close enough that he could smell the faint hint of lavender in her hair. Ned, I've watched you shoulder this burden since you seized the throne to protect our daughters. You meant only to keep them safe from the Lannisters. But now we're at risk from every side. I worry for you, and for them. Sansa hasn't smiled in weeks. Arya grows restless. Bran and Rickon remain so far away. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The price we pay only grows. He placed a palm gently on her cheek. I know. Each day, I question whether I should have refused Robert's request to come south in the first place. But what's done is done. If we yield now, the city falls to chaos or to a cruel victor. The Lannisters might slaughter everyone who ever defied them. Her voice trembled. Stannis might do the same if he sees them all as traitors. Or at best, he'd rule with an iron fist and no mercy. Perhaps the city's fate is doom either way. They stood together in silence, the wellspring trickling softly behind them. At length, Ned kissed her brow. I'll find a path somehow. We must survive. If it costs me this throne, so be it, but not if it condemns our people to a bloodbath. I can't let Tywin waltz in or open the gates blindly to Stannis. I must find a middle course. She leaned into him, letting him hold her in the hush of the godswood. In that moment, they almost felt removed from the labyrinth of intrigues outside. But soon enough, a distant horn call from the ramparts reminded them the city never truly slept. Ned drew a breath, steeling himself. Another day would dawn with new perils, and he would face it as best he could. By morning's light, he summoned Davos Seaworth again, determined to glean more about Stannis' intentions. They met in a small sitting room off the Tower of the Hand, with Jory Castle present as a quiet guard. Ned offered Davos fresh bread and watered wine, simple fare. Davos, gracious, accepted. Once they were seated, Ned cleared his throat. I must know more about Stannis' line of thinking. Does he truly plan to burn every sept if the people resist his new religion? I hear rumors of red priests in his retinue. Davos set the cup aside. He has Melisandre, the Red Woman, who preaches the Lord of Light. I won't lie, she's influenced him deeply. But does he plan to burn every sept? No. That rumor grows from smaller acts of purging. On Dragonstone, the 7 statues were cast down, yes. He believes the old gods are false. But his main goal is to see the rightful king enthroned. He's not blind to the realm's traditions, though he's not exactly tolerant. He demands fealty. If you swear it, I suspect he'll let King's Landing keep its septs, so long as no rebellion brews. Ned gave a short, skeptical nod. A small comfort. But the people here revere the 7. They might not take kindly to a king who calls them false gods. Davos shifted. True. That's partly why Stannis is so urgent about capturing the city quickly before it can unify against him or before Tywin consolidates power. He sees time as his enemy. If House Tyrell fully commits to House Lannister, Stannis might face 2 great armies. Better to claim King's Landing fast, gain the symbolic seat of power, and then rally the realm. And in that scenario, Ned said, voice grim, we become an obstacle unless we open the gates to him. He thought of the starving smallfolk. Would Stannis at least feed the city if he took it? The war has ravaged farmland around the capital. Davos lowered his eyes. He's had some success in the Stormlands, recapturing storehouses. He'd likely bring supplies, yes, once the route is safe. But every day Tywin and Renly clash with him in the Reach or hamper his supply lines is a day less food he can spare. Ned mulled that, then folded his hands. If I were to propose a partial alliance where Stannis could march to relieve the siege, but I keep the city's defenses under my command, would he accept that? We could then hold a formal council here to confirm him as king. Perhaps it would calm the realm if he shows mercy instead of riding in at the head of an army. Davos shook his head slowly. I fear not. Stannis does not trust half measures. He wants to be recognized outright, not delayed by more councils. He tried to call one at Dragonstone, or so he claims, but no one heeded it. That's why he declares that might will make right if right alone doesn't suffice. Ned grimaced. Then we truly are at an impasse. He requires unconditional recognition. Tywin demands unconditional surrender to Joffrey or someone of Lannister's choosing. Both sides see the city as a prize, and the city itself is ready to starve. Davos's weathered face showed quiet sympathy. I wish I had better tidings, but I'm an onion smuggler who found a lord's favor. I see the realm through simpler eyes. If you cannot hold this city against Tywin, then the outcome is the same. Tywin wins, Joffrey is king, or Myrcella or Tommen if Joffrey dies, with your family at risk. If you accept Stannis' terms, at least you stand with the rightful Baratheon and you keep House Stark in a place of honor. That's all I can say. Ned bowed his head. I'll give you my answer tomorrow. Once Davos departed, Ned felt the walls closing in. He had hoped for any sign of compromise from Stannis, but none was forthcoming. After an hour of pacing and half-formed plans, he called on Tyrion again to see if the dwarf had gleaned anything else from his father's lines. Tyrion sat in the same suite as before, flipping through a thin volume of old lore, perhaps to pass the time. When Ned arrived, Tyrion closed the book with a soft thump. Lord Stark, Tyrion greeted, inclining his head. To what do I owe the pleasure? Ned explained Stannis' offer in broad strokes, including the possibility that Stannis might soon become a threat if he advanced on the city at the same time Tywin pressed from the west. Tyrion tapped his fingertips together, listening quietly. This is quite the predicament, Tyrion said. If you let Stannis in, you risk a war inside the city, for Tywin won't stand idle while Stannis fortifies the capital. Or, if you remain in defiance of Stannis, you might end up with him at your gate while Tywin is still camped outside. Hardly an enviable position. Ned's voice hardened. I'm well aware, thank you. Tyrion nodded, unoffended by the edge in Ned's tone. Might I ask if Stannis has mentioned punishment for my father or for Joffrey, specifically? I assume he wants them tried for treason or something worse. He does, Ned confirmed. He calls them usurpers and demands justice. For you, he hasn't said a word. Tyrion smirked faintly. How kind. Perhaps he forgets I exist. Ned shrugged. He sees you as less pivotal, I imagine. Or maybe he lumps you in with the rest. It matters little given the shape of things. Tyrion rose from his seat, pacing a tight circle. So you must choose between a rock and a hard place. House Lannister starves you out, or House Baratheon storms in under the fiery banner of a new god. My father is wagering that your resources will break first, especially if the Tyrells tighten their grip. Ned glowered at the mention of the Tyrell blockade. We can't survive a pinch from both directions. Tyrion stopped, resting a hand on the back of a chair. One potential angle, although risky in the extreme, would be to sow mistrust between House Tyrell and my father before they fully unite. If the Tyrells see a chance that Stannis might actually win, they could keep their distance, waiting for a better alliance. Mace Tyrell rarely commits to a losing side. If you can convince them you'll yield the city to Stannis, they might fear being on the wrong side. Ned considered that, mind-spinning. But I have no direct line to Mace Tyrell. He's in the Reach with Renly or possibly forging a separate path. Or he has representatives near Harrenhal. We can't be certain where his main forces are. And if I do that, I risk driving the Tyrells into Tywin's arms more quickly. They might see it as desperation. All true, Tyrion allowed. Yet if you do nothing, they'll come anyway. Perhaps a well-placed rumor spread by your spymaster that you're on the verge of swearing fealty to Stannis. If that rumor reaches the Tyrell leadership, they might slow their moves, wanting to see if Stannis truly becomes unstoppable. That hesitation could buy you time. Ned gave him a guarded look. You think sowing a rumor alone could shift the course of events? Tyrion spread his hands. Wars have been altered by less. If Mace Tyrell believes you intend to align with Stannis, he might recall that Stannis is the rightful heir no matter how unpleasant. Tyrell pride won't want to be the last house to accept a new king. And if Stannis wins the war, he won't treat the Tyrells kindly if they marched on King's Landing to help Tywin. So they might stall. Ned drummed his fingers against his thigh. A rumor war could indeed cause confusion. But it also might tip off Stannis that Ned was using his name in vain, incurring his anger if he found it out. So many unknowns. I'll think on it. Tyrion dipped his head. You have my counsel for what it's worth. Ned took his leave, carrying that kernel of an idea in his mind. By the next morning, he'd resolved on a plan, spread a whisper that Eddard Stark might soon embrace Stannis as king, publicly, in exchange for a promise of leniency and a stable city. Let that rumor waft through the ranks of the Golden Company, the city's merchants, and perhaps slip out to the Lannisters. If the Tyrell lords caught wind, they might rethink which side to throw themselves behind. Ned consulted Varys, who was an expert at rumorcraft. Varys showed a mild smile of approval and agreed to discreetly let the city's rumor mills run with the notion that Lord Stark is on the brink of welcoming Stannis. That same day, Ned gave Davos Seaworth a carefully non-committal refusal letter, saying he could not yield the city at once but remained open to further discussions if Stannis approached with good faith. Davos left, disappointed but not entirely hopeless. Over the next week, Ned watched to see if the rumor took root. Word spread among the city folk that the Wolf King might soon invite Stannis to march in. Some responded with dread, imagining the Red Priests setting everything ablaze. Others grew hopeful, thinking that a Real King might end the stalemate. The Golden Company officers were curious, but Ned fed them no direct answer. If the story leaked to Tywin's lines, he might fear that Stannis was about to unify with Ned, forcing Tywin to launch an immediate assault or else retreat. But the days passed with no large assault. Instead, reports trickled in that Tywin's envoys were riding north, possibly seeking alliances with the Freys or the Boltons. Ned found that last notion chilling. Roose Bolton was in King's Landing, loyal to him for now, but Bolton men in the Dreadfort might be swayed by gold or fear. The rumor indeed reached the west. A Lannister outrider was caught near the city gates, evidently trying to slip in to confirm the talk. Under interrogation, he admitted that Tywin's camp was abuzz with gossip that Ned Stark had grown close to Stannis' men. The outrider said Tywin believed it was just another bluff, but some Lannister bannermen worried that a Stark-Baratheon union would devastate them. The Tyrell presence outside the city remained uncertain. No large Tyrell force had arrived, but watchers saw smaller contingents of men bearing the Golden Rose banner, possibly scouts, possibly foragers. The noose was half-formed, waiting for a heavier rope. One late afternoon, as the city sweltered under a punishing sun, a commotion at the main gate drew Ned's attention. He hurried there with a contingent of Stark men to discover that a handful of travelers had arrived on foot, demanding to see the Wolf King. They claimed to be from the north, near the Neck, and carried urgent tidings. Suspicious that it might be Lannister spies, Ned carefully had them brought inside under guard to a corner of the courtyard. A scrawny man with a battered face introduced himself as Jedran Marsh, a minor retainer of House Reed. He clutched a letter marked with the black direwolf sigil. Ned recognized the wax, House Stark's own. Without wasting words, Ned broke the seal and read the scrawled message. Robb stepped forward, anxious. "Who is it from, father?" Ned's heart thudded as he took in the short letter. "It's from your brother, Bran, or rather from Maester Luwin writing on his behalf. Something about the ironborn raiding the northern coast." He scanned further, eyes widening. "They say House Greyjoy might be stirring again, harassing small fishing villages on the stony shore. Lord Balon Greyjoy never forgave the realm for quashing his rebellion. They fear a potential new uprising. But there's more. It also warns that the Boltons are uneasy, possibly making covert pacts with the Lannisters." Robb blanched. "The Boltons? But Lord Roose is here with us." Ned passed him the note. "The rumor is that some of his kin might defy us if Tywin offers them a better deal. Our hold on the north could be threatened if Greyjoy attacks and certain northern houses waver." Robb's hand tightened around the parchment. "Damn them. Father, we must do something. We can't let the ironborn ravage the coast. And the Boltons, if they betray us, the north could crumble." Ned's stomach twisted. The north was always supposed to be the bedrock of his strength, yet with him and Robb so far away, others might see opportunity. He turned to Jedran Marsh, the weary envoy who had risked so much to bring the letter. "How are conditions on the Neck? Is Mot Catelyn secure?" Marsh swallowed, still panting. "Last I heard, Lord Howland Reed keeps watch from the Crannogs. He says Mot Catelyn stands, but ironborn ships have been spotted near Sea Dragon Point. They might sail round to Deepwood Mot. The mountain clans loyal to House Stark remain watchful, but it's chaotic." Ned rubbed his temple. Another front. Another threat. The realm was dissolving into separate wars. He let out a breath. "I can't march north while we're besieged. The Lannisters and Tyrells remain poised. And if I take the city garrison away, Tywin might overrun us." Robb looked stricken. "Father, if we do nothing, the north might bleed. Could we at least send some men, or the Golden Company?" Ned frowned at that. "We can't command the Golden Company to go north. Their contract is to protect King's Landing. And I'm not sure we can spare enough men to matter. The distance is too great. By the time they arrive, the damage might be done." His mind churned. "What if I dispatch a fast rider to Winterfell, instructing them to gather the northern bannermen who remain at home? If I recall, the Umbers, Manderleys, Serwins, some portion should still be able to muster. They can defend the coastline until we see how serious the Greyjoy threat is." Marsh nodded eagerly. "Aye, that might help. The men in the field only need leadership and a sense of the Lord of Winterfell's will. Ned clasped the envoy's shoulder. You've done well. Rest here in King's Landing for now. We'll pen a new letter to Maester Luwin and instruct him to rally the lords as best they can. That same evening, Ned wrote a flurry of directives. He asked Maester Luwin to reassure the bannermen that House Stark still reigned from King's Landing for the time being, but that the North must remain vigilant. He authorized them to call a partial levy if the ironborn attacks worsened. Meanwhile, he spoke in private with Roose Bolton, confronting him over the rumors that certain Bolton kin might be in league with Tywin. Roose offered mild denials, claiming ignorance. His pale eyes betrayed nothing. Ned felt uneasy but could do little more than warn Bolton that any betrayal would be met with deadly retribution. Roose bowed with polite acceptance, though Ned did not trust him in the least. Days slipped by without dramatic shifts at the gates. The half-siege by Tywin continued, with new scouts indicating some Tyrell men had joined the lines but not in massive numbers. The heat simmered, turning the city's stone ramparts into a sweltering furnace by midday. More news arrived from the Riverlands, telling of further depredations by Gregor Clegane. Ned's teeth ground with frustration. He could do nothing while pinned in the city. The Great John raged openly about wanting to ride out and face the mountain, but even he recognized the impossibility of leaving King's Landing too thinly defended. One stifling afternoon, a messenger from the Golden Company came to Ned, announcing that the Captain General, Miles Toyne, had at last landed in King's Landing with the remainder of his forces. Toyne wished to see Ned immediately. Ned went to greet him in the outer yard, accompanied by Ser Jorah and a handful of Stark knights. He found a tall, broad-shouldered man in black and gold armor disembarking from a ship, lines of disciplined cells words behind him. Toyne had a weathered face, a black beard shot with silver, and a golden skull insignia pinned to his cloak. He strode forward with a casual confidence that suggested decades of warfare. "Lord Stark," Toyne said, offering a brisk half-bow. "I had business in Volantis that delayed my arrival. I trust my captains have served you well so far." Ned nodded. "They have. We've repelled at least one Lannister assault, thanks in large part to your men's discipline. I welcome your added strength." He gestured to the yard. "Your ships are quite an impressive sight." Toyne's gaze swept the city walls. "We rarely undertake such large contracts in Westeros. But gold is gold, and your cause is interesting to us." He paused, his voice lowering. "I've been informed that you might be forging a new alliance with Stannis Baratheon. If that is so, does it alter our arrangement?" Ned's heart gave a small jolt. The rumor had indeed reached even the Captain General. "We've made no final alliance. So far, you are contracted to defend King's Landing under the authority of House Stark. That remains in force. Should the city's occupant change to another ruler, we can renegotiate or maintain the contract, depending on the terms. But that's not imminent. The city stands under me for now." Toyne studied Ned's face, perhaps weighing whether to press the matter. Eventually, he nodded. "Then so be it. My men are loyal to the contract. We'll protect your walls from any assault, whether Lannister or Baratheon. The men aboard our final ships will disembark by tomorrow. Then you'll have the full muster of the Golden Company at your service." He turned to watch more men offloading, along with a pair of elephants that rumbled down a wide gangplank, shaking the wharf with each step. The small folk stared in awe from behind a line of guards. Ned found the presence of these exotic beasts both reassuring and surreal. Who would have imagined elephants patrolling the streets of King's Landing? Later, Toyne and Ned retreated to a nearby hall to discuss supply logistics. The Golden Company needed grain, salt, cured meats, and fresh water. Ned promised them what the city could spare, though he made it clear they needed to be mindful of the city's limited resources. They hammered out practical details. Meanwhile, the city braced for what might come next. If the Golden Company was now at full strength, Tywin might accelerate his plans. Yet no new assault materialized that day or the next. Instead, the Lannister lines seemed oddly subdued. Scouts reported that Jaime Lannister had returned westward, possibly to speak with Tywin about something urgent. A restlessness crept through the Red Keep. Ned felt it in the corridors, where guards paced with drawn faces. Even Sansa and Arya sensed it, sneaking questions to the servants about whether the war would soon end. Ned tried to give them reassuring answers, though in truth he feared the worst might only be beginning. At mealtimes, tensions rose between northern lords and Sellsword officers, each suspicious of the other. Cersei still lingered in captivity, silent and brooding. Tyrion remained under a sort of house arrest, though Ned occasionally sought his counsel. Peter Baelish skulked about, whispering that Tywin's finances might outlast Ned's, even with the Iron Bank's loans. War, it seemed, was as much a matter of coin as of steel. And then, on a night when the moon was hidden behind thick clouds, everything changed. Horns from the western walls roused Ned from a doze near the hearth in his solar. He sprang up, heart-thumping. The horns gave 3 rising calls, an alarm used to signal unexpected movement beyond the lines. Ned grabbed his sword belt, raced to the courtyard, and found a swirl of confusion, men half-dressed in armor, some stumbling from the barracks, others strapping on quivers. Robb, also wide-eyed and pulling on a mail shirt, met Ned at the gatehouse steps. "What's happening?" Robb asked, voice taut. Ned shouted for a guard. An officer of the Golden Company emerged, short of breath. "We see torches to the west, beyond Tywin's main camp, thousands of them. They're not Lannister men. A second force approaches from the west. Possibly the Tyrells. Or maybe something else. We can't tell in the dark." Ned's pulse hammered. "Are they attacking Tywin or joining him?" "We don't know," the officer said. "But Tywin's men are in motion. We see lines forming. No assault on us yet." Ned hurried up to the ramparts where Captain Strickland stood peering into the dark fields with a far eye. The ramparts were lit by torches, casting an orange glow on anxious faces. Catelyn soon arrived, cloak hastily thrown over a nightdress, followed by the Great John and others. Roose Bolton lingered a step behind, silent. Far in the western gloom, a haze of torches flickered. Ned tried the far eye, but at this distance, shapes were uncertain. He glimpsed banners swirling, the faint glint of armor. He also saw the Lannister lines stirring, men pulling back, rearranging. Tension radiated across the plain. Then, faintly, came the clash of steel and the cries of war. The watchers strained to see. A swirl of torches converged in the distance, and the sound of horns carried on the night wind. Clearly, a battle had begun, though the city walls were far enough that no one could glean which side was winning. Ned pressed the far eye to his eye again, seeing a faint glimmer of a golden rose in the torchlight. That was the Tyrell sigil. So the Tyrell host had finally arrived. But were they attacking Tywin, or had they come to help him? Moments later, a hue and cry rose from the watchers. A portion of the Lannister lines peeled off from the city's side, turning to face the new threat. Then the clang of swords grew louder, as if the invisible tide of battle had drawn near. A bright flash lit the night, some kind of wildfire or a large bonfire ignited on the western outskirts. Cheering and screaming mingled. Ned gripped the stone merlin, heart-pounding. If the Tyrells attacked Tywin, it could be the break the city needed. But if they were allied with Tywin, they might simply be merging forces to lay a new, unstoppable siege. The watchers gasped as the swirl of torches turned into a chaotic dance. Another wave of men advanced behind the first, brandishing banners that Ned could not identify from so far. He glimpsed a stag-shaped Stannis' men. Could it be that Stannis and the Tyrells had clashed or allied outside Tywin's lines? The confusion mounted. Over the next hour, the watchers glimpsed partial engagements, lines of men charging, the glow of flames near the Lannister supply wagons. It seemed no one was attacking the city, all the fighting was west of Tywin's fortifications. At times, roars and horns rose, carrying in the night air. Ned ordered the gatehouse heavily manned and archers posted on every vantage. The Golden Company formed up in neat ranks behind the walls, prepared to repel any assault. The city braced, but no attack came. Instead, the watchers saw Lannister lines fray and break in some places, as if they were being pushed from behind. So it seemed the newcomers were hostile to Tywin. At one point, a cluster of Lannister horsemen fled eastward, galloping close enough that Ned's archers considered taking shots, but they vanished into the darkness. The Grey John grinned ferociously. May they slaughter each other out there. But tension reigned. If the Tyrells had turned on Tywin, that might be good news for Ned unless the Tyrells then swung to besiege the city themselves. Or if it was Stannis or Renly's men, that might herald a new challenge. The realm's loyalties were splintering too rapidly for easy guesses. Through the night, the watchers monitored the swirl of torches. Distant pockets of flame erupted where supply tents burned. The ring around King's Landing seemed to come undone. Ned glimpsed large numbers of Lannister troops retreating or trying to regroup. If the new arrivals pressed advantage, Tywin's encampment might be undone. But it was all happening in confusion half a league away in the darkness. Near dawn, the roiling clouds parted enough to let a wan glow stretch over the horizon. The watchers saw the battlefield littered with smoldering tents, bodies, and broken wagons. A great mass of armed men formed near the western approach, banners lifted high in the faint light. Ned used the far eye and felt his heart lurch. He saw the golden rose of Highgarden displayed beside something else, a flaming heart with a stag within. Renly's sigil merged with the Tyrell rose. So Renly must have allied with the Tyrells. And there were many of them. Thousands from the look of it. No wonder Tywin's lines had collapsed on that side. In the midst of them all, Ned glimpsed a tall figure in green enameled armor, a swirl of Tyrell shapes on the breastplate. Another figure in golden armor stood near, smaller in stature. Possibly Renly himself. Then he saw what could only be Mace Tyrell's own banner. It was an imposing sight, cavalry with green plumes, foot soldiers wearing the rose crest. If they had indeed joined forces with Renly, that explained the stag-crowned heart. But how, Ned wondered, had they found cause to strike Tywin? Did they come to liberate King's Landing from Lannister control, or to claim it for themselves? The Watchers scanned the remains of Tywin's camp. Many Lannister banners had fled or were still in disarray. The ring around the city to the west was broken. Distant columns of black smoke rose from burned siege equipment. The battered remnants of Tywin's men, perhaps thousands, retreated north or scattered across the fields. Ned felt a surge of grim triumph. Tywin had been undone here, but for how long? As the sun crept higher, the newly arrived host formed ranks a few hundred yards from the edges of Tywin's ravaged entrenchments. They planted banners on a ridge, as if pausing to regroup. Among them, Ned distinguished lines of bright liveried cavalry typical of Highgarden. There were even mounted knights carrying the sigils of lesser-reach houses Rowan, Tarly, O'Hart. They had come in force. A hush spread along King's Landing's walls as men realized the immediate siege had been shattered from behind. Some of Ned's defenders let out cheers. Others waited in nervous silence. For if Renly or the Tyrells meant to lay their own claim to the throne, they might yet approach the city as conquerors. Ned shared a long look with Robb and Catelyn, who had come up beside him. "This changes everything," Ned said quietly. "Tywin is routed. But will Renly come for us next, or does he mean to parley?" Robb glanced at the masked host. "Renly Baratheon. He crowned himself, didn't he? We heard rumor he was challenging Stannis. But apparently he's joined with Mace Tyrell." Catelyn's eyes flickered with a mixture of relief and concern. They parted ways from Stannis, so now they might hope to seize the capital themselves. By toppling Tywin's siege, they become heroes in the city's eyes. Then they might try to unseat you, Ned. Ned nodded, mind whirling. Yes. Or they might offer an alliance. They'd need the city's acceptance if Renly wants to be recognized as king. He's no rightful heir by law, but that hasn't stopped him. Beyond the battered fields, small pockets of fighting continued as Lannister stragglers refused to surrender. By midday, the majority of Tywin's men had fled or were captured. The Tyrell-Renly host consolidated, forming broad lines near the western road leading into the city. Trumpets sounded from their ranks. Through the far eye, Ned saw a small party of knights ride forward, bearing a white banner of truce next to the rose and stag sigils. They halted within bow range of the city walls, raising arms in a gesture calling for parley. Ned exchanged looks with his companions. "We meet them on the field or from the walls?" The Great John grunted. "If we open the gates, might be a trap. But they did just do us a favor, chasing off the Lannisters." Robb's hand found the hilt of his sword. "We could parley outside with a small escort or demand they come unarmed. Either way, we can't ignore them." Ned decided quickly. "We'll meet them halfway with caution. Have a strong guard at the gates, keep the Golden Company on alert. But we must see what they want." Word was given. The city gate groaned open just enough for a small party to ride out under Ned's command. Ned wore a mail shirt and carried ice on his back, though he left the heavy blade scabbard. Robb rode beside him, Jory Castle and a handful of loyal knights behind. They approached the designated midpoint, a scorched patch of ground where Tywin's lines had once stretched. Crows circled overhead, drawn to the bodies. Broken siege timbers and half-burned tents smoldered in the background. The stench of death hung in the warm air. At the center of that field, a group of 10 or 12 mounted knights waited beneath two banners, the golden rose of House Tyrell and a banner showing a crowned stag on a field of green, Renly's personal standard. At their head stood Renly Baratheon himself, wearing a polished breastplate chased with gold, a green cloak pinned at one shoulder by an ornate brooch of a stag's head. His dark, curling hair was well-groomed, his beard neatly trimmed. Beside him, Mace Tyrell loomed larger in girth, wearing a plumed helm removed so the Watchers could see his face. Loras Tyrell, the famed Knight of Flowers, sat near them, slender in shining plate. A swirl of other Tyrell banner men ringed them. Ned halted his horse a careful distance away, sunlight glinting on his mail. The rest of his men formed behind him. For a moment, neither side spoke, each measuring the other. Then Renly urged his destrier forward a step. He lifted his visor, revealing a face both handsome and confident. "Lord Stark," Renly called, voice strong. I greet you in better circumstances than our last meeting, though these are still perilous times. Ned recalled how Renly had fled the city after Robert's death. King Renly, is it? Ned said, letting the title hang in the air without affirmation. You come with a mighty force. I see you have parted from your brother Stannis. Renly inclined his head. Stannis and I do not see eye to eye. I have the love of the Reach and they prefer me to his stern proclamations. With House Tyrell's loyal support, we have come to free King's Landing from Lannister tyranny. He gestured at the wreckage. We have driven Tywin away. You are welcome for that, I trust. Ned's mouth tightened. You did indeed break the siege. We are grateful, but the city stands under my protection. I hold it so the Lannisters cannot enthrone Joffrey. Renly smiled, an easy, youthful expression that belied the carnage behind him. All the more reason to open your gates to me, my lord. I share your distaste for Lannister rule. Joffrey is no true heir. The realm needs a king who can lead with the people's love, and I have that. Let us unify. From behind Renly, Mace Tyrell rumbled, yes, let us unify indeed. The city must not remain starved or oppressed. The older man's heavy cheeks bounced as he spoke. House Tyrell can bring grain, flush your markets with produce. We can restore the capital to prosperity. All we ask is that you recognize King Renly and stand aside. Ned studied them. The mention of food was pointed. The city yearned for relief from near famine. But this was no selfless gift. The Tyrells wanted control and Renly wanted the crown. Ned allowed a moment's silence. I am not blind to the city's troubles. Your arrival might well feed many. But in exchange, you demand I hand over the city. Renly's tone remained friendly. Not hand it over, my lord. Rather, allow me rightful access to the capital that is mine by claim. Let us rule together if you wish or accept the position as Warden of the North under my reign. You needn't remain protector. I know you never desired the throne. Step aside and no harm will come to your bannermen. We can see the Lannisters punished. We can unify the realm, truly. A hush fell. Robb's horse shifted, sensing tension. The great John scowled at the mention of stepping aside, but Ned calmed him with a subtle hand. Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. And we can betroth the city's children as needed, forging ties between houses. I recall your daughter Sansa is of marriageable age. That might bind House Tyrell and House Stark. Ned's jaw tightened at that unsubtle hint. He recalled their earlier predicament. Everyone wanted to marry Sansa off for advantage. But more pressing was the question of whether Renly truly had enough authority to unify the realm. Stannis would still contest the throne, citing legitimacy. Tywin might regather his forces. Yet if Ned refused Renly, the city might face another siege, this time from the Tyrell host, which far outnumbered the battered Lannisters. Behind Renly, Loras Tyrell gave Ned a courteous bow. Lord Stark, you know me from the days of the Hand's Tourney. I vow we come in peace to rescue the realm from Lannister cruelty. Please let us discuss terms openly, not with swords drawn. Ned considered that Loras had once fought fiercely in tournaments, but here he seemed earnest in wanting to avoid further bloodshed. Perhaps Renly's approach was genuinely less brutal than Tywin's or Stannis's. Another possibility floated in Ned's mind. If he allied with Renly and the Tyrells, the city might indeed receive ample supplies, sparing countless innocents. The price would be acknowledging Renly's claim over Stannis's, ignoring the lawful line of succession. The realm might splinter further as Stannis refused to yield. At last, Ned spoke. King Renly, you have ended Tywin's siege. For that, the people will be grateful. I must consider your request to enter the city. In the meantime, I propose a short truce. Let none of your men approach the gates until we have a formal agreement. The city remains guarded by my forces and the Golden Company. If you try to force entry, we'll resist. But if you wish to parley, come with a limited escort. We'll see if we can find a peaceable solution. Renly gave an affable nod. A fair offer, though I suspect the people will clamor for us to open the roads at once. They're hungry and my wagons carry thousands of bushels of grain from the Reach. Still, I shall honor your wish for a short truce. Let us set up a pavilion beyond arrow range and treat as knights, not brigands. Ned surveyed the battered ground. Very well. We'll meet at midday under a banner of peace. Agreed. Renly extended a gauntlet hand. Agreed. A tense calm held as both parties turned back. Ned and his retinue rode slowly to the city gate, glancing over their shoulders at Renly's knights. The battered fields testified to how swiftly alliances could shift in these times. Once inside, Ned called an urgent council in the great hall of the Red Keep, bringing together the Northern Lords, the Golden Company captains, Peter Baelish, Varys, and a few others. Word spread through King's Landing that Renly and the Tyrells had smashed Tywin's siege, and the city erupted with excitement. Many small folk, hearing that wagons of grain might be near, began clamoring at the gates, demanding Ned let the new arrivals in. Meanwhile, rumors flew that the Wolf King would soon yield. Tensions soared, threatening to spill into either joy or rage depending on the outcome. In the Great Hall, Ned outlined the developments. Renly's sudden arrival, the routing of Tywin's lines, and Renly's demand to enter the city as king. The responses varied. The Great John thundered that they should keep Renly out, or risk losing the capital they'd bled to hold. Petyr Baelish observed with a sly grin that an alliance with Renly might indeed feed the city and bring a measure of peace, at least temporarily. Varys voiced caution that Stannis would never accept Renly's usurpation. The Golden Company's Captain General, Miles Toyne, listened carefully, stating that they were contracted to defend Ned as the rightful occupant of King's Landing. But if Ned invited Renly in, they would stand aside so long as the city wasn't threatened. Robb fixed Ned with an urgent look. "Father, we can't risk another siege. The people starve already. We might not repel an army of Tyrell might, especially if they assault from multiple directions. But if we let Renly in, do we simply step down?" Ned set his jaw. "Renly wants me to acknowledge him, yes, but that doesn't mean I must abandon the city or our cause. Perhaps we can negotiate a shared administration until the realm decides. Or see if Renly can be persuaded to hold a great council, a lawful assembly, to confirm or deny his claim. At least he's more pliant than Stannis or Tywin." Catelyn's voice trembled. "Let's lightly. It might be the only way to save thousands from hunger. We must think of the small folk, Ned. They cheer Renly outside the walls. If we deny him, they might turn on us." Varys bowed his head. The whispers in Flea Bottom indicate the people are already calling him Renly the Deliverer. "I fear a riot if you spurn him." Baelish smirked. "A riot would be most inconvenient." Ned scowled. "I won't be bullied by a mob, but we do need to weigh the city's well-being. I'll meet Renly at midday in his pavilion. Perhaps we can find a compromise. The question is, will the man truly share power, or does he aim to supplant me entirely?" Petyr Baelish's eyes gleamed with cunning. "Renly is known for his charm and a measure of flexibility. He's not as rigid as Stannis. Perhaps you can strike a deal, let him be crowned, but let House Stark maintain real authority in the north and maybe even a seat as Hand of the King for you or Robb. Then open the city gates to welcome his supply wagons. The small folk will rejoice. You'll be lauded as the wise Lord Stark who put aside your ambition to feed the people." Ned's lip curled at the word ambition, but he let it pass. "We'll see. I won't bend the knee if it means ignoring the realm's rightful laws, but I might bend enough to spare further bloodshed. Renly might be the lesser evil." The Great John rumbled, "As long as we protect the north from southern meddling." Ned gave a curt nod. "Exactly." Midday arrived quickly. Ned prepared to ride out once more, accompanied by a carefully chosen retinue. Robb rode at his side. Catelyn insisted on coming too, determined to see Renly's face, but Ned convinced her to remain behind the walls with the Great John in case of treachery. He took Jory Castle, Roose Bolton, and a handful of northern knights, along with Captain Strickland from the Golden Company. The rest of the city's defenders stayed at high alert, ready to shut the gates if needed. They rode out under the blazing sun, crossing the churned ground that now reeked of death. A ring of Tyrell soldiers in green tabards guided them to a large striped pavilion set up near a small copse of trees. Nearby, carts and wagons bearing the Golden Rose sigil arrayed in neat lines, provisions for an entire army and then some. Ned's men eyed the Tyrell knights warily, but there was no immediate hostility. Some of Renly's outriders saluted politely, welcoming them. Inside the pavilion, a wooden table had been set. Renly Baratheon stood behind it, wearing a light green cloak pinned with a miniature golden stag. Mace Tyrell stood to one side, looking flushed, while Loras Tyrell and several other lords formed a semicircle. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and fresh hay used for carpeting. Renly extended a hand in an almost brotherly fashion, inviting Ned forward. "Lord Stark, welcome. Let us talk as men of peace," Renly said with that bright smile. Ned dismounted outside, stepped in with his retinue, and gave a measured bow. "We come in good faith to discuss the city's future." Renly nodded. "Indeed. I've already begun distributing bread to the small folk outside the western suburbs. They were near starvation. My men are also clearing the last pockets of Lannister stragglers. Soon, King's Landing's farmland will be safe again. I can continue if I have your cooperation." Ned placed both hands on the table's edge, meeting Renly's gaze directly. "You claim to be king. Yet we know Stannis also claims that title by right of being Robert's elder brother. Why should I open the city's gates to you and not to Stannis? Renly's eyes flashed, but he kept a pleasant tone. Because Stannis lacks the love of the people. He is iron, unyielding. I have the strength of the Tyrells at my back, and I am, in my own view, better suited to rule than a man who scorns compromise. We can unite the realm behind a king they can actually follow willingly, not out of fear. Mace Tyrell grunted in agreement. Highgarden stands behind Renly. The Reach Lords are numerous. We bring half the realm's bounty in grain. Under Renly, Westeros will flourish, not cower. Ned cast a sidelong glance at Roose Bolton, who wore his customary blank expression. And if I open the gates, what becomes of the men I've led here, my house, my bannermen? Do we forfeit our position in the city? Renly spread his arms. Not necessarily. I'd prefer you remain as my hand of the king if you'll accept that. Or any other high office of your choosing. The Starks are an ancient, respected line. Think of the good we can do if we unify. The small folk will sing your praises for saving them from famine. Ned's retinue exchanged uncertain glances. The great John would loathe kneeling, but perhaps this was a path to a stable realm. Ned's heart warred with memory. He'd vowed to protect the realm from the false Lannister monarchy. Stannis was the older Baratheon, but his rule might be tyranny. Renly offered a gentler approach, though it still contradicted the laws of succession. Yet did the realm have time for lawful niceties when thousands starved? Captain Strickland cleared his throat politely. If Lord Stark recognizes your claim, King Renly, I assume the Golden Company's contract remains valid? We are sworn to defend the occupant of King's Landing under House Stark's authority. But if House Stark cedes that authority to you, we must discuss new terms. Renly gave him a measured smile. Of course, Captain. We can negotiate. I'm no fool. I see the value of having you remain on the city's side. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement that satisfies your men. Ned realized this was a subtle power shift. If he caved to Renly, the Golden Company might become Renly's. One step at a time, Ned said. We must first ensure the city's safety. If the Tyrells march in with full force, it could spark chaos in the streets, or prompt some Lannister loyalists to attempt sabotage. I propose a more measured approach. A limited number of your men can enter daily with provisions under close supervision. We'll feed the small folk, rebuild trust. Meanwhile, you and I can finalize a broader settlement for the city's governance. Mace Tyrell frowned, apparently wanting a triumphant entrance. But Renly nodded thoughtfully. I see your caution. Very well. We'll begin with supply caravans, escorted by a modest guard, to distribute bread and produce to your markets. In a fortnight, once we've established order, we can bring in more men. Does that suit you? Ned considered. It's a start. And as for the question of the throne, if I even have the right to speak for it, I remain uneasy about ignoring Stannis' lawful place. But I also recognize the city cannot endure another siege. I'm willing to negotiate a formal alliance if you pledge to keep the North's sovereignty intact, confirm me as warden, and promise to protect my family. Also, the city's people must not be forced into new religious extremes. He recalled Stannis' zealotry. We cannot have more burnings of the Seven or such madness. Renly's face lit with relief. Of course, I have no interest in restricting worship. That's more Stannis' domain. If you help me secure the city, I'll confirm your titles and positions. We can hold a grand ceremony to seat me as king with the city's blessing. After that, we can address your concerns about the North. I see no reason we can't come to terms. Loras Tyrell nodded enthusiastically. It's a bright new day for Westeros, Lord Stark. The realm needs unity. Ned's chest felt tight. He realized that, for all his misgivings, Renly did offer a path to feed the people, to avoid another bloody conflict. Stannis might be the rightful heir by birth, but the realm itself might choose differently. Ned suspected that by law this was all a travesty. Yet the realm was too broken for neat solutions. If he had to choose between Tywin, Stannis, or Renly, perhaps Renly was indeed the lesser evil, the one more likely to preserve life. In the distance, crows circled columns of smoke where Tywin's army had fled or been destroyed, a testament to how quickly fortunes changed in war. He inhaled, nodded once, then extended a gloved hand to Renly. Then let us proceed. We'll broker a formal agreement. The city must be fed, and the realm must find peace. Renly clasped Ned's hand. wearing an almost boyish grin of triumph. "Well spoken, Lord Stark. Westeros will thank you." Mace Tyrell beamed, no doubt envisioning Highgarden influence at court. Loras gave a slight bow, relief washing across his face. The tension in the pavilion seemed to lift, replaced by cautious optimism. Outside, the golden rose banners fluttered in the midday breeze. Thus began a new chapter in King's Landing's tumultuous saga. Over the following days, under the watchful eyes of Ned's men, Tyrell wagons rolled into the city with enormous loads of grain, fruit, salted meats, and barrels of fresh water. The starving smallfolk practically wept with gratitude, hailing Renly as a savior. Ned oversaw each convoy, ensuring no infiltration or sabotage. Renly kept to his word, restricting his vanguard to a few hundred knights within the walls, enough to maintain presence but not enough to displace the Starks or the Golden Company. Tensions between the Northerners and the newcomers were high at first. The Great John grumbled that they were letting a green summer night stroll in. But the distribution of food softened many hearts. City markets reopened, albeit under strict guidelines. Bread riots subsided as the price of flour dropped drastically. Baelish, in his role as master of coin, quietly monitored trade. The Golden Company patrolled the walls and gates, still loyal to Ned's contract, while a lesser number of Tyrell men took up positions in the outer wards. Street by street, the city breathed again. Sansa and Arya looked on in amazement at wagons stacked high with turnips and onions. The reek of rotting waste gave way to the pungent tang of fresh produce. Relief, at last, from the long siege. Renly himself lodged in a wing of the Red Keep, accompanied by a small retinue that included Loras and Mace. He spent days conferring with Ned over governance, discussing how to handle the Lannisters who remained in captivity, Cersei and Joffrey. Renly insisted they face trial, or at least indefinite imprisonment, for their crimes. Ned was amenable to some form of justice but cautious about rousing Tywin's fury. Yet Tywin's defeat at the gates had scattered his forces. No one knew where the Old Lion had gone. Rumor said he might regroup near Harrenhal or flee west to Casterly Rock. For the moment, King's Landing was no longer under direct threat. In the calmer nights that followed, Ned walked the quieter streets under guard, seeing small folk gather around the new bread stalls. He heard murmurs that Lord Stark saved us from starvation and King Renly brings plenty. The city, once on the brink of madness, found a fleeting peace. But Ned's worries did not vanish. Stannis still lurked in the south and Tywin still lived. And the north faced possible ironborn raids. The realm was not united. They had only found a moment's respite. On the fourth night after Renly's arrival, Ned convened a private meeting with Renly in the Tower of the Hands Solar. Only Robb, Jory Castle, Loras Tyrell, and Mace Tyrell joined them. A single candle flickered, illuminating a spread of maps on the table: the Stormlands, the Reach, the Riverlands, the North. Ned pointed to the region near Dragonstone. Stannis remains. So does the threat of a second Baratheon claim. If he marches on us, do we fight him? Or do we attempt negotiation? Renly frowned. Stannis refused to treat with me before. He calls me a usurper. I doubt he'll yield his claim just because we secured King's Landing. That said, I'm not opposed to sending an envoy if you think it wise. My brother is not known for warm sentiments. Mace Tyrell nodded gravely. If Stannis marches, we meet him with steel. The Tyrell banners are fresh from victory over Tywin's men. Our morale is high. Ned felt a twinge of concern. A civil war between the Baratheon brothers would tear the realm further. Could we hold a council, invite him, attempt some compromise? Renly shook his head. He'll not compromise. He's too stubborn. And if we show weakness, he'll sense blood. Better to maintain a strong front. Ned's jaw tightened. He disliked giving up on peaceful solutions. Very well. For the moment, we focus on stabilizing King's Landing. Next question, Joffrey and Cersei. If we keep them prisoner indefinitely, Tywin may attempt some new gambit. If we execute them, we risk turning them into martyrs or driving Tywin to vengeance. Perhaps a formal trial is best, once the realm is more secure. Renly turned to Loras Tyrell, who answered softly. A fair trial might show the realm that justice prevails, though in truth no one doubts their guilt. Marjorie says the small folk blame Cersei for so many misdeeds. They cry for her head. Ned was uneasy with the notion of beheading children, even Joffrey. I won't see a child executed. For all his cruelty, Joffrey is still young. Let him face a trial, yes, but perhaps exile or long imprisonment is enough. Cersei, too, can stand trial. Let the realm see we don't stoop to mass slaughter. Mace Tyrell harumphed, but Renly raised a hand. I'm inclined to show mercy if only to prove we're not the Lannisters. We can place them under close guard, maybe in the dungeons, until the time is right for a public trial. Does that suit you, Ned? Ned gave a slow nod. It does. Thank you. He felt an odd relief that they would not go for immediate executions. His conscience had enough weight on it already. We'll handle that in the coming weeks. The conversation turned to lesser topics, reorganizing the city watch, ensuring the Golden Company's contract was honored, distributing Tyrell caravans to neighboring villages. The hours dragged on, but the mood was largely cooperative. By the end, Ned found himself warily optimistic. Renly was at least approachable, not a tyrant. This new arrangement might hold if fortune favored them. The small folk rejoiced each day as fresh supplies arrived. For the first time in many months, King's Landing felt something like hope. But war rarely ends so neatly. The next wave of ravens brought new tidings from the Stormlands. Stannis had indeed sacked several lords loyal to Renly, condemning them as traitors. His forces in the area grew, bolstered by men who despised the Tyrell influence. Also, alarming news from the north, Balon Greyjoy had launched a broader attack on the western coasts, taking Deepwood Mot. The letter from Maester Luwin was frantic, begging Ned to return north with an army. The ironborn threatened to overrun the region, and the local bannermen were outnumbered. Ned's heart twisted with guilt. Winterfell's lords needed him, but he was bound to King's Landing, enmeshed in southern politics. The Greyjoy flew into a rage upon hearing the news, demanding that they march north at once. At a war council with Renly, Ned explained the dire situation. The ironborn might ravage the entire coastline if they're not stopped. The north is vulnerable with me absent. I must send men or go myself. Renly arched a brow. If you leave the city, I lose your strength. We've only just established control. I'd prefer you remain as my hand to help stabilize the capital. Mace Tyrell agreed. Yes, many lords in the Crownlands still waver in loyalty. We need your presence, Lord Stark. But perhaps you can send some portion of your bannermen north. Ned rubbed his temples. We have to be mindful that Tywin might resurface. We can't strip the city's defenses. And the Golden Company belongs here by contract. I can't send them north. If we do nothing, the ironborn might capture Moat Catelyn, cutting off any route home for me entirely. Renly considered. Alternatively, if we swiftly pacify the region around King's Landing, we might free you to lead a portion of your men north. But that would take time your people may not have. The Greyjoy slammed a fist on the table. My lord, we can't wait. Deepwood Mot has fallen. We should gather every able Northman here, plus whatever we can muster in the Riverlands, and march. Let Renly keep the city. Or let him send the Tyrells in our stead. Mace Tyrell scoffed. Highgarden's men won't sail to the north. It's too far, and we've just fought a battle here. This is your problem. The tension in the council rose. Ned took a long breath, trying to quell the swirl of anger in his chest. I'll do what must be done, he said at last. Renly, I ask your leave to take a portion of the northern host from the city, maybe 5,000 men, and reinforce the north. The rest will stay here to maintain order alongside your men and the Golden Company. That may suffice to keep the peace. Renly frowned but nodded. I understand. The city's largely pacified for now. If you must go, so be it. But do not forget your vow that we stand together. If Stannis comes, I'll need you to return or send help. Ned nodded. We'll keep ravens ready. If you face immediate threat, I'll do what I can. My first duty is to my homeland. The ironborn are old foes. We can't let them carve out a kingdom again. Thus they planned. Over the following days, Ned organized 5,000 loyal Northmen, some commanded by the Greyjoy, some by Roose Bolton's lesser men, plus a few river lords who had joined him earlier. Robb wanted to go as well, but Ned insisted that he remain in King's Landing for a time, both as a sign of House Stark's presence and because Ned feared losing both father and son to the uncertain trek north. Robb argued heatedly but eventually yielded, trusting Ned's judgment. Roose Bolton offered to ride north, but Ned mistrusted him too deeply. Instead, Ned placed Bolton's men under other leaders wherever possible. The Greyjoy would lead the expedition's vanguard. They would depart by the Rose Road, cross the Trident near Riverrun, then head into the Neck. It was a long journey, fraught with potential ambushes from Lannister stragglers, but at least Tywin's main force had been scattered. If all went well, they could reach the north in time to bolster Winterfell's forces against the Ironborn. Meanwhile, King Renly and Mace Tyrell would keep watch on the capital, distributing more food to gain popularity and gathering fresh recruits from the Crownlands. The Golden Company would remain under contract with Ned, but effectively help hold the city, commanded by Captain Strickland in Ned's name. Ned arranged a caretaker structure. If pressing decisions arose, Robb would confer with Renly to manage them. At last, the morning of departure arrived. The city bustled with rumor, for many believed Ned was deserting the capital. But Renly's presence offered reassurance that the Wolf King was not simply abandoning them to Tywin. Renly staged a public farewell in front of the Red Keep gates, ensuring the small folk saw a show of unity. A modest crowd gathered, cheering as Ned and Renly shook hands, each praising the other's leadership. Then the Great John, exuding fierce pride, led the forward columns out. Ned rode near the front, pausing once to wave to Robb, who stood on the walls with Sansa and Arya. Both girls looked somber, but Ned gave them a hopeful nod. This was a journey he had to make to protect the north. The city was safer now, or so he prayed. Beyond the walls, the newly formed road cleared by Tyrell men extended through the ravaged outskirts. Ned saw the scorched remnants of Tywin's siege lines, now abandoned or destroyed. Bodies had been buried in mass graves, crows still circled, searching for scraps. As the Kalu MNS advanced, Ned cast a final look back at King's Landing. From this distance, the city's towers shimmered in the early sun, the banner of House Stark still fluttering from the Red Keep's highest turret. But beneath it, the golden rose of Highgarden waved alongside the crowned stag of Renly Baratheon. A strange partnership born of necessity. Perhaps it would hold. Perhaps not. Ned turned forward, spurring his horse. The future beckoned, uncertain as ever. The first week of travel went smoothly, for no organized Lannister force remained to challenge them. Occasionally they passed small clusters of Tywin's stragglers or bandits, but Ned's men scattered them easily. The weather grew cooler as they approached the riverlands, though the roads were still dusty from the preceding heat. Villagers along the way offered cautious greetings, relieved that some semblance of peace had returned now that Tywin's host was gone. At Riverrun, Ned hoped to gather additional support from the Tully Bannermen, but rumors said the Riverlords were stretched thin, resisting Gregor Clegane's raids. He might glean a few hundred more men at best. If all went well, they would soon pass Riverrun, cross the Twins if Walder Frey allowed them, and then push into the Neck. Ned's thoughts returned again and again to Winterfell and the threat of the Ironborn. The name Greyjoy conjured memories of that earlier rebellion, of when Balon bent the knee to Robert after his attempt to break free. Now, apparently, Balon tried again. Ned remembered Theon Greyjoy, the boy hostage who had lived in Winterfell for years, close to Robb's age. Where was Theon now? Possibly back with his father, leading raids against Ned's own people. That betrayal stung. The realm's fractures seemed endless. They pressed on. Though the column traveled swiftly, each day felt longer than the last, weighed by the knowledge that the North needed them desperately. The Great John managed the vanguard, often riding ahead to scout. Roose Bolton's smaller contingent lingered in the middle. Ned stayed near the front, scanning the horizon for any sign of fresh trouble. At nights, they made camp in guarded positions, posting double sentries in case of bandit attacks. Each morning, they rose early to continue. The weather held, mild enough, though they faced patches of drizzle that turned the roads into muck. Soon they neared Riverrun. Ned sent riders ahead to inform Lord Edmure Tully of their approach. But when they arrived, they found Edmure at the gates, face drawn. "My lord," Edmure said, "you come at a dire time. Gregor Clegane's band marauds through the Riverlands still. We can't spare many men. Already we lost half of what we had. And the Freys are balking about letting troops cross, demanding more tolls." Ned muttered a curse. "We'll pay if we must. The North is in crisis." Edmure nodded sympathetically. "My father's health is failing, or he'd greet you himself. He begs you. If you pass near Harrenhal, see if you can do anything about the Lannister squads that linger there. But I know your goal is the North." Ned clasped Edmure's arm. "I can't tarry to fight the Mountain. But if an opportunity arises to hamper him, we shall. Now, can you spare me any men at all?" Edmure sighed. 100 at best, mostly older knights or green boys. The Riverlands are too ravaged." Ned nodded, resigned. "We'll take them with thanks." He paused at Riverrun only a single night, explaining the situation to Edmure in more detail, then set out again at dawn. Next stop was the Twins, the crossing that Walder Frey controlled. Ned recalled the cunning old man's penchant for extortion. They arrived after 2 more days, traveling along muddy tracks. Indeed, Walder Frey demanded a high toll for such a large host. Ned grit his teeth but paid in gold, not wanting to squander time in argument. The Great John nearly started a fight with Frey's men, calling them cowardly toll-keepers, but Ned forced him to stand down. Once across, they were truly in the North's gateway. The Neck greeted them with boggy terrain and twisting causeways. Crannogman watchers from House Reed signaled them at intervals, blowing conch shells or raising reed torches. Word traveled swiftly through the marshes. The Wolf King came home. Ned felt a stir of hope. The swamps themselves offered some natural defense, but if the ironborn had seized Deepwood Mot, they might push inland from the coastline, threatening the lords who dwelled west of Winterfell. The Great John wanted to ride day and night to reach the seat of House Glover and see if it still stood. Ned insisted on a unified approach, mindful that they could run into ironborn columns. At last, they emerged from the next final causeways, the land flattening toward the wide expanses of the northern interior. Familiar pine forests loomed in the distance, the smell of wet needles and rich earth. Ned's heart clenched at the sight. This was home, the place he had left so many months ago to serve as Robert's hand. How everything had changed since then. The realm was on the brink, the city fell under new powers, and the north was invaded by old foes. Riders came to greet them, men wearing the sigils of House Reed and House Manderley. They cried out with relief upon seeing Ned. "My lord," one of them shouted, "the ironborn hold Deepwood Mot. They raided further south, but Glover men are gathering near the Wolfswood to retake it. They beg your help." Ned wasted no time. He marched his host westward, leaving behind only a small trailing detachment to guard supply wagons. The Great John urged them on at a punishing pace, eager for battle. After 2 days, they neared the outskirts of the Wolfswood, a thick forest of pines and oaks, moody in the autumn gloom. Scouts reported that House Glover's surviving forces were camped near a clearing by the river, preparing to strike. Ned led his men into the camp at dusk, hearing joyous shouts as the Northerners recognized their lord. Lord Galbart Glover and his brother Robert greeted Ned with fervent relief. "My lord, the Ironborn took Deepwood Mot by surprise. They have a few hundred men, maybe more, led by Victorian Greyjoy. They hold the fortress and burn the outlying farms. We tried to assault, but the walls are strong, and they have ships that supply them from the coast. We need more numbers." Ned clasped their hands. "You have them now. We'll reclaim your seat. No Greyjoy reavers will hold northern land while I live." The men roared approval, brandishing spears. The Great John bellowed that the Greyjoys would pay in blood. Roose Bolton lingered at the edges, his expression neutral as ever, though Ned noticed his men were quiet. Possibly they disliked sailing into a battle that offered little plunder. But Ned would not let that deter him. They spent the night forming a plan. Deepwood Mot was a stout wooden fortress, perched on a hill in the forest. The Ironborn had arrived by sea, seizing it in a swift raid. They could resupply from the shore if threatened. Ned realized time was crucial. If they waited too long, the Ironborn might fortify further or even call more ships from Pike. So at first light, they advanced with a combined force of close to 7,000 men. They cut through the dense Wolfswood, the Glover guides leading them on hidden trails. A chilling mist drifted among the trees, dew glistening on pine needles. Ned felt a surge of grim resolve. The Ironborn had chosen the wrong place to root themselves. By midday, they reached vantage points overlooking Deepwood Mot. From a small ridge, Ned spied the wooden walls, stout and tall, built to defend against lesser raids. Ironborn flags fluttered at the ramparts, a leering kraken on black. Smoke curled from the fortress chimneys. A handful of reavers patrolled near the gates. On the horizon behind the fortress, the forest gave way to rocky bluffs, beyond which lay the sea. Ned saw no sign of a large Ironborn fleet, but some ships might be hidden in a cove. The Great John examined the walls and grinned. "We can storm those. Wood can burn." Galbart Glover nodded. "We can also cut them off from the shore if we circle around, though they might have hidden paths to the cove. We should strike fast." Ned directed the men into positions, splitting them into 3 groups. One, led by the Great John, would approach the main gate with a show of force. Another, led by Robert Glover and some Bolton men, would circle to the rear to block any escape to the sea. Ned would hold a central reserve to reinforce whichever side needed help. Their plan was to demand the Ironborn's surrender, and if refused, launch an assault from 2 sides. The wooden walls might be vulnerable to flaming arrows, though that risked burning the entire fortress. Still, better that than letting the Ironborn keep it. The approach was swift and sure. The Great John's men roared challenge as they stepped into view, brandishing banners of the dire wolf and the mailed fist of Glover. Ironborn reavers on the walls shouted alarm. Ned, from his vantage behind some trees, watched a knot of Greyjoy men gather at the gate, presumably to prepare for a defense. He signaled a squire to blow a horn. Once, twice. Then Ned and his men marched forward under the open sky, halting within shouting distance of the walls. Ned called out, voice carrying in the crisp northern air. "This is Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell. You hold Deepwood Mot unjustly. Surrender now, and I may grant mercy." A bearded man with a battered helm appeared atop the gate. He had the stocky build of an ironborn warrior. "Mercy?" he spat. "The ironborn don't yield to stags or wolves. This is our spoils by the old way." Ned recognized that the old ways of House Greyjoy embraced raiding and pillaging. "Lay down your arms, or face the wrath of the north." Laughter from the ramparts. Another ironborn shoved the bearded man aside, leaning on a spear. "Victarion Greyjoy is not here right now. He's gone to the sea for more men. We'll hold until he returns. Your petty threats mean little." Ned felt a pang. If Victarion was at sea, they might return with reinforcements. "So be it. Then we'll take your heads. Last chance." No response but mocking jeers. The Great John clenched a massive fist. "Time's up, you curs." He raised his sword overhead, letting out a fearsome war cry. Hundreds of northern voices echoed him. Glover archers knocked arrows and loosed a volley at the ramparts. Some ironborn ducked, others cried out as shafts struck. The defenders launched crossbow bolts in return, though many missed. Meanwhile, from the far side of the fortress, Robert Glover's horns sounded, signaling they'd reached the rear approach. The ironborn realized they were nearly surrounded. Still, they seemed determined to fight. Ned signaled the assault. Men with large shields advanced at a trot, braving the crossbow fire to close the distance. The fortress gate was wooden, reinforced with iron, but not as thick as some southern keeps. A ram, carried by a team of strong men, slammed into it with a deafening thud. Under covering fire from northern archers, the ram struck again, shaking the old timbers. Ironborn scurried along the walls, dropping rocks or spears, but the men used their shields to protect the ram. A few fell wounded, replaced by others. The repeated crashes echoed across the forest. At the same time, a group of Glover and Bolton soldiers approached the walls to the left, setting up ladders. They heaved them upright, hooking the top edge. Ironborn jabbed downward with spears, but the attackers climbed resolutely. Screams erupted as men toppled from the ladders, but more replaced them. Meanwhile, the Great John himself hacked at the gate's crossbar once the ram had splintered it. The man was a whirlwind of muscle, bellowing, "Winterfell!" with every swing. Ned remained slightly back with the reserve, scanning for any sign that the ironborn might rally or attempt to sally. His archers unleashed a steady hail of arrows at the ramparts. The air reeked of sweat, wood smoke, and blood. The fortress trembled under the onslaught. Then, with a final shuddering crash, the main gate gave way, sagging inward. The Great John roared and charged through the shattered opening, a tide of Northmen flooding behind him. Ironborn tried to block the breach, but they were outnumbered. Steel rang on steel in the narrow passage, echoing painfully. Soon, northern men spilled into the courtyard inside, where scattered defenders fought desperately. A horn blast came from the far side. Robert Glover's men had scaled the rear walls. Ironborn were caught between two converging forces. Shouts turned frantic. Ned spurred his horse forward, entering through the broken gate now that the initial wave had gained footing. The courtyard was chaos, bodies, puddles of blood, men grappling or hacking at each other. An ironborn raider lunged at Ned with an axe. Ned parried with ice still scabbard at his back. He used a normal longsword, slicing across the man's torso. The ironborn dropped with a gurgling cry. All around, the furious tide of northern vengeance took shape. House Glover men recognized every corner of the courtyard, driving the invaders into corners. Doors to the hall were battered open. Screams from within suggested more fighting in narrow corridors. Ned dismounted, forging ahead on foot with a small band. The Greyjohn's laughter boomed from somewhere near a stables. A handful of reavers tried to rally by the well, but archers picked them off. A few reavers threw down their weapons, begging quarter. The Northmen did not always grant it. Ned found one corner of the courtyard strewn with corpses that showed signs of savage retribution. War was never neat. He barked at men to accept surrenders where given, not to kill needlessly. Some heeded, others were too inflamed by rage at the ironborn. Within half an hour, the fortress was theirs. The ironborn who survived were thrown into the cellars under guard. The Great John, panting and spattered with blood, slapped Ned's shoulder. "We did it, my lord. The Kraken scuttle away." Robert Glover emerged from the main hall, breath-heaving. "We hold the entire fortress. The ironborn left half the storehouses burned, but the stronghold stands. We lost a few good men, but no more than we might have feared. The Reavers will trouble us no more." Ned nodded, stepping through the debris. "The victory is ours. Let's ensure no more Reavers remain in the area. Post watch on the cove. If Victarion Greyjoy returns, we'll greet him with steel. For now, we raise the dire wolf and the mailed fist banners over Deepwood Mot again." Cheers erupted. Ned felt a bittersweet satisfaction. Another piece of the realm reclaimed, though so much devastation lay behind them. He oversaw the triage of wounded, ensuring the maesters among them did what they could. Some men had deep gashes, others minor arrow wounds. The Great John roamed, praising the bravest among them. Bolton's men had fought well enough, though Ned saw little camaraderie between them and the Glover forces. Roose Bolton himself turned up only after the fighting was done, offering a polite nod. That night, the Northmen held a somber celebration in the main hall, hastily cleaned of gore. Cookfires roasted a few boars brought in from the forest. Mead was poured. Ned said a few solemn words in memory of the fallen. Lord Glover beamed at retaking his seat, though sorrow tinged him for those who died. The Great John sank deep into his cups, regaling others with the tale of how he smashed the gate. Roose Bolton sat at the edge, watchful. Ned, exhausted, excused himself early, stepping outside to breathe the crisp northern air. The stars glimmered overhead, reminding him that he was home, or near enough. But the war was far from over. In the following days, Ned organized a garrison to hold Deepwood Mot, ensuring that if Victarion Greyjoy returned, he'd find the fortress well defended. Word spread to neighboring towns that the Ironborn were repelled. Many folk emerged from hiding in the forest, grateful for Stark protection. Meanwhile, Ned sent scouts to the coastline, who confirmed that a handful of Ironborn ships had indeed slipped away, possibly to regroup. The threat lingered, but for now, the immediate crisis in the western north was contained. Still, Ned could not rest. Another letter arrived from Maester Luwin at Winterfell, reporting that Balon Greyjoy had mustered more longships and might soon strike the eastern coast as well, or attempt a direct assault on White Harbor. Ned needed to push deeper into the north, unify his bannermen, and coordinate a defense. But a flicker of hope told him that at least with Deepwood Mot secured, the Ironborn would have no foothold on land. Meanwhile, news from the south was slow. Renly remained in King's Landing, apparently strengthening his position, sending polite missives praising Ned's heroic liberation of the north from Ironborn incursion. There was no sign of Tywin Lannister's main force. Some rumors said Tywin had retreated to Casterly Rock, battered and humiliated. Others claimed he was forging new alliances near the western mountains. Stannis, likewise, was rumored to be marching north from Storm's End, perhaps to challenge Renly. The war could still explode in half a dozen directions. But Ned's path was clear: secure the north. Only then might he return south, if needed, to ensure the realm did not splinter further. Perhaps Renly could hold King's Landing in the interim, giving the small folk a measure of peace and a full belly. For the first time, Ned felt a hint of optimism that there might be a future where the realm's wounds could heal. If Tywin was truly in retreat, if Stannis could be convinced not to wage a bloody campaign, if the Ironborn could be contained, these were many ifs, but Ned clung to them. He stayed at Deepwood Mot a week longer, helping rebuild the fortress's defenses, then marched with the Great John and the bulk of his force toward Winterfell, calling bannermen along the way. The crisp northern air invigorated him. At last, he would see his ancestral seat, his sons Bran and Rickon, who had grown in his absence. He prayed they were safe. He also thought of Jon at the wall, wondering how he fared in the face of rumored perils. A pang of longing ran through Ned's heart. So much had changed since the day he rode south, but at least he was stepping on northern soil again, a measure of that old life returning. Even as he pressed forward, he remained mindful that his place in King's Landing was not truly relinquished. He had left a caretaker arrangement with Renly, trusting that Robb and the Golden Company could keep the peace. The realm's final shape remained uncertain. But for now, Eddard Stark marched beneath the dire wolf banner through the tall pines, determined to shield his home from the ravages of war. If fate was kind, the North would endure. And beyond that, if the realm found sense, they might yet face winter as one people rather than a patchwork of warring houses. On that cold, clear morning, the bright sun slanted between the trunks of ancient trees, and Ned gazed upon the road north with renewed resolve. Though the path ahead twisted with hazards, he would do his duty, as a Stark, as a father, and as the man who had unwillingly worn the crown in King's Landing. The story was not over, but the next chapter, at least, he would write on northern soil, standing under the shadow of the dire wolf, protecting the land and the people that had always been his first love. Ned Stark's march toward Winterfell continued under the broad swath of autumn skies, the northern roads cutting through russet forests and windblown hills. Though the reclaimed Deepwood Mot lay behind him, he still felt the grim satisfaction of having dealt the ironborn a blow, one that might deter further raids. Yet the path ahead was hardly smooth. Reports from Maester Luwin suggested that Balon Greyjoy would not easily abandon his ambitions. Moreover, the ghosts of war still haunted every hamlet the company passed, from the battered remains of barns to the distant look of peasants who had glimpsed too much violence. Traveling with 5,000 men was no small endeavor. Lord Glover's victorious but exhausted troops now formed the vanguard, proud after retaking their seat, while the Greyjoy's boisterous warriors reveled in telling tales of the siege over communal fires each night. Between them moved various smaller northern contingents, Flints, Tallhearts, Mormonts, those who had joined the call over the last weeks. Roose Bolton kept to the shadows of the column, quietly commanding his own men whose mere presence could chill a traveler's blood. Whenever Ned caught sight of them, he recalled the rumors that some of Bolton's kin had flirted with alliances to Tywin Lannister. The matter remained unresolved. On a damp morning near the edge of a small lake, Ned convened a brief council in the open air. A chill wind rippled the water's surface. The Greyjoy stood beside him, belt straining over his barrel chest, while Galbart Glover and the taciturn Robert Glover listened. Roose Bolton arrived late, stepping with quiet grace that belied his heavy cloak. Ned spread out a worn map on a crate. "We've scouted the roads," Ned began, pressing the map's corners with stones to keep it from flapping. "We should reach Winterfell in 5 days, perhaps 6 if the weather turns. After that, we'll gather as many bannermen as we can muster. I won't let the ironborn slip around us. They may try to strike White Harbor or push deeper into the eastern shores. Lord Manderley's men can only do so much on their own." The Greyjoy's voice rumbled in the crisp air. "Better to lure these krakens into a pitched fight on land. That's what we're good at. If they stay at sea, we can't do a damn thing." "Agreed," Ned said. "But Balon Greyjoy is no fool about the sea. He'll keep as many of his ships off our coast as possible. We'll need watchers in every inlet and cove. House Mormont might handle the western shores, we Glover men hold these southwestern roads, and Manderley and Serwyn can cover the eastern ports. Once we have enough men assembled at Winterfell, I'll dispatch them across the region." Galbart Glover smoothed his trimmed beard. "That will keep the ironborn contained, but what of Victarion Greyjoy himself? We only defeated a fraction of his men at Deepwood Mot. The main fleet could still be at Pike, waiting to land more raiders." Ned nodded grimly. "If they bring a second wave, we must be ready. I'll not let them sink their claws into our homeland again. Winterfell is the key. From there, we coordinate supply lines and direct watchers to every coastline. If Balon tries to land a large army, we'll meet him with steel." Roose Bolton watched with half-lidded eyes, an odd smile ghosting his thin lips. "And if you must fight at sea, do you plan to build ships? The North is not famed for its grand fleets." The Greyjoy let out a bark of laughter. "The ironborn can keep their saltwater. We'll gut them if they ever set foot on our soil." "That's enough." Ned shot Bolton a measured glance. "We focus on the land war. Let the sea remain the ironborn's domain for now, but we'll force them to return to their ships empty-handed. And if we corner them inland, we crush them." Bolton bowed his head in a gesture of polite acquiescence. Then, as the council concluded, the men dispersed. Ned stayed behind a moment, gazing at the reflection of the sky on the water. He felt no joy in the prospect of more battles, but war was upon them. At least, in the quiet hush that followed the departure of the others, he could recall a simpler time when Winterfell had thrummed only with the day-to-day concerns of a lord's household. Now all had changed. This war had forced him to become a reluctant guardian of King's Landing, an adversary to Tywin Lannister, and now a defender against the Ironborn. His mind drifted unavoidably to his other children. Sansa and Arya left behind in the capital with Renly's new regime. Robb, serving as Ned's representative there, might keep them safe. But was that truly guaranteed? Renly meant well, yet the realm was hardly stable. Ned could only trust that the arrangement would endure for now. At least the city's immediate siege had broken. At least the small folk weren't starving. The next day, they pressed on across rolling hills that gradually rose toward the high plains leading to Winterfell. Pines grew thicker, the underbrush dense with ferns that bristled in the cool breeze. Wolf tracks sometimes appeared in the muddy stretches of the road. The Greyjohn took that as a sign of good omen, saying the old gods were guiding them home. Ned, riding near the front, silently hoped the old gods would see them safely to Winterfell's gates. 2 days later, they met a small party of riders flying the Cerwyn banner. Their leader, a gaunt man with a tired expression, hailed Ned with audible relief. "Lord Stark, I've come from near Torrhen Square with an urgent message. Word has it the ironborn are stirring again, landing near a village on the northern coast. We fear an attack on the inland farms." Ned frowned. "Have they established a foothold?" "Not yet. Scouts say only a few longships put ashore, raiding for slaves and supplies. The local folk fled. They might be testing us." The Greyjohn scowled, hand drifting to his sword hilt. "We should ride north at once and crush them." Ned weighed the urgency. "If the scale is small, how Cerwyn's men may handle it. We're still a few days from Winterfell, but I'll detach a force to assist. The bulk of us must keep going. Winterfell is our anchor. We can't chase every rumor alone." He told the messenger that 100 horsemen under a loyal captain would ride to meet Cerwyn's men, reinforcing them. The messenger left with thanks. Ned's heart clenched at the knowledge that the north was becoming a playground for reavers again. He had to restore order quickly. That day, they pushed their march even harder, sleeping fewer hours, eating on the move. At last, on a gray morning of light rain, the first silhouette of Winterfell's towers emerged on the horizon. A hush fell over the column, broken only by the rustle of cloaks and the snort of horses. Even from a distance, the fortress looked much the same as Ned remembered. Tall granite walls, stout towers, the water of the moat reflecting the sky's pale cast. He caught his breath. Home. Despite everything, the simple sight of Winterfell felt like a blessing. But as they drew nearer, Ned noticed subtle differences. Fewer banners flew from the ramparts. The outer gates were reinforced with new timbers, and a ring of watchtowers had been built around the perimeter. Lines of men paced the walls, no doubt a sign of heightened vigilance in these troubled times. The gates swung open at Ned's approach, revealing a throng of guards in stark livery. Among them stood Maester Luwin, whose gray robes and chains swayed in the damp breeze, and Hodder, towering as ever, beside a cluster of stable hands. Ned's heart warmed further as he saw, behind them, the small forms of Bran and Rickon hurrying forward in excited steps. The boys had grown. Bran leaned on a crutch, showing how the months had changed him, but his face lit with joy. Rickon darted ahead, a small, scruffy gray direwolf pup bounding at his heels. Shaggy dog, no doubt grown bigger but still puppy-like. Ned dismounted quickly, ignoring the aches from travel. He strode forward in time to catch Rickon's energetic rush. The boy flung himself against Ned's legs with a childish laugh. "Father, you're here." Ned ruffled his youngest son's wild hair. "Yes, my boy, I am." He crouched, hugging Rickon. Then he looked up to meet Bran's gaze. Bran's eyes shone with relief, though he stood more soberly, older in spirit than Ned recalled. Ned rose to clasp Bran's shoulder. "You've grown strong, my son," Ned murmured. "How do you fare?" Bran managed a shy smile. "I'm well enough, father. The others help me around Winterfell. I ride sometimes with Hodder's help. And I'm just glad you've come home." Ned pulled Bran into a careful embrace, mindful of the boy's injuries. "I've missed you both. So much has happened." Maester Luwin inclined his head politely, though his eyes glistened with emotion. "My lord, your presence was sorely needed. The Ironborn's aggression grows, and the lords gather daily for counsel. I trust you will find your seat waiting, though I have tried to hold it as best I could." Ned gave him a thankful nod. "I know how tireless you are, Maester. My thanks." He glanced back at the Great John and the others crowding the courtyard. We bring a host that may quarter outside these walls, or in nearby villages. Let us see them settled. We'll need to convene a war council soon. Gather every northern house that remains loyal. He stood, aware of how foreign it felt to act as the Lord of Winterfell again, after so many months entangled in southern wars. But the courtyard's bustle, stable hands taking horses, guards saluting, friends reuniting, brought an odd sense of comfort. The great Jon, smiling broadly, teased a few old acquaintances about their lazy watch duty. Roose Bolton's men drifted in, silent as wraiths. Ned guided Bran and Rickon toward the great hall, which was being readied for an impromptu feast of welcome. He noticed how each step Bran took on his crutch was more certain than before. The boy had come a long way from that near-fatal fall. Ned also observed Rickon's direwolf bounding along excitedly, sniffing at soldiers' ankles, its bright green eyes wide. The presence of a direwolf in Winterfell was a bittersweet reminder of the pups that once roamed with all his children. Sansa's lady had been lost to tragedy, Arya's Nymeria exiled. Now only Ghost, Summer, Shaggy Dog, and Grey Wind remained, scattered with their masters across the realm. As they entered, warm air embraced them, carrying scents of roast venison and wood smoke. Servants rushed about, spreading fresh rushes on the floor, stoking fires, pouring ale into jugs. Ned guided his sons to a raised dais near the front, typically reserved for the Lord's family. At once, distant memories flooded him. Nights of feasting when the children were younger, Robert's visit, simpler times. He sat, wearily letting out a breath, while Bran settled next to him. Rickon hopped onto the bench, Shaggy Dog curling underfoot. The great Jon clomped in, calling loudly for ale. Bolton entered more quietly, gliding to a side table. Lords Glover, Tallheart, Serwyn, and others filtered in, greeted by the sights of a homecoming. Maester Luwin hovered near Ned, offering updates in a hushed tone. The state of the Winterfell granaries, the watchers posted along the King's Road, the rumored location of ironborn ships. Ned listened, mind reeling, but forced himself to remain calm. At least here, in the heart of his domain, he felt the sturdy presence of the old gods behind him. The feast that evening was a subdued affair, more a communal supper than a raucous celebration. The lords were too weary or worried for real merriment. Everyone shared tidings of conflict. Small fights with ironborn raiders, sightings of new sails off Bear Island, rumors that White Harbor might face an incursion soon. In the flicker of torchlight, Ned took note of Roose Bolton's interactions with lesser lords, seeing how quietly persuasive the man could be. That seeded a fresh anxiety in Ned's mind. He needed every house's loyalty to stave off the Greyjoy threat, but Bolton's rumored dealings with Tywin Lannister nagged at him. For the moment, though, he stayed polite. Bolton had fought to reclaim Deepwood Mot, which at least proved some measure of loyalty. After the meal, Ned oversaw the settling of men in the Winterfell courtyard, stables, and outbuildings. Thousands more camped outside the walls. He sent scouts to ascertain the road's conditions, suspecting they'd soon dispatch forces to White Harbor. Finally, well past midnight, he allowed himself a moment's solitude. He walked the familiar corridor leading toward the heart tree, the old godwood. The weight of leadership pressed upon him so heavily that it felt like lead in his bones. Ducking under the gloom of intertwined branches, Ned let the hush of the godwood wrap around him. Stars pricked the sky above, shimmering faintly through a lace of leaves. The heart tree loomed with its carved face, weeping slow tears of sap. Ned approached, feeling an ache of gratitude to be in the presence of the old gods again. He knelt, resting a hand on the trunk's rough bark. "I have come home," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "Forgive me for leaving so long, for entangling us in southern wars. The realm is wounded, old gods. Now the north bleeds from the ironborn, and I must be strong enough to end it." A faint breeze stirred the leaves as though acknowledging his prayer. In that moment, Ned let his mind drift to each of his children, Sansa and Arya, far away, Robb, in King's Landing, forging alliances with Renly, Bran, who struggled still to find his place, Rickon, so young yet forced to grow in war's shadow, and Jon. At the wall, fending off dangers that might dwarf any mortal feud. An immense longing flickered through Ned. If only the realm were at peace, the family might be together, safe. But life had not allowed such comfort. Abrupt footsteps snapped him from reflection. He glanced up to see Roose Bolton entering the Godwood, the man's pale face stark in the moonlight. Ned stood, brow furrowing. Bolton rarely intruded on private moments. Bolton approached with measured steps. "My lord," he said softly, "forgive my interruption." Ned studied him warily. "It's late, Lord Bolton. What brings you here?" Bolton's expression was hard to read as ever. "I come with a word of caution. I've heard some men whisper about your leadership in the South, about how you left the North to deal with Southern squabbles, letting the Greyjoy threat fester. They wonder if House Stark still wields the old authority." Ned's jaw tightened. "The men who whisper that do not understand how desperate events forced me to remain in King's Landing." Bolton's lips curved in a mild, unsettling smile. "I know, but rumor can be potent. Now that you've returned, you must reassert a firm hand. If any lords think to conspire with outside powers, whether Tywin Lannister or Balon Greyjoy, we must show them that House Stark does not abide treason." Ned let out a slow breath. "Are you implying some houses might betray me?" Bolton's gaze flicked to the heart tree, then back to Ned. "I merely say, be vigilant. The North is vast, and fear can drive men to foolish choices. Keep your eyes open, Lord Stark." Ned wondered if Bolton was warning him or threatening him. The man's subtlety was always unnerving. "I appreciate your concern. I'll do my duty." Bolton's mouth quirked. "That's all I wish to hear. Good night, my lord." He bowed and walked away, footsteps fading into the gloom. Ned remained by the heart tree a moment longer, heart unsettled. He recalled how Bolton's extended family had allegedly flirted with Tywin's gold. Was Bolton hinting that other houses were doing the same, or was it a veiled way to sow suspicion among the northern lords so that Bolton himself seemed more loyal by comparison? Ned exhaled, returning his palm to the bark in a silent plea. The old gods offered no direct answer, only the hush of leaves. He left the Godwood for the quiet corridors of Winterfell, where a steward guided him to his old chambers. Inside, the furnishings were as he remembered, simple, warm, smelling faintly of the candles that had burned through the night. He undressed by the low light of a single lantern, every muscle in his body aching with weariness. Outside, the windside along the ramparts. For a time he couldn't sleep, his mind crowded with concerns, the ironborn threat, the question of alliances, the state of King's Landing, Stannis and Renly's looming conflict. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he sank into a restless slumber. Morning came with a swirl of activity. By first light, Ned was in the Great Hall, conferring with Maester Luwin about the best ways to coordinate watchers on the White Knife River, which led to White Harbor. The Great John stomped about, barking at men to find fresh horses. Across the hall, lords from smaller houses trickled in, each with their own news. After breaking his fast, Ned called for a full war council, Lords Glover, Serwyn, Tallheart, the Great John, and any other local heads who had arrived, plus select knights, Bolton included, and a few wise captains who understood the territory. Bran wanted to attend, his curiosity piqued, but Ned gently asked him to remain with Rickon for now. The hall was cleared except for these counselors, and they arranged themselves around a broad table over which Ned spread a map of the entire north. He tapped the area near White Harbor. Balon Greyjoy's next move might be an assault on the richest port in the north. If he seizes White Harbor, he can land men in great numbers and threaten the route to Winterfell directly. Lord Tallheart, a middle-aged man with worry lines, nodded. "We have some reports that ironborn ships prowl the waters near the Bight, but nothing confirmed. Lord Manderley has readied his knights, but they are outnumbered if a large fleet arrives." Ned frowned. "Then we must reinforce White Harbor. The question is how many men we can spare, while also keeping watch on the other coasts. Bear Island and House Mormont have had trouble too. The Glover lands are still fragile after the Mot was taken. We're spread thin." The Greatjon's booming voice cut in. "We have near 5,000 here, and more on the way from the northern clans. If we dispatch half to White Harbor, that might suffice. The rest can remain here, or go to Bear Island if needed." Ned nodded slowly. "That might be the best approach. Lord Serwyn, you'll lead a portion of our forces east to White Harbor. Take enough men to hold the city, coordinate with Manderley, and repel any amphibious landings. Meanwhile, Glover and Tallheart can remain in the western region. The Great John can help me maintain Winterfell as a central pivot. If trouble sparks, we can redeploy." Roose Bolton's quiet voice emerged from the far side. "And what of my men, my lord? We stand ready to serve, of course. Where do you wish us?" Ned weighed it carefully. "I'd have you remain near Winterfell, ready to move swiftly if a crisis arises. We need strong forces at hand to respond to raids. He looked Bolton in the eye. Is that acceptable? Bolton inclined his head. Naturally. We exist to serve House Stark. A faint tension rippled through the gathered lords. Some considered Bolton an uneasy ally, but no one spoke openly of it. The plan was set. Dispatch half the host to White Harbor under Serwyn's banner. Keep the other half in the west or at Winterfell. Watch the coasts. Gather more allies. The meeting concluded with a sense of determination. They might not have enough men to crush the entire Greyjoy fleet, but at least they'd secure the major strongpoints. That evening, Ned took a walk with Bran to the courtyard. The boy moved slowly, leaning on a cane, while Hodder hovered at a respectful distance. The air was crisp, carrying the tang of wood smoke from the kitchens. Soldiers came and went, checking gear or lead. ING horses. Bran watched with wide eyes. So many soldiers, Bran murmured. Is there going to be a battle here? Ned shook his head, ruffling his son's brown hair. I pray not. We're preparing in case the ironborn come. But we'll do all we can to protect Winterfell. Bran's gaze roamed the yard. I wish I could join them. Ride out like Robb, or even fight. But he trailed off, gesturing at his twisted legs. Ned's heart constricted. You have other gifts, Bran? And there are ways to be strong besides wielding a sword. Robb's path is dangerous. Yours can be a different road, one that keeps the North's memory alive. Bran looked thoughtful. Maybe. The old gods watch me sometimes. In my dreams, I see the heart tree's face. He spoke softly, as though uncertain if he should share more. I dream I can fly. Ned's chest tightened with an unexplainable ache. He recalled once hearing that the children of the forest had dreams that showed them hidden truths. Could Bran hold a shred of that ancient power? The old gods only knew. Treasure those dreams, Ned said gently. They might guide you, or bring you comfort in these troubled times. They continued their walk until the chill grew deeper, then parted ways. Ned returned to the Great Hall, where a messenger arrived from House Mormont on Bear Island, announcing that the lady of the house, Meege Mormont, had beaten off a small ironborn landing but expected more. Ned assured the messenger that the Glover forces could coordinate in the west. In the coming days, White Harbor's detachment departed under Lord Serwyn, an orderly line of men and wagons rolling out of Winterfell's gates. The Great John took a portion of the force west, ensuring Bear Island's approaches would stay protected. Ned remained with a strong corps at Winterfell, including Bolton's contingent and Glover reinforcements. Runners kept lines of communication open. Amid these preparations, each new dawn brought Ned fresh demands. Minor lords arrived with complaints about missing cattle, rumored ironborn raiders, or outlaws wearing no banner. Ned delegated as best he could, reminding himself that balancing these lesser issues was part of ruling. If he neglected them, dissatisfaction could breed more trouble. He strove to act swiftly but fairly, referencing the traditions of House Stark's justice. One afternoon, as Ned was sitting in the solar reading a Raven scroll from King's Landing, an update from Robb about Renly's maneuvers, Bran appeared in the doorway, eyes anxious. Father, Bran said, there's someone here, from beyond the wall. Ned jolted upright. From the Night's Watch? Bran nodded. Yes. 2 black brothers at the gate, saying they have urgent news. They want to speak to you. Ned's heart thumped. He'd only read vague references from Jeor Mormont about increased wildling activity and strange sightings. Could this be more about that threat? Bring them to the Great Hall. I'll meet them immediately. Within minutes, Ned stood in the hall, flanked by a handful of guards. The Great John was absent out in the courtyard, but Bolton lingered near a pillar, ever watchful. 2 men in black cloaks stepped forward. One was tall and lean, with a short gray beard and a deep scar across his nose. The other was younger, perhaps no older than Jon's age, pale from the northern chill. Each wore the crow's emblem on a black surcoat. My lord, the older brother said, bowing. I am Tywin Snow, a ranger of the Night's Watch. This is Tim Stone, my companion. We bring dire news from Castle Black. Ned's pulse quickened. Speak. What's happened? Tywin Snow shifted on his feet. We were sent by Lord Commander Mormont to beg you, or any lord in the north, for more men. We've had bizarre sightings beyond the wall, great gatherings of wildlings, led by a man called Mance Raider. But also darker rumors. Dead men walking. White walkers, some claim. Many rangers have vanished. Lord Commander fears that something stirs in the far north. A hush fell. Ned felt the memory of Jeor Mormont's earlier letters overshadowed by the city's wars, now roaring back. Dead men walking, he echoed. We grew up with those tales. But you say they are real. The younger watchman, Tim Stone, paled further. We do not know for certain, my lord, but survivors speak of pale creatures that bring the cold. Corpses that rise again. The old stories. He glanced at the floor. We lose men each week. The wildlings themselves seem terrified of something lurking in the haunted forest. Ned absorbed this with grim resignation. The realm was too embroiled in internal strife to heed the far north's warnings. Yet he had always believed in those old stories more than most. Lord Commander Mormont pleads for more men, you say. Does he also request supplies? Tywin Snow nodded. Aye, any help you can spare. We're ill-equipped for a large confrontation, whether it's an army of wildlings or worse. The rangers are stretched thin, the watch's numbers too low. Winter is coming, my lord, and we fear we aren't ready. Ned's mind spun. War with the ironborn demanded his full attention, yet the threat beyond the wall might dwarf any mortal feud if these rumors prove true. He recalled how Jon Snow, his secret nephew, had joined the Night's Watch. Was Jon safe? The question burned behind Ned's eyes, though he could not voice it publicly. I will do what I can, Ned said firmly. Our own situation is dire, the ironborn test our shores and the realm is in chaos. But the Night's Watch is vital. I'll muster some men to aid you, perhaps a few hundred once we quell the immediate threats here. And I'll send supplies north. Tywin Snow bowed deeply. You have our thanks, Lord Stark. The Lord Commander said you were the one man who might remember your oaths. Bolton stepped forward, voice cutting. But can we truly spare men, my lord, when the Greyjoys raid our coasts? Are these ghost stories worth diverting precious swords from the pressing war? Ned bristled. The Night's Watch must never be abandoned. The Starks have always recognized that. And you heard them, there's more than ghost stories out there. We have a duty, Lord Bolton. Bolton's eyes flickered with mild disdain, but he dipped his head. As you say, let us hope these few hundred men do not tip our struggle with the ironborn in the wrong direction. Ned turned back to the Black brothers. Rest here tonight. On the morrow, I'll give you my official response, along with a small token of supplies to carry back. More will follow. We'll do our best. The rangers murmured thanks, relief evident on their faces. Ned ordered a steward to see them fed and sheltered. Once they left the hall, Ned stood in silence, the tension in his shoulders mounting. He had to find a way to juggle the ironborn war and the Night's Watch's plea. If the horrors beyond the wall were real, the entire realm might face calamity, no matter who sat the Iron Throne. He felt Bolton's gaze linger, so he turned, coldly meeting the man's eyes. Say what's on your mind, my lord. Bolton shrugged. Only that this realm tears itself apart with Lannisters and Baratheons and Greyjoys and all the rest. Now we have the dead rising in the far north if these rangers speak true. The times grow dark indeed. He paused. It would be wise, Lord Stark, to ensure no divisions weaken us further. If any houses falter in their allegiance, we must address it. Ned understood the subtext. Bolton was offering once again to help root out traitors or bring them to heel with his brand of cruelty. But Ned had no taste for that. I'll handle loyalty among my bannermen, he said curtly. That will be all, Lord Bolton. Bolton inclined his head, an expressionless mask. Then he turned and left, his cloak trailing behind him. Ned stared at the empty doorway. He had fought a war in King's Landing, now fought the Ironborn, and might soon face an ancient threat beyond the wall. And always the question, whom could he trust fully? The next days brought frantic efforts. Ned wrote letters to smaller northern houses, Mormont, Umber, Ryswold, Dustin, urging them to each send a handful of men and supplies to Castle Black if they could spare them. He also prepared a specific party of about 100 volunteers from Winterfell's garrison, those who might be less essential to the Ironborn fight. It was but a fraction of the Watch's needs, but it was all he dared give. Meanwhile, more ravens brought news from White Harbor. Lord Serwyn had arrived, and though the port was uneasy, no large Ironborn fleet had appeared yet. That was the best they could hope for. A gloom blanketed Winterfell as autumn's days grew shorter. Each dawn was tinged with frost on the ramparts. Ned spent hours every morning in the Great Hall, hearing petitions from local folk or conferring with traveling lords who arrived to pledge men for the Ironborn War. Others brought troubling tidings. One man claimed to have seen a black-sailed ship off the eastern coast, bearing a Kraken sigil, but it vanished in the fog. Another swore that roving bandits plundered farmland while everyone's attention turned to the coasts. The weight of the North's struggles pressed on Ned's shoulders like a mountain. Still, there were small mercies, glimpses of Bran playing with Rickon in the courtyard, even if they had to move carefully to accommodate Bran's legs, mealtimes where Ned could recall old memories of simpler gatherings. Yet an unease haunted him, a sense that no matter how fiercely he tried, the world spun out of control beyond Winterfell's walls. King's Landing with Renly, Stannis in the Stormlands, Tywin Lannister lurking, and the far north stirring with rumors of walking corpses. He wondered if the realm had ever been this close to total collapse. One late afternoon, after writing a half-dozen letters, Ned decided to check on the Black brothers from Castle Black who were to depart soon. He found them in the stables, packing up supplies, salted beef, dried fruits, new boots, cloaks. He offered them final words of encouragement, telling them more help would come once the ironborn threat subsided. They expressed gratitude, though worry etched their faces. "We'll carry your message to Lord Commander Mormont," Tywin Snow said, gripping Ned's forearm. "He'll be heartened to know House Stark stands by the watch." Ned clasped the ranger's hand in return. "Tell him we do what we can. And tell him to keep an eye on Jon Snow for me." The words slipped out before Ned could fully consider them. Yet Tywin only nodded, not seeming to question. "Aye, your boy. He's grown into a fine ranger. We'll keep him safe." They parted, leaving Ned with an ache of pride and regret. Jon was safe so far, it seemed, or else the ranger would not have spoken so kindly. But if the watch truly faced monstrous enemies, no place was safe. At dusk, a new matter demanded Ned's attention, a commotion at the gates. Word spread that a small party of travelers arrived carrying a golden lion banner. Instantly suspicious, Ned headed for the gatehouse with a contingent of guards. The Grey Jon, returning from an inspection, joined him, expression fierce. "Lannisters? Here." Ned's gut churned. Tywin's agents, or perhaps a trick. But as the travelers approached under watchful arrows, Ned saw that the lion banner was ragged, half-torn. The men were dusty, battered, and only 3 in number. Their leader, a gaunt knight with bloodshot eyes, reined in his horse. He called out that he bore no ill will, only a plea to speak with Lord Stark. After a tense negotiation at the gate, Ned allowed them inside, disarmed. He recognized none personally, but they wore the surcoats of minor Lannister bannermen from the Westerlands. They had traveled a long road, apparently. In the courtyard, Ned demanded an explanation. The gaunt knight bowed stiffly. "Lord Stark, I am Ser Bonifer Hill, once sworn to Lord Tywin's service. Yet, after the defeat outside King's Landing, Tywin's forces scattered. I left, seeing no future in that cause. I come seeking mercy, possibly alliance. There are others like me, disillusioned." Ned frowned. "You deserted Tywin's host? Why approach me, of all lords?" Ser Bonifer pressed his cracked lips together. "Word has spread that King's Landing no longer suffers Lannister rule, that you stand with King Renly, and that the realm is fracturing further. Tywin's future is uncertain. Some of us no longer trust him. I hoped that if I came north, you might let me serve in some capacity, or at least not kill me." The Great Jon spat on the courtyard cobblestones. "We have no love for turncloaks. Why spare you, lion?" Bonifer winced. "Because I bring news. Tywin is gathering men again in the Westerlands. He courts other lords, even tries to entice the Freys. He has not given up. But the defeat outside King's Landing cost him heavily, and some bannermen deserted. I am one. My vow to House Lannister is broken." Ned's mind churned. Tywin stirring again was no surprise, but hearing it confirmed gave weight to the rumor. Yet was this man truly a deserter or a spy? "What do you expect me to do? Offer you bread and salt? A place among my men? Just like that?" Bonifer's shoulders sagged. "I ask only to remain alive. If you wish to question me under any method, I'll submit. I carry no falsehood. I truly doubt Tywin's cause now." Ned exchanged a glance with the Great Jon, who grumbled. Then Ned nodded slowly. "We'll keep you under guard. You'll be questioned. If you're found trustworthy, perhaps you can serve. If not, I understand," the knight said. So they placed him and his 2 companions under guard in a stable house, ensuring they had food but no weapons. Ned assigned a cautious steward to glean every detail of Tywin's rumored movements. If the man lied, they would see through it. If he told the truth, they'd learn more about the Lannisters' plans. That night, Ned stared at the embers in the hearth of his chamber, wondering if the realm would ever see peace. Tywin Lannister rallying again. The Greyjoys assaulting the coasts, Stannis and Renly at odds, and an ancient horror stirring beyond the wall. So many threats. He closed his eyes, letting exhaustion claim him. Over the following days, the chaos did not relent. Another raven arrived from White Harbor with mixed news. No large ironborn fleet had appeared yet, but smaller raids harried the coastline, forcing Serwyn's men to spread out. Meanwhile, from Bear Island came a battered messenger reporting that Lady Mormont engaged a second wave of reavers on her shores. They had repelled them, but not without losses. The north was turning into a patchwork of skirmishes. It was not all gloom. Reinforcements trickled in from mountain clans, Flints, Norreys, Wools, hardy folk who answered House Stark's call. Ned welcomed them, ensuring they were equipped and assigned to the right areas. The Great John, flamboyant as ever, took charge of some training sessions, forging a sense of unity among these newly arrived soldiers. Throughout it all, Ned realized how vital Winterfell's presence was. The castle's logistical networks, the loyalty of the Lesser Lords, the old name of Stark that commanded respect, these formed the North's backbone. If he had still been absent, the region might have fractured, letting the Ironborn carve out territory. He silently thanked the old gods that at least one corner of the realm had a rallying point. Meanwhile, the distrust toward Roose Bolton simmered. No open rift emerged, yet rumors circulated that some of Bolton's men bragged about gold they possessed, possibly Lannister coin. Ned took no direct action yet, lacking conclusive proof. But he planned to keep Bolton's men close so they couldn't slip away easily. If the evidence mounted, he might have to confront the Dread Fort's lord openly. One crisp morning, as Ned oversaw a wagon train of supplies heading to Castle Black, he spotted a swirl of commotion at the gates. This time, the banners approaching were northern, House Umber. Ned and the Great John strode forward with interest. The newly arrived riders brought a stout figure with them, Horsebane Umber, the Great John's older cousin. Horsebane, the Great John roared, laughing as he clapped arms with the man. What news from the last hearth? Horsebane scowled. No Ironborn up there, at least. But the free folk beyond the wall are stirring. My outriders near the gift swear they saw wildlings crossing in small bands. Could be scouts for a bigger migration. Ned rubbed his jaw. So the wildlings also press from the north. In smaller numbers for now, but it could worsen if Mance Rayder leads them. He recalled the Black Brothers' warnings. We must keep the roads near the Long Lake patrolled, or else we'll have raiders at our backs while dealing with the Ironborn. The Great John slammed a fist into his palm. Blood and ashes, it never ends. Are we to fight on all fronts? Ned sighed. That's what the realm has forced upon us. At least the Umbers stand strong in the far north. With any luck, Mance Rayder's main threat remains beyond the wall. Horsebane nodded grimly. We'll do our part. We come with 100 men to reinforce Winterfell, and more behind if needed. The House Umber remembers well who leads the north. Ned gave a grateful nod. You have our thanks. I'll ensure we coordinate your watchers with the Night's Watch so no infiltration goes unnoticed. That evening, they set about forging a new plan. If the wildlings truly began crossing the wall in small groups, they might add to the chaos. Ned decided to dispatch a few scattered patrols north of Winterfell near the lands bridging the gift. House Umber men, tall and fearsome, would lead those efforts, aided by a handful of Bolton's soldiers to keep an eye on the east. The Great John muttered that they were stretching themselves too thin, but Ned saw no choice. The north had grown vulnerable from multiple angles. After that meeting, Ned took a rare quiet moment in the library tower, seeking an old record of House Greyjoy's prior rebellions. If he could glean some pattern to their tactics, it might help. Dustmote swam in the lantern light as he leafed through thick tomes. He found references to Balon's last rebellion, how Robert Baratheon and Ned had subdued him, culminating in the Siege of Pike. Theon Greyjoy had been taken hostage after that. Ned paused at that memory. Theon, who once roamed Winterfell's halls with Robb, calling Ned my lord, was possibly now among the Reavers, waging war on the only family he had truly known. Pain twisted in Ned's chest. War turned loyalties inside out. He read on, discovering old histories of Harag Greyjoy, who centuries ago had tested the North's coasts. Typically, the Ironborn would raid quickly, retreat to their ships, and only settle if they found a poorly defended region. That gave Ned some comfort. As long as the North kept vigil and mobilized quickly, the Ironborn might not gain a permanent foothold. Already, Deepwood Mot had been reclaimed. Bear Island and White Harbor were on guard. Perhaps that was enough to keep Balon from any bigger ambitions. Yet a small voice whispered that Balon might still attempt a bold strike, especially if he believed the North was preoccupied. So Ned remained vigilant, setting new watchers each day, training new levies from villages that answered the call. He reaffirmed winter supplies for the castle, ensuring they could withstand a siege if it came. The courtyard bustled with activity, smiths forging arrowheads, stable boys shoeing horses, a swirl of readiness. On the 5th day after House Umber's arrival, a fresh raven soared into Winterfell, carrying a sealed missive from King's Landing. Ned Recogni. Zed the wax seal of House Baratheon. Inside the great hall, he opened it carefully, the hush of those present thick with anticipation. Reading the parchment, Ned's eyebrows rose. It was from Robb, delivered in King Renly's name. The gist: Stannis Baratheon had indeed marched from the Stormlands, but not on King's Landing. Instead, rumor placed him heading west, perhaps to threaten the Reach. Tywin Lannister had resurfaced near the Golden Tooth, forging new alliances. Meanwhile, Renly expanded his presence in the Crownlands, fortifying the capital. The letter ended with a personal note from Robb, hinting that tensions within the city were high but stable thanks to the Golden Company's watchful presence. Sansa and Arya remained safe if restless. Ned let out a breath of relief. At least they were not in immediate danger. But the realm was fracturing further, with Tywin mustering anew, Stannis possibly fighting Renly in the near future, and the Targaryen rumors still drifting across the sea. The letter mentioned no direct sign of a Targaryen claimant, though. Perhaps that was one threat not looming too close, or so Ned hoped. He shared the letter's contents with the Great Jon, Bolton, and the other leading lords. The news that Tywin Lannister had not marched on the city but was instead rallying in the west meant the north had a respite from direct interference. That was something. Yet it also meant Tywin might soon rebound if he convinced houses in the Riverlands or freed the Freys to join him. The war across Westeros showed no sign of concluding. Ned penned a reply to Robb, urging caution, instructing him to keep a close eye on the Lannister prisoners Cersei and Joffrey and maintain alliances with Renly as best he could. He asked for any further developments about Stannis. Then he sealed it, handing it to the Ravenkeeper. Another day, another set of burdens. Weeks rolled past in a blur of mustering, patrolling, and endless small crises. Though no major ironborn invasion materialized, scattered raids continued along the coasts, forcing Ned's men to dash from one crisis to another. Word came that a large portion of the Greyjoy fleet was spotted near the Shield Islands in the southwestern seas, possibly tangling with some Reach lords loyal to Renly. That suggested Balon might be testing multiple fronts. The North still needed to remain on guard. Ned's life became a cycle of early rising, conferring with lords in the Great Hall, sending out riders with instructions, checking on the readiness of the keep, all amid the swirl of Winterfell's daily life. He strove to carve out time for Bran and Rickon, ensuring they felt a father's presence. In those quiet hours, the burdens softened. Rickon boasted about how Shaggy Dog was learning to fetch sticks, while Bran confided that he sometimes dreamed of the three-eyed crow again. Ned listened patiently, offering reassurance though he felt uncertain about the meaning of such dreams. Roose Bolton kept a politely distant stance, carrying out Ned's orders but never failing to appear with faintly unsettling remarks. The Great Jon overshadowed any subtlety with his loud loyalty. Lords Glover and Tallheart managed the western lands. Lord Serwyn occasionally sent ravens from White Harbor, stating that he remained watchful though all was calm. In the midst of this delicate balance, a day came that threatened to shatter their relative stability. The morning was cold and overcast, a fine drizzle misting the battlements. Ned was in the courtyard, observing fresh recruits run spear drills when a sentry's shout broke over the walls, riders approaching, flying the Kraken banner. At once, tension electrified the yard. The Great Jon bellowed for men to arms. Soldiers grabbed halberds, crossbows, forming a defensive line at the gate. Ned hurried to the ramparts. Indeed, a small group of ironborn horsemen advanced across the open field, brandishing a ragged black banner with the golden kraken. They numbered no more than 10. Ned wondered how they came this far inland unnoticed. Perhaps they'd lost their main group or had a secret path. The riders halted out of arrow range. One called out in a harsh voice that they bore a message from Lord Balon Greyjoy to Eddard Stark. The watchers demanded they dismount. The ironborn complied, tossing aside weapons to show they meant no immediate harm. The gates opened enough for them to step through, surrounded by Stark guards with drawn bows. Ned joined them in the courtyard, the Great Jon at his side, rage simmering in his posture. Bolton hovered near, silent but alert. The ironborn spokesman was a wiry man with salt and pepper hair, scars marking his cheeks. He held out a sealed parchment, the wax bearing a stylized kraken. "My lord, Balon Greyjoy demands you read this." His tone dripped contempt, as if he hated the act of parley. Ned took the letter, glancing at the man. "You've come a long way to deliver a threat, presumably." The ironborn just sneered. "We do as our lord commands." Ned broke the seal, eyes flicking over the text. It was short, curt. Balon Greyjoy declared that the North's coasts belonged to the ironborn by right of conquest, citing old claims from centuries past. He demanded that Ned recognize the Iron Isles' independence and cease all attempts to reclaim territory. If Ned refused, Balon threatened to unleash a larger invasion, calling the full might of the Iron Fleet. The letter ended with a scrawl that Theon Greyjoy served as Balon's rightful heir, implying that Theon had fully embraced his ironborn heritage. Ned felt a wave of anger and sadness. Theon turned against them. He lowered the parchment, addressing the messenger. "Tell your lord that the North will never yield to the Iron Isles. We have reclaimed Deepwood Mot. We will reclaim every inch. If he dares send a larger fleet, we will meet it." The ironborn messenger spat on the ground. "Then war it is." The Great John let out a roar and lunged forward, seizing the man by the collar. "You scum come to threaten us in our own seat?" He half-lifted the man off his feet. Ned raised a hand. The Great John let him go. The Great John reluctantly dropped him. The messenger wheezed, but his eyes flared with savage pride. "We have your answer, then." Ned nodded to his guards. "Escort them out unharmed, as is custom for a herald. Let them bear the message back." Bolton's lip curled. A wasted courtesy for reavers. Ned ignored him. The ironborn, still ringed by armed guards, retreated from the courtyard. The gates slammed shut behind them, leaving behind a hush. The Great John turned to Ned, voice quivering with contained fury. "They dare deliver threats. We'll show them no mercy next time." Ned's expression was stony. "So be it. Balon Greyjoy wants official war. He'll have it. We'll step up our efforts to crush every last raider on our shores." Yet as the men in the courtyard murmured agreement, Ned felt a deeper pang. The realm was already so fractured. Did it truly serve any good to entrench in another bloody campaign? Perhaps there was no choice. The ironborn meant to raid and pillage. He must defend the North. Still, the memory of Theon as a boy, smiling at Winterfell, stung him like a barb. War changes men. By midday, the Great John called an assembly, rallying the lords present for an official pronouncement. They gathered in the Great Hall. Ned stood at the dais, flanked by the dire wolf banner. Around him, the Great John, Bolton, Glover, Tallheart, and many lesser lords waited, brimming with tension. Even Maester Lewin hovered, ready to record any decrees. The hall was packed with curious onlookers, guards, minor knights, stable-hands, everyone wanting to see how their lord would respond to Balon's ultimatum. Ned stepped forward. He raised the parchment in his right hand. "Balon Greyjoy declares the Iron Isles independent, claims the North's coasts, and threatens invasion if we do not submit. We will not submit." A roar of approval thundered in the hall. Swords banged against shields. The Great John led the cry of "no quarter for Krakens." Ned waited for quiet. "Henceforth, by my authority as Lord of Winterfell, I declare that any ironborn found on our shores shall be shown no mercy unless they yield unconditionally. We will intensify our patrols, fortify every stronghold. The North stands united. If Balon Greyjoy dares bring his iron fleet, we will meet him at sea if we can, and on land if we must. We will not yield." Cheers again rose, a fierce swell of northern pride. Ned glanced among the crowd, seeing more satisfaction than fear. For all their famed stoicism, Northmen relished the chance to defend their home. Only Roose Bolton stood impassive. Ned concluded the announcement with a vow that House Stark would avenge every farm burned, every villager taken. Balon would learn that the North might be vast and lightly settled, but it would not break. Afterwards, the great hall buzzed with war fervor. Ned withdrew to a side chamber with his key advisors. The Great John, Glover, Tallheart, Bolton, and a handful of experienced captains. They needed a new strategy. Faster ships for patrolling, stronger watchtowers, better signals to unify the coast. Some suggested building small war galleys on the White Knife, launching them to harass ironborn vessels. Others wanted to dispatch more riders to warn every coastal village. Ned listened, eventually deciding on a multi-pronged approach. More watchers on the coastline, an expansion of White Harbor's shipyards to produce a modest navy, though it would take time, and increased readiness at Bear Island, Deepwood Mot, and points between. If Balon launched a major assault, they'd use ravens and signal fires to converge quickly. He admitted it was imperfect. Coastal defense had never been the North's strength, but they would do their utmost. That same night, while finalizing documents in his solar, Ned's mind kept drifting back to Theon Greyjoy. He recalled the boy's haunted eyes when he first arrived at Winterfell, a hostage to guarantee Balon's submission after the failed rebellion. Ned had tried to treat him fairly, but the boy had always chafed at the subtle shackles of captivity. Now, Theon presumably fought for his father. Could Theon have prevented this conflict if he had truly embraced the North? Or had it always been inevitable that blood would call him back to the sea? The question weighed heavily, but no answer would come. Days turned into weeks as the North braced for the rumored onslaught. Glover and Tallheart both scoured the western coasts, sending back news of sporadic skirmishes. Bear Island likewise reported more attempts at landing. White Harbor expanded its watch on the harbor mouth. The Great John ventured out to rally the mountain clans for added patrols. Bolton remained close to Winterfell, outwardly loyal. Meanwhile, Ned awaited any sign of a large ironborn fleet. The watchers along the rills, near the Bay of Ice, reported no major sightings. Yet, tension stretched like a drawn bowstring. All the while, ravens from King's Landing were sporadic. One letter arrived from Robb, stating that Renly solidified alliances in the Crownlands, while Stannis ravaged a portion of the Reach, conflicting with Tyrell bannermen. Tywin Lannister was rumored to be forging a pact with House Frey, but details were uncertain. The city itself remained calm, with Sansa and Arya safe in the Red Keep. Ned felt fleeting relief, overshadowed by the burdens at home. He penned a reply, urging Robb to keep vigilant, though part of him wished he could share the entire weight of leadership with his eldest son. Night after night, Ned paced the battlements, scanning the distant gloom for any flicker of dragon wings, or a crack in sail, or a sign of some monstrous shape from beyond the wall. None came, only the wind and the murmurs of guards. Winter would come soon enough, and with it possibly worse nightmares. But for now, he stood as a sentinel, determined that the North would not kneel to any threat from the sea or from southern intrigues. One dawn, as he concluded a watch on the ramparts, the Great John joined him, grinning through frosted breath. "A fine day to be alive, my lord. The air smells like the first breath of winter. Maybe the krakens will freeze in the waves." Ned managed a thin smile. If only it were that simple. They shared a companionable silence. Beneath them, the courtyard stirred with the day's bustle. Above, a pale sun rose, painting the battlements in shifting gold. The old gods alone knew what new trials waited. But Eddard Stark at least had come home. In the midst of swirling wars, Ironborn, Lannister, Baratheon, the far north, he was rooted again in Winterfell, steeled by ancient traditions, surrounded by men who trusted him to lead. If Balon Greyjoy came, he would find the North more resolute than ever. If Tywin marched again, he would face a realm already in partial alliance with King Renly. If the wildlings or worse ventured south, Ned would do his best to stand firm. So the Wolf King, who once seized the Iron Throne only to keep it from devouring his family, now defended the North from every threat that rose like shadows on the horizon. Each day demanded resolve, each night offered little rest. The future of Westeros remained uncertain, with storms of war raging in every corner. Yet in that uncertain morning light, Ned felt a sliver of faith. He had not chosen this burden, but he would bear it, for the sake of those he loved and the land that had shaped him. Winter was coming, but House Stark, battered yet unbroken, would endure, and perhaps, in time, guide the realm toward the dawn. The nights in Winterfell grew ever longer, and Ned Stark found himself more often than not pacing the halls well past the midnight hour, an oil lamp in hand to guide him through corridors of gray stone. Reports from every corner of the North collected on his table by day. Bandit sightings, ironborn raids, rumors of wildlings crossing the Gift, and each one seemed only to multiply the burden he bore. Often, the only peace he could find came in those hushed hours when the rest of the keep slept or dozed. The corridors were lit by the faint glow of torches guttering in iron sconces. Outside, the autumn wind moaned across the battlements. Moonlight spilled onto the courtyard below, revealing row after row of tents in which soldiers and camp followers took what rest they could. Each passing day, the soldiers grew wearier, the horses thinner, the blacksmith's hammer more constant. Despite these signs of strain, the North did not break. Bolstered by the moral authority of Winterfell and the legacy of the Stark name, the various lords and captains who had flocked to Ned's cause still believed they would eventually drive off the Ironborn menace. Yet Ned knew too well how swiftly such confidence could vanish in the face of real disaster. More than once he had glimpsed the cracks in their bravado, brief flickers of doubt in their eyes, or the quiet hush when a new report arrived of a savage raid along the western coast. One late evening Ned walked the length of the great hall, stepping between dark wooden tables. The hall was empty except for Maester Lewin, who was bent over a scribbler's desk near the dais, reading by candlelight. The combined smells of old parchment, wax, and the lingering traces of roasted meat from supper filled the space. When Lewin noticed Ned's approach, he straightened, rubbing his eyes. "My lord," the maester said softly. "I thought you might have retired for the night." Ned let out a tired breath. "I tried, but peace won't come easily. I trust you're not overtaxing yourself." Lewin managed a weary smile. "I scribbled out half a dozen letters, one to Lord Serwyn in White Harbor, another to Lady Mormont, a few to the mountain clans. All updates to keep them informed of your new watch rotations. I fear the realm devours parchment as fast as we can produce it." Ned nodded. "What news from beyond the north? Any new crows from the south or from the watch?" Lewin sighed. A raven arrived from King's Landing earlier, carrying little but a short note from young Robb saying that Stannis remains at large in the Reach and that Tywin might be forging alliances with the Freys. There's also a hint that Renly wishes for you to return if the city faces new threats, but Robb assures him you cannot come south while the ironborn trouble our shores. Ned's thoughts churned. Even though the line of ravens had grown sparser in recent weeks, he still felt the city's distant pull, its intrigues, its threat of renewed war, the precarious position of Sansa and Arya. "What of the Night's Watch?" Lewin tapped a smaller slip of parchment. "They remain hard-pressed by their account. Lord Commander Mormont thanks you for the men you've spared, but he begs further watchfulness along the northern roads lest wildlings cross in greater numbers. If they do, Mormont fears they may slip between the Gift and the Umbers and vanish deeper into the north. He mentions again strange sightings of the dead. Some of our own new recruits to the Watch have seen enough horror that they're half convinced." Ned's mind drifted to Jon Snow, his secret nephew, somewhere atop the wall, trying to hold back a darkness that might dwarf these mortal feuds. He rubbed his temple. "We'll watch as best we can. The men we sent to Castle Black are all we can spare for now." "Yes, my lord." Lewin closed one of his ledgers and rose from the desk, rolling his shoulders with a wince. "If you'll permit me, I'll retire. Dawn always comes quickly these days." Ned bid him good night. After Lewin's footsteps faded, Ned remained in the quiet of the great hall where the shadows seemed to press in. Tired as he was, he could not quite bring himself to leave. Here, in the center of Winterfell's seat, he felt some intangible link to the line of Starks before him. If they were watching from the crypts below, they would expect him to bear these burdens without complaint. So he inhaled, let out a steady breath, and found a measure of resolve in the hush. He turned and left the hall, lamp in hand. Outside in the courtyard, the moon had crept higher, peeking through ragged clouds. The night watch on the walls called to one another, their voices drifting down. As he crossed the yard, he noticed a familiar figure standing near the main gate, half-bathed in moonlight. It was Roose Bolton. Since Ned's return, Bolton had kept a respectful distance, but the man's very presence could sour the air, partly from the rumors swirling around him, partly from the subtle menace in his silence. He stood with arms folded, eyes glinting in the uncertain light. When he saw Ned approach, he inclined his head. "Lord Stark, you wander late," Bolton said in a voice barely above a murmur. "No rest again?" Ned studied Bolton's face. The man's pale, almost translucent skin seemed ghostly in the moon's faint glow. "One could ask the same of you." Bolton let out a soft chuckle. "I was walking to calm my thoughts. Even men of the dread fort might grow weary of day's noise." Ned shrugged. "Well, I shan't keep you from your wander." He turned as if to go, but Bolton spoke again, voice low and tinged with something that might have been amusement or threat. Ned could never tell. "My lord, if you suspect me, I would prefer we discuss it openly," Bolton said. "I sense that tension. Others have whispered as much. Let us not indulge in half-measures." Ned hesitated, the yard's shadows stretching at their feet. In truth, he had wrestled with misgivings about Bolton since learning his extended kin might have taken Tywin's gold. "I do not suspect you lightly," Ned said carefully, "but it's no secret that some of your relatives have been rumored to treat with the Lannisters. In these times, I can't dismiss any rumor out of hand." Bolton's calm face remained unreadable. "My kin, yes, I have not always agreed with every distant branch. But I am here, in Winterfell, honoring my oaths. My men fought at Deepwood Mot. We stand guard as you command. Is that not proof enough?" Ned heard an edge in Bolton's voice. "I appreciate your help so long as it's sincere. But if there is any shadow of a bargain with Tywin, I must know." Bolton shook his head lightly. Lord Tywin does not reward failures. And any approach from him would be a losing gamble, especially now that he has turned west to gather his own strength. Would I throw my lot in with a man whose siege on King's Landing ended in humiliation, who lurks in the west while the Tyrells, Baratheons, and Starks hold the heart of the realm? I am many things, my lord, but I am not foolish. A small silence lingered between them. Ned studied Bolton's pale eyes, searching for any flicker of deceit. Bolton was not the type to show it if he had it. At last, Ned gave a curt nod. So be it. For now, we remain allies. I ask only that you stand true if the ironborn come in force. Bolton dipped his head in a gesture of feigned humility. I stand for the north. Always. That was all the man said. He turned, cloak trailing, and strode into the deeper shadows along the wall. Ned watched him vanish around a bend, unsettled but lacking cause to press the matter further. Even if Bolton had no formal alliance with Tywin, that did not guarantee he wouldn't grasp for advantage if the war turned. Still, war demanded uneasy alliances. Ned sighed, heading at last toward his bed. Tomorrow would bring more tasks. He rose at dawn to find the courtyard already abuzz with news. Lady Mormont had arrived in person from Bear Island, traveling swiftly with a small retinue. Ned went to the great hall to greet her. The hall was bright with morning light that filtered through narrow windows, dancing on the polished floor. Midge Mormont, barrel-chested and broad of shoulder, entered with the stride of a fighter. Her hair, streaked with gray, was tied back in a simple knot, and her face bore new lines of fatigue. Lord Stark, she said, voice gruff but cordial. We saw off a second wave of reavers near our shores. They tried to land at the southwestern beach, only to find the Mormonts waiting. They lost men, fled back to their ships. No major harm done, though we lost a handful in the fighting. Ned inclined his head. I'm sorry for your losses. But it's good that you keep Bear Island guarded. She let out a short exhale. Aye, but we can't keep it up forever if Balan truly sends his full might. I came to ask if you have any fresh plan for a naval deterrent. My people fight better on land, but the ironborn remain a threat at sea. Ned gestured for her to join him at the head of the table where a large map of the north lay pinned. We've petitioned White Harbor to begin building new ships, but that takes time. We have only a handful of small galleys now. If the ironborn come in large numbers, we'll be forced to rely on coastal watchers and a quick muster. If you can hold Bear Island's shores for a while, we'll send relief from Deepwood Mot or Winterfell as soon as possible. Midge Mormont frowned at the map, her thick fingers tapping the coastline. Then let us ensure we have ravens trained to all key outposts. A single missed alarm could see half our island burned. We'll stand, but I won't lie. We need allies with more ships, or some cunning trick to break the Greyjoy advantage. Ned nodded. Agreed. If we can glean some opening, like capturing a portion of their fleet in harbor or surprising them at sea, we will, but right now they outmatch us afloat. We must outmaneuver them on land. She considered that. Balan's last rebellion ended with Pike's walls broken by Robert's might. You can't muster that many men. But the ironborn might be spread thin if they raid multiple coasts. Maybe that's your opening. It could be, Ned said, half to himself. They rely on shock tactics, quick raids. If we stay vigilant, we might catch one of their main assault forces on land before they re-embark. They mapped out joint signals. Flame beacons placed on tall hills. Riders ready to gallop from fortress to fortress. After the meeting, Ned arranged for Midge to remain at Winterfell for a few days, exchanging intelligence and collecting new armor for some of her men. Her presence was a balm to morale. Mormonts were known for tough resilience, and her daughters, though absent, had a legendary ferocity. Soldiers in the yard whispered with admiration for the Lady of Bear Island, who had personally slain 2 reavers in the last skirmish. While Midge Mormont inspected the smithy to ensure the forging of new spears, Ned took the chance to confer privately with her about the broader war. She stood in the castle's small garden, crossing her arms as he spoke of rumors that Tywin might strike the Riverlands again and that Stannis threatened the Tyrells. All the more reason for us to keep the north strong, she said, the sunlight illuminating the scar along her jaw. If the realm breaks further, we can't rely on outside help. Not from King's Landing, not from any Baratheon brother. Not from the Lannisters, obviously. Ned gave a grim nod. I've placed my trust in the arrangement with Renly, but we're too distant for him to send real aid to us. The best we can hope is that he keeps Tywin's focus away from the Neck or the Riverlands. If Tywin found a way to move an army north, we'd be pressed from two fronts. Ironborn to the west, Lannisters to the south. Meej spat on the ground at that thought. We'd make them pay dearly. But yes, that would be ill. We'll have to pray your son Robb and King Renly hold the city well enough to deter that. In the meantime, we keep the ironborn from biting too deep. He was grateful for her directness and left the conversation feeling at least somewhat assured that the lines of defense were stiffening. That afternoon, the courtyard saw a small ceremony in which newly assembled recruits pledged themselves to House Mormont's banner, reinforcing the Bear Island garrison. Ned oversaw it from the dais, approving. Soon after, she took her leave, returning to Bear Island with fresh supplies and an escort of 20 men. The next week brought renewed tension. Raven's Eye watchers reported that more Reaver ships prowled the Bay of Ice, testing for weak spots. Some lords wrote of bandits masquerading as ironborn, pillaging under that guise. Ned was forced to dispatch extra patrols to unmask them. Each day he felt the strain on his forces. The north was vast, the roads treacherous, and the feeling of having to be everywhere at once weighed heavily. Even so, small victories emerged. A squad of Glover archers intercepted an ironborn scouting party near a hidden cove, slaying them to the last man. On another front, House Serwyn's men in White Harbor caught a stealthy band trying to sabotage fishing boats. More and more, the ironborn realized the north was not wholly unprepared. And yet, Balon's full might had not materialized. That worried Ned most of all. If Balon was building to a grand strike, each passing day might bring it closer. Meanwhile, winter loomed in the skies, sullen grays and chill nights. Supplies would be harder to transport once heavy snows came. The direwolf banners fluttered in the frigid wind, warning all who approached that the Wolf King guarded his domain. Ned prayed that vigilance would suffice. One evening, after a long day of managing Watcher's reports, Ned found himself at supper with Bran and Rickon in the family solar. A fire crackled in the hearth, its warmth pushing back the creeping cold. Scented candles burned on a side table, giving the room a softer glow. It was a domestic scene that almost made Ned forget the war outside. Rickon happily chewed on a piece of roasted boar, while Bran used a special tool to pick at his portion, mindful of balance. Shaggy Dog curled near Rickon's feet, while Summer, a mottled gray dire wolf belonging to Bran, lay dozing in a corner, ears twitching. Bran looked up, blue eyes curious. "Father, do you think the war will reach Winterfell?" "Some of the stable boys said so." Ned set down his knife. "I'm doing all I can to ensure it doesn't. If the Ironborn try, we'll drive them back. The north is big and they're used to quick raids, not sieges." Rickon piped up with a child's bright confidence. "They'll never get in. Winterfell's walls are too strong." Ned mustered a small smile for Rickon's sake. "That's the idea. And we have many loyal men here. If the worst comes, we'll see them off. But it's my hope we can prevent them from even trying." Bran's voice grew quiet. "I just worry after hearing about Deepwood Mot. The Reavers still got in. Could we have done more?" Ned shook his head gently. "There wasn't enough warning. The Greyjoys are cunning at sea. But we retook the Mot and now the Watchers are stronger. That's all we can do, son. Respond quickly, ensure no place is left undefended." Bran nodded, though his gaze stayed solemn. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, like whether the kennel master had new pups or how Rickon wanted to ride a pony soon. The direwolves gave soft wuffs and snuffled for scraps under the table. For a fleeting time, Ned allowed himself to savor the warmth of a simple family supper. All too soon, responsibilities called. He excused himself, offering the boys a good night. Bran insisted he would stay in the solar a bit longer, reading a story about ancient Stark kings. Rickon climbed into Ned's arms for a quick hug, then scampered off with Shaggy Dog at his heels, presumably to search for some treat in the kitchens. Ned departed, half smiling at the memory of simpler times. He headed to the war room, a lesser chamber off the great hall where a large carved map of the north rested on a stone table. The place was lit by a single brazier, casting dancing shadows across the walls. There, the Great John waited with a pair of his men, each looking tense. Bolton arrived soon after, accompanied by a quiet retainer. "My lord," said the Great John with uncharacteristic gravity. "We have word from the southwestern coast, reports of at least half a dozen ironborn longships sighted near the inlet to Lake Torrhen. That's deeper inland than we've seen them attempt so far." Ned stepped around the table, scanning the map. He placed a finger on Lake Torrhen's location, which sat well behind the usual coastline. How did they get so far inland? The lake connects by the White Knife's tributary, but it's shallow in places. Perhaps shallow enough for longships if they picked the right channels. The Great John grunted. They must have scouted thoroughly or forced local fishermen to guide them. In any case, they might aim to raid the small villages around the lake. If they succeed, they can vanish back down the river. Ned drummed his fingers on the table. This is precisely the kind of infiltration we feared. If they strike there, how fast can we muster a response? Bolton spoke in his quiet, measured tone. We have men near that region, House Tallheart's rangers, I believe, a few dozen. But not enough to hold against half a dozen longships worth of reavers. They can cause real damage. Ned exhaled. We'll need to dispatch a larger force quickly. The Great John, you're best at leading swift cavalry. Could you assemble a few hundred riders to march at once? We might intercept them. The Great John's eyes gleamed. Aye, we can. If we ride hard, we might catch them ashore. But we need to be sure they're still there, not slipping away downriver. One problem, Bolton interjected. We don't know precisely where they intend to land. Lake Torrent has multiple inlets. They could spread out or converge. Ned studied the map, recalling the topography. We can split cavalry into two prongs, sweeping the lake's perimeter. If we coordinate with any local outriders, we might trap them or at least drive them to a narrower exit. The Great John cracked a grin. Sounds like a plan. I'll set out at dawn, or even sooner if the men are ready. I'll take a decent mix of archers and horse. Let's see if we can bag some krakens on land. Ned nodded approval. Do it. I'll have Lewin send a raven to House Tallheart, telling them to watch for your approach. They can guide you to the best vantage. The Great John looked eager for a real fight. Bolton, less so, but he gave a curt nod, apparently content to remain behind and hold the keep, as was Ned's directive. They parted ways. Ned spent another hour writing letters for the ravens, warning the local lords of the infiltration. By the time he retired, it was well past midnight again. Dawn broke with a clamor of hooves and shouting in the courtyard as the Great John led a swift force of 300 riders from Winterfell. Ned stood on the battlements with Bolton and a few others, watching them thunder out the gates, banners snapping. Though Ned would have liked to lead personally, he knew he was needed at Winterfell to coordinate the overall defense. The Great John was a skilled field commander when it came to quick, aggressive strikes. Let him have that glory. Days of tense waiting followed. Each morning, Ned scanned the horizon for returning riders. Each afternoon brought new ravens with small tidings. No major sightings of ironborn in other areas, but rumors abounded that a new wave of ships patrolled the western coasts. At night, Ned revisited old nightmares about Theon. Had the boy guided these reavers upriver? Or was Theon off somewhere else entirely, raiding some unsuspecting village with the savage bravado of the ironborn? Sleep came only in fragments. At last, after nearly a week, the Great John's force returned in the half-light before sunset. Dust clung to their cloaks, and the soldiers looked tired yet triumphant. Ned strode out to greet them, eyes quickly finding the Great John's broad form in the saddle. The big man slid off his horse and stomped up, face split by a grin. "My lord, I bring good news," he boomed. "We caught half their number camped on a muddy shore near the southern tip of Lake Torrent. The rest tried to flee, but we cornered them with Tallheart men. Must have been near 200 ironborn. We slew most, captured a fair few, plus scuttled 3 of their ships. The others got away, but not unscathed." A cheer broke from the courtyard men. Ned felt a surge of relief. A real victory, not just a small skirmish. "Well done," he said, clasping the Great John's forearm. "Losses?" The Great John's grin faded slightly. "We lost about 24, good men. Another score wounded. The ironborn fought like devils once cornered. But we had the advantage. They left a few villages burned, though, so we arrived too late to save everything." Ned nodded grimly. "At least we punished them. The local folk will take comfort in that. Took some reavers prisoner too," the Great John added. "Stubborn as they come. No sign of Theon Greyjoy among them, though. They claim they have no direct knowledge of him." Ned exhaled. "I see." He'd hoped, in some private corner of his heart, that Theon might appear or be captured. Perhaps that was naive. "We'll house the prisoners in the dungeons. I want to question them. They might reveal some of Balan's plans." Bolton, who had come to watch from the steps, nodded in agreement. "Interrogation might yield intelligence. If they hold out, we could persuade them." Ned gave Bolton a warning look. "We'll question them thoroughly but not stoop to torture. We hold to northern justice, Lord Bolton." A flicker of something crossed Bolton's face, but he acquiesced, bowing slightly. "As you say." The Great John recounted more details of the fight, how they trapped the ironborn by feigning a retreat, then circling behind. The images of cavalry charging across marshy ground, reavers wading into the shallows, flailing as arrows found them. Grim images, but the men ate them up, starved for tales of victory. It was the first real blow the North had struck at the ironborn infiltration in weeks, so the mood in the courtyard rose sharply. Soldiers patted each other on the back, stable hands clapped. They might face more raids soon, but for now morale soared. That evening, the hall smelled of roasted meats and fresh bread, a mild celebratory feast in honor of the victory. Ned raised his cup to the great John, praising the valor of all who rode with him, the Glover men, the Tall Heart Scouts, the newly formed cavalry from Winterfell. Applause echoed off the walls. For a moment, the great hall felt alive with something akin to hope. Bolton lingered on the sidelines, observing with that opaque gaze. Ned deliberately avoided him, focusing on the good cheer. Even Bran and Rickon could be seen near the dais, eyes alight as they listened to stories of the skirmish, though Ned made sure they heard none of the bloodiest details. He wanted them to hold on to what childhood remained. Before the feast ended, Ned slipped away to the dungeons, determined to see the captured reavers for himself. A pair of torches lit the damp corridor. The stench of stale air and sweat hung thick. A guard led him to a cell where several ironborn men sat, wrists shackled. Their hair and beards were matted with grime, faces bruised. One glowered at Ned from the straw-covered floor, the others simply stared with dull animosity. Ned beckoned a guard to open the barred door just enough that he could stand safely behind it and address them. "You've tested the North's borders," he said, voice steady. "Now you see we won't be easy prey. If any of you have sense, you'll share what you know of Balon Greyjoy's plans, or your next days will be spent rotting in here, perhaps awaiting the headsman." One man spat. "I'll tell you nothing, Stark. We are ironborn. The sea is in our blood, not fear." Another sneered. "The drowned god protects his own. We spit on your threats." Ned studied them, letting a moment's silence build. "You reave and raid like petty thieves, then claim you're above fear. If your drowned god is so strong, perhaps he'll come pluck you from this cell." He turned to the guard. "Feed them bread and water. Let them cool off. I'll return in the morning with more questions." He left them to stew, unconvinced they would yield anything useful quickly. Still, time might wear them down. If not, perhaps one of them would slip, letting out a clue. He refused to simply let them be tortured. Northern justice meant either executing or giving them a chance to talk. For now, they'd languish in the gloom. Returning to the Great Hall, Ned found the feast winding down. The Great John was half-drunk, recapping the day's heroics to a circle of men. Some scattered lords had begun to retire. Roose Bolton was gone. Ned noticed that his seat at a side table was empty, the cup left behind. Possibly he'd retired early or found some shadowed corridor to prowl. Ned suppressed a sigh. The man was an enigma. He took a seat near the dais, letting the warmth of the hearth push away the chill of the dungeons. Another day ended, another victory overshadowed by the knowledge that more battles might loom. Outside, the wind whistled across the parapets. The realm was fracturing, and they could not truly guess how large a blow Balon might attempt. But at least for one night, the men of the North could remember the taste of triumph. The next morning brought another report that a small group of ironborn had tried to land on a remote beach near the rills, but House Riswell's watchers had driven them off. That confirmed a pattern. Scattered, probing raids, perhaps meant to test for weaknesses or sow panic. Ned responded by doubling watchers along the rills, gathering new volunteers from local villages. Meanwhile, the Greatjon's success continued to embolden the cavalry, who readied themselves for the next sign of infiltration. The dungeons offered no new revelations. Ned personally questioned the captive reavers, but they spat curses and nonsense about the drowned god. One implied that Theon Greyjoy led a grand reaving party, though whether that was truth or mere boasting was unclear. Bran grew more inquisitive about all of it, occasionally pressing Ned for details. Ned tried to shield him, though he recognized that the boy was no longer a small child. At supper one day, Bran asked if Theon might come to Winterfell, and whether he truly had turned on them. Ned set his goblet aside. "I can't say for certain. He was Balon's son always, yet I hoped living here might have changed him. War tests men's loyalties. He's chosen his blood, it seems." Bran stared at the table. Robb used to say Theon was a good friend, but also restless. "This is sad." "Yes," Ned agreed softly. "War tears friends apart too often, but there's no changing it now. All we can do is protect our people." Rickon, wide-eyed, asked if Theon might try to kill them. Ned mustered a gentle tone. "I hope not, but we must prepare for anything." It was a stark truth, and the meal ended quietly. Arya and Sansa were not here to share in that hush, nor was Robb. Ned felt a pang of longing, remembering how once the great table was filled with their chatter. Now war had scattered them to the winds. In the following week, outriders reported a surge of ironborn activity in the southwestern seas. Several more ships were spotted, but a large portion seemed to have turned away, perhaps heading south. Rumors suggested they might clash with the Tyrells somewhere near the Shield Islands. That could lighten the pressure on the north, at least for a time. Ned felt some hope that Balon's ambitions were overextended, forcing him to defend multiple fronts. Yet new dangers sprouted like weeds. A rider from House Umber arrived in the dead of night, breathless with news that a group of wildlings had been caught near Last Hearth, led by some savage war chief. They were too few to pose a real threat, but Umber scouts believed more might lurk deeper in the forests. Ned penned instructions to keep watch, though he had little manpower to spare for the far north. One day as the sun set behind the western walls, Ned stood on the ramparts, cloak snapping in the breeze. The sky glowed orange, the air sharp with an early bite of winter. He gazed out at the fields beyond Winterfell, where the silhouettes of watchtowers cut stark shapes. Men trod the perimeter, carrying spears. His mind drifted to the memory of a simpler time when the biggest worry was training young Robb to ride or teaching Arya to hold her needle properly. He heard footsteps and turned to see Ser Roderick Castle, who had rejoined Ned's cause after spending time in the Riverlands. The old knight wore his silver-streaked whiskers in the same pointed shape, his expression etched with concern. "My lord," Ser Roderick said quietly, "I've concluded another set of drills with the new recruits. Some of them shape up well, but we're still short on steel. We'll do as we must. You look as though the weight of the world sits on your shoulders." Ned forced a thin smile. "Perhaps it does. I'm glad you're here, Ser Roderick. It feels like half the lords in the realm might ride against us. Or none at all. The uncertainty is maddening." The older man nodded, folding his hands on the rampart. "I remember you as a lad in these very walls, always worried about the well-being of others. Sometimes you must focus on the immediate tasks. The rest we handle piece by piece." Ned managed a faint, grateful chuckle. A wise reminder. "I was just thinking how once my biggest worry was leading hunts in the Wolfswood for game to fill our tables." "Times change," Ser Roderick said softly. "But you remain a Stark." They shared a moment's quiet, the wind ruffling their cloaks. Then Ned set a hand on Ser Roderick's shoulder. "Would you be willing to lead a small group to check on the northern roads near the Umbers, coordinate with them regarding any wildlings?" Ser Roderick bowed. "Of course, my lord. I'll gather what men I can spare." Ned thanked him. As the night departed, Ned leaned again on the rampart, letting the bracing wind fill his lungs. The realm might be spinning in chaos, but he would do what he could in his corner of it. If that meant fending off ironborn, wildlings, or even rumors of White Walkers, so be it. A swirl of dead leaves skittered across the stone, carried by a ghostly whisper of winter's approach. The next day, he oversaw the departure of Ser Roderick's small company. Then midday brought an unexpected visitor, Hallis Malin, one of Ned's loyal guards who had gone to scout the southwestern passes. Malin arrived winded, though unhurt, with urgent tidings. Ned met him in the courtyard. "My lord," Malin said between breaths, "we encountered a band of travelers heading north, no banner displayed. We stopped them, suspicious. They claimed to bring an envoy from Stannis Baratheon, heading to you with news. We escorted them here, but they remained behind briefly to water their horses." Ned's brow rose. "Stannis's envoy? We had one from him before who left disappointed. Why come again?" Malin shrugged. "Could be more demands that we bend the knee. Or perhaps something else." They said little. Ned rubbed his chin. "Bring them in, but keep a close eye. We'll speak in the Great Hall." Within the hour, the gates opened to admit a small party of 5 riders. 4 wore plain leather surcoats, but the 5th was a gaunt man with cropped hair, clad in black and red with a faint image of a flaming heart over a stag embroidered on the breast, a symbol of Stannis's new faith. They dismounted and politely surrendered their weapons to Winterfell's guards. Ned awaited them in the Great Hall with the Great John on one side and Bolton on the other. Soldiers lined the walls, gazes wary. The hall's braziers glowed, casting flickers on the stone floor. The envoy stepped forward, bowing stiffly. "Lord Eddard Stark, I come on behalf of Stannis of House Baratheon, first of his name, rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men. My lord sends an offer." A hush fell. Ned remained seated but inclined his head. "Speak plainly. Your king once demanded I yield King's Landing to him. I refused." The envoy's face was taut as though weighed by urgency. "Yes, my lord. But circumstances have changed. King Stannis has battled Renly's supporters in the Reach as well as certain Tyrell bannermen. The war has grown complicated. Stannis believes the Lannisters remain a threat. He also hears of the ironborn vexing the north. He wonders if you might reconsider an alliance, one that ensures you keep your seat here, free of southern interference, in exchange for your recognition of him as the rightful king. He stands ready to dispatch a small fleet to help you repel Balon Greyjoy. Ned's eyes narrowed. A small fleet from Dragonstone or Storm's End might indeed hamper the ironborn, but was Stannis truly offering such help, or was this a ploy? Stannis once demanded unconditional surrender. Now he offers alliance. Why? The envoy pursed his lips. He sees that Renly's hold on King's Landing grows stronger by the day and the Tyrells feed the capital. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister recovers in the west, forging pacts. Stannis cannot fight on all fronts at once. He hopes the north might stand with him in subduing the ironborn, then turning on the Lannisters if needed. The Great Jon snorted. He wants us to fight for him while he battles Renly. The envoy gave a slight shrug. He would not phrase it so. He offers ships to guard your coast, men to join your forces on the understanding that once the realm is stabilized, the North will confirm Stannis as king. He does not demand you yield the North's autonomy aside from the usual fealty a warden owes the crown. This is a compromise. Ned exchanged a glance with Bolton, who said nothing, eyes cold. Then he addressed the envoy. Renly has the Iron Throne in practice, or so it said. We have an understanding with him. My son Robb is in King's Landing, ensuring the peace. The envoy gave a faint grimace. King Stannis warns that if you remain aligned with Renly, you might face conflict down the line. Renly is no rightful heir. The laws of inheritance favor Stannis as Robert's older brother. Once Stannis deals with the Tyrells, he will come north in force if you stand in defiance. He'd rather not do that, with the realm so threatened by Greyjoy Reavers and Lannister plots. Thus the offer. Ned's heart sank at the thought of yet another potential war. If Renly and Stannis clashed openly, King's Landing could face a siege from the east or south. Robb and his sisters would be in danger. Meanwhile, the envoy dangled the promise of ships to curb the ironborn. The northern watchers might benefit from that. Ned pressed his lips tight, recalling how stony Stannis could be. Give me time to consider. The ironborn are indeed a threat, but I cannot lightly sever ties with Renly, especially if it endangers my children in the capital. A flicker of sympathy crossed the envoy's face. We'll wait 2 days at most. Then we must return to King Stannis with your answer or lack thereof. I caution you, he grows impatient. War does not abide delays. Ned nodded tersely. So be it. You'll have your reply soon. He gestured for the guards to escort them to quarters, ensuring they were treated civilly but kept under watch. Once they departed, the Great Jon let out a long growl. We be fools to trust Stannis. The man would as soon burn our septs as help us. He worships some fiery god. Bolton tapped a finger on the table. Yet we can't deny we need ships. Renly does not promise any real fleet, does he? Last we heard, he merely secures the capital. Ned turned away, troubled. Renly has not offered us direct naval aid, true? But if I shift allegiance to Stannis, I risk a southern war that imperils my children. Sansa and Arya remain in King's Landing, as does Robb. Renly might see that as betrayal and hold them hostage, or worse. I cannot do that. The Great Jon's face hardened. Then we refuse Stannis. Let him stew in his war. Bolton, surprisingly, offered a softer perspective. You might attempt a middle path. Express gratitude for the offer but claim you cannot break your arrangement with King's Landing unless Stannis ensures the safety of your children. Perhaps that stalls him or compels him to try some negotiation with Renly. Ned considered it. Maybe. But Stannis is not known for compromise. If he sees me waver, he might label me an enemy. Still, I can't sacrifice my children's security for a few ships. He paused, mind a whirl. I'll draft a letter that politely declines, citing that the North is bound to a caretaker arrangement with Renly. I'll mention that if Stannis can find a way to guarantee the safety of my children, then we can revisit the matter. That might buy time. The Great Jon grumbled. It'll likely enrage Stannis. Ned nodded. That's a risk. But I see no alternative. We're in no position to break with Renly's regime. The North stands alone, and I must keep my family safe above all. They agreed to finalize that stance. The Great Jon stomped away, muttering about Southern kings meddling again. Bolton remained, half-smiling as if savoring the predicament. Ned ignored him, focusing on the urgent tasks at hand. He drafted a short missive to Stannis, exactly as he'd said, polite refusal unless Stannis offered more concrete guarantees. Then he sealed it with the direwolf sigil. The envoy accepted the letter with a stiff nod the next morning, departing Winterfell under escort. 2 days of tension followed. Some lords worried that Stannis might sail north to punish the perceived slight. Others said he was too busy fighting in the Reach. Ned prayed the latter was true. One warfront with the ironborn was enough. Meanwhile, the Greyjoy's cavalry rode out again to chase rumors of Reaver sightings near the Blue Hills. Bolton managed the logistics of new watchers. Ser Roderick returned from the Umbers with talk of minor wildling incursions. Word from White Harbor suggested that their nascent shipbuilding was slow, though some small galleys might be launched soon, giving the North at least a token naval presence. Through it all, the first snows began to swirl in the night. Winter's approach was no empty phrase now, it manifested in the wind's harsher bite and the dusting of white along the battlements each dawn. The people of Winterfell wrapped themselves in heavier cloaks, stoked braziers day and night. If the snows deepened, supply routes would grow precarious, making it even harder to defend the coasts. Ned began stockpiling more food in the cellars, ensuring caravans from local farms came in before the roads froze. One moonlit evening, Ned returned to the Godwood, seeking quiet counsel with the old gods. The heart tree's face seemed solemn in the pale glow, its carved features streaked by sap. Ned knelt on the crunchy carpet of dead leaves, letting the hush envelop him. He breathed, letting swirling thoughts settle. He recalled the swirl of events that had led him here, from the moment he discovered Joffrey's parentage and King's Landing to his choice to seize the Iron Throne for a time, all to protect his family. Now, ironically, that throne was in the hands of Renly, and Ned was back at Winterfell wrestling with a new threat. The realm's battles had scattered across the map, from the Riverlands to the Stormlands, from the Crownlands to the north. And beyond the wall lurked an even greater danger, if the tales were true. Ned closed his eyes, whispering a quiet vow. Old gods, grant me wisdom. The realm stands on a blade's edge. My children are scattered, the north is harried, darkness looms from the far corners. Let me see this through. A breeze stirred, rustling branches overhead. No voice answered, but Ned felt a faint calm settle in his chest. Perhaps that was enough. He stayed a while longer, listening to the faint trickle of water in the small pool, thinking of all he had to do come morning. Then he rose, stepping back into the keep with renewed, if fragile, resolve. Dawn brought new tensions. A raven arrived from House Glover near Deepwood Mot, bearing urgent tidings that a group of ironborn had landed on a rocky beach south of the Mot, aiming to retake it or at least disrupt repairs. Glover scouts had repelled them, but it signaled the ironborn still probed for a chance. Ned dispatched a small reinforcement from Winterfell, instructing them to join Glover in sealing the beach. Meanwhile, the Greyjoy's cavalry returned again, finding no significant Reaver force near the Blue Hills, though they discovered burned fishing huts. Amid these scattered battles, something like a stalemate formed. The North remained vigilant, the ironborn kept trying small strikes but refused to commit a massive invasion. Ned guessed Balon might be focusing his energies in the south, testing Renly or the Tyrells for a more advantageous conquest. The realm's tapestry of war showed no sign of letting him or the North rest easy, but for the moment, they were holding. At times, Ned found himself longing for a letter from Sansa or Arya, some sign of how they fared. Instead, only Robb's letters arrived, detailing the political dance with Renly, the uneasy quiet in King's Landing. The city evidently enjoyed a measure of stability thanks to the Tyrell supply lines, but rumors of Stannis' aggression put everyone on edge. Ned gleaned that Joffrey and Cersei remained imprisoned, that Tyrion Lannister was half bargaining, half hostage. So far, no major crisis had erupted inside the city. That small comfort was something to clutch, like a candle in the dark. Winter's first true snowfall arrived one morning in a flurry of white that blanketed the courtyard. Men emerged from their tents cursing the cold, hurriedly clearing the footpaths. Fires roared in the great hall's hearth. Bran and Rickon darted outside at midday, wide-eyed with delight, bundling in fur cloaks to watch the swirling flakes. Shaggy Dog leapt in the drifts, snapping at the air, while Summer trotted with measured curiosity. Ned paused from his tasks to share their wonder for a moment. Snow had always been part of the North's identity, yet it carried a certain magic for children. Still, as the day wore on, the snowfall thickened, complicating the movement of watchers on the walls. A few outriders reported that local trails had become slippery. Ned realized with dismay that if the ironborn launched a raid now, responding would be slower. The realm might face a winter's war, never a welcome prospect. The men, however, faced the swirling flakes with that stoic acceptance unique to northerners, continuing their patrols, adjusting their cloaks, salting the walkways. When evening came, the great hall was crowded with men seeking warmth and a hot meal. Ned presided over a subdued dinner, inviting the lords and captains to share updates. A hush fell when the doors opened, letting in a flurry of wind and snow, and Hallis Mullins stepped inside, stamping slush off his boots. He carried a scroll, face grim. "My lord," Hallis said, saluting. "This came by Raven from White Harbor, most urgent." Ned read the scroll in the flickering torchlight. The letter was from Lord Serwyn, who remained posted at White Harbor as an intermediary. It reported a sudden rumor that a chunk of Balon's fleet had turned north again, possibly with Theon Greyjoy commanding a portion. Word came from captured reavers that Theon boasted of wanting a prize fit for a king. Some speculated he might aim for Moat Cailin or even Winterfell itself if he dared. The letter concluded with a warning to be on highest alert as this rumor came from multiple sources. Ned's blood chilled. If Theon truly sought to strike Winterfell, it would match his father's thirst for symbolic victories. Seizing the Stark stronghold would be a blow to northern morale. He set the letter aside. "Summon my captains," he told Hallis. "We must consider the worst." Before the feast ended, Ned shared the news quietly with the Great John, Bolton, and other key leaders. Tension spiked. Some men scoffed that no ironborn would dare try Winterfell in winter, but Ned refused to be complacent. "If the roads become difficult, we might not muster swiftly to drive them off. They could slip in with a smaller force aided by infiltration or subterfuge." He gave orders to tighten the perimeter around Winterfell, doubling the guards at each gate, patrolling the walls day and night. He also commanded watchers on the King's Road to remain vigilant for any force approaching from the south. If Theon led a small band on horseback after landing somewhere to the south or east, it was not impossible for him to attempt a surprise. Ned's instincts screamed caution. 2 nights later, under a sky thick with clouds, the anxiety in Winterfell sharpened further. No new ravens had arrived. The wind howled. Snow drifted in heavier flurries. Guards lit lanterns to keep watch. Ned paced the battlements at midnight, hearing the men exchange worried words about Theon Greyjoy. The Great John passed by, wearing a scowl of frustration. "If the Kraken tries, let him come," he growled, but Ned sensed the man's underlying concern. Near dawn, Ned dozed in a chair in his solar, face lined with fatigue, when a frantic knock jolted him awake. He opened the door to find a breathless guard. "My lord," the guard gasped, "a rider in from the south says they saw a band, maybe a few dozen men, riding hard up the King's Road. No banner. They wore cloaks that might be ironborn. They're an hour away, perhaps less." The watchers at the outer towers signaled. Ned's grogginess vanished. "Sound the alarm. Rouse the men." Within minutes, the courtyard boiled with activity. Soldiers hustled into armor, swords clanged, stable hands readied horses. The Great John barked orders, face set. Bolton appeared, quietly mustering his men as well. Bran and Rickon were escorted from their usual rooms to a more secure section of the keep. Ned donned a mail shirt, belted his sword, then took to the walls. The snow fell lightly now, a dusting on the ramparts. Torches glimmered, picking out the shapes of archers lining the parapets. The main gate was shut, the portcullis lowered. In the distance, along the King's Road, a line of riders emerged through the faint pre-dawn light. Ned borrowed a far eye from one of the watchers, scanning the road. The riders looked to be about 2 dozen, indeed. They came at a swift gallop, though not in a neat formation. Some wore heavy cloaks, hoods up. He glimpsed a faint glint of metal, axes, perhaps. The Great John stood near Ned. "This must be them. Or at least, something equally ill. We can pick them off with arrows if they try the gate." Ned pursed his lips. "I want to see if Theon is truly among them. We might demand they surrender or show themselves." As the riders neared arrow range, guards called warnings from the walls. The group slowed, halting a stone's throw from the gate. One figure dismounted, stepping forward, hood still raised. From Ned's vantage, he could see a narrow face, pale in the weak light, with a wiry beard. The figure raised both hands in a sign of parley. Ned signaled for a guard to hail them. "State your purpose or begone," the guard bellowed. The hooded man's voice rang out. "We come to speak with Eddard Stark. We bear no direct threat if we can parley. Let us inside." Ned stared hard. That voice was not Theon's, it lacked the boy's youthful timbre. Possibly an ironborn officer. Ned motioned for the guard to hold fire. "Who are you, and why do you come under cover of darkness with arms?" he called down. "We are ironborn, yes," the man answered, "but we bring an offer from Theon Greyjoy. Let me speak to the Wolf King face to face." A rumble of anger rolled through the watchers. The Great John spat from the wall. Ned took a moment to weigh his response. Letting them inside could be a trap. But if Theon was truly near, or if this was a chance to end a portion of the conflict, ignoring it might cost them knowledge. He turned to the Great John. "I'll meet them outside the gates with a strong guard. If they show treachery, we cut them down." The Great John bared his teeth in a grin. "Aye, that suits me." Within minutes, Ned assembled a contingent of heavily armed riders inside the gate. The portcullis groaned open slightly to allow them out. Snow crunched under hoof as they trotted forward, fanning out in a shallow crescent around the ironborn party. The gray light of dawn stretched over the plains. The air was bitter cold, each breath a plume of white. Ned halted 10 paces from the ironborn. The Great John flanked him with a half-dozen men, crossbows at the ready. The ironborn party stood warily, horses stamping in the slush. The hooded speaker stepped forward, now lowering his hood to reveal a face lined with scars and a thatch of gray hair. "I am Eric Stormrider," he said. "My men follow Theon Greyjoy. He sends me with a message for you, Lord Stark." Ned's grip tightened on the reins. "Speak then." Eric Stormrider swallowed. "Theon offers a truce if you grant him certain concessions. He wants recognition as Balon's heir, rightful prince of the Iron Isles, along with a portion of the western coast under Ironborn rule. In exchange, he promises not to attempt further raids deeper in the north and to release certain captives they hold." Muttered curses rose from the Great John's men. Ned felt revulsion swirl in his gut. "You dare come here demanding I cede part of the north to the Greyjoys?" Eric Stormrider shrugged, eyes cold. "Theon's father, Balon, claims the old ways. Theon simply offers a path that spares more bloodshed. He says he holds hostages from the villages he raided, women, children. If you refuse, well, the Drowned God's justice is harsh." Ned's jaw tightened. A pang of fury and sorrow. Theon threatening innocence. "And where is Theon?" "Hiding in some cove." Eric showed a bitter smile. "He leads a company along the coast. If you yield, he'll come forth to sign an accord. Surrender a stretch of land around the stony shore, give us a free hand at sea. You might keep the rest of the north. We know your attention is divided." The Great John let out a growl. "I'd sooner cut out your tongue." Ned raised a hand to still him, though he too felt the hot surge of anger. "Do you think we scare so easily? Theon's father has tried to steal our lands before, and we ended that war in flame. This time will be no different." Eric Stormrider's posture stiffened. "So you refuse?" Ned's mind raced. Hostages. Innocent lives. He recalled Theon as a boy, full of swagger but not cruelty. Yet war could twist men. If Theon was leveraging such foul threats, it meant he had grown more ironborn than Ned ever guessed. For a fleeting moment, Ned considered if a negotiation might save those captives. But ceding land to Reavers was unthinkable. The entire north would see it as a betrayal. Balon would only press for more. "We do not surrender a single league of the north. The hostages must be freed or your cause remains doomed." The gray-haired man's lips curled. "Then you condemn them. Theon will do as he pleases." Ned's stomach churned. The Great John's eyes burned with fury. For a moment, silence hung in the snow-laden air. Ned forced his voice to remain even. "Release the hostages, and you might earn mercy. Continue this path, and you'll find only death in the north." Eric Stormrider spat on the ground. "Very well. You'll have your war. We have our orders." Before the man could remount, the Great John barked, "Grab them!" Immediately, Stark riders leveled spears. The Ironborn twitched, uncertain whether to fight. Ned realized the Great John intended to take them prisoner. Yet the Ironborn were swift. One of them hurled a dagger at the nearest Stark rider, who fell with a groan. Another spurred his horse in a lunge. Ned shouted for calm, but it was too late. Steel clashed. Crossbows twanged. The Ironborn tried to break free, but the Great John and his men were prepared. In the swirl of hooves and snow, Ned glimpsed Eric Stormrider slashing at a Stark guard with a short sword. The Great John roared, cleaving an Ironborn from the saddle with a savage blow. A second crossbow bolt took down another Reaver. Ned drew his own sword, ready to intercept any who charged him, but none did. They were too busy trying to flee. Within moments, the Ironborn party lay in ruin. Most had been cut down or unhorsed. 2 tried to gallop away, but crossbowmen on the walls shot them before they cleared arrow range. The courtyard men rushed out to gather the wounded. Ned found Eric Stormrider pinned under his dead horse, coughing blood. The Great John stomped over, breathing hard. Eric stared up with hatred. "You choose death for all those hostages." Ned knelt beside him. "Where are they kept? Tell me, and we'll see you cared for." Eric let out a broken laugh, hacking. "As if I'd betray Theon." He spat blood. "The Ironborn do not yield." Then his eyes glazed, and he went still. The Great John shook his head. "Fools." Ned stood, sheathing his sword, heart heavy. So Theon threatened hostages somewhere on the coast. And these men offered nothing but demands. War indeed. The courtyard men dragged the ironborn bodies aside, searching for any survivors. One reaver clung to life with a gut wound, but he spat curses at the questioners. He died soon after. The riders from Winterfell took minimal losses, 3 men wounded, 1 killed by that thrown dagger. Amid the fallen, Ned recognized the cruelty of the moment. Hostages might be at stake, but Theon's ultimatum was impossible. The North would not give away its land. Theon had truly abandoned all that he might have learned in Winterfell. This was the act of a Greyjoy scion, seeking easy conquest through terror. He turned to the Great John, voice subdued. "We must save those hostages if we can. They might be at the stony shore or another hidden cove. Summon a war council immediately. We'll plan a sweep along the coast to liberate them." The Great John gave a fierce nod. "Aye, let's hunt these dogs down." Bolton appeared at the gate, silently surveying the scene. Ned didn't bother addressing him just yet. He marched back inside, rage and sorrow twisting in his chest. He had once protected Theon as a ward, hoping the boy would learn to love the North. Instead, Theon had become an instrument of cruelty. Now Ned had no choice but to respond with steel to cut out the ironborn incursion wherever they lurked. In the Great Hall, lords and captains converged. The Grey John recounted the skirmish. Word spread swiftly that Theon threatened to kill captives if Ned refused to cede lands. The hall erupted in anger. Some demanded an all-out assault on the Iron Islands. Others insisted on scouring every cove until Theon was found. Ned raised his hands to quiet them. "Enough," he said. "We cannot storm the Iron Islands without a fleet, but we can intensify our hunts along the coasts. We suspect the hostages might be near the stony shore or somewhere south of Deepwood Mot. Theon must be holding them as leverage." "Send me," roared the Great John. "I'll tear him apart." Ned nodded. "Yes, you shall lead a force again. We'll coordinate with House Glover, searching every inlet. We will rescue those people." Bolton's voice came from the side. "What if Theon escapes, killing the hostages first? Our chase could provoke him." A hush followed. Ned felt trapped by the truth in Bolton's words. "We cannot let fear of his threat stop us. If we do nothing, he'll demand more. We'll just have to act swiftly, quietly if we can, to catch him off guard." They hammered out a plan, a coordinated sweep along the stony shore in small, fast-moving squads guided by local fishermen who knew the coves. Meanwhile, a second group would watch the main roads in case Theon tried to ride inland. The Great John took overall command with Glover and Tall Heart captains. Winterfell would remain the central command. The newly launched small galleys from White Harbor might attempt to sail around, but it would be slow going in the winter seas. As the council broke up, Ned stood by the dais, fists clenched. Another venture, another chance that men would die in the swirling snow. Theon had chosen a path of tyranny. Ned prayed the boy might come to his senses. If not, they would end it by force. Bran and Rickon had been ushered away to avoid hearing the worst details. Ned saw them only in passing that evening. Their presence reminded him that one must fight to protect the young, no matter the cost. Outside, wind whistled over the walls, biting with winter's chill. He thought of Sansa and Arya in the distant capital, of Robb grappling with Renly's politics, of Jon on the wall. So many scattered children. So many battles. Yet Ned stood firm. The pack, though parted, survived. The next day, the Great John departed once more with a hardened force. Bolton offered a small group of men as well, though he remained behind. Bran watched from the ramparts as the column vanished into the swirling flurries. Ned placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, telling him they would be victorious. But in his heart he knew how uncertain war could be. The days stretched into a tense vigil. The snowfall came in waves, sometimes letting up, other times turning into fierce squalls that battered the walls. Messages arrived sporadically. Glover men found a small ironborn outpost, but no hostages. Another search turned up deserted encampments. Meanwhile, from White Harbor came word that a lone galley had ventured north, searching for reaver ships, but found none. As nights passed, Ned felt the weight of dread. If Theon had the hostages, he might kill them out of spite. Or he might vanish at sea, leaving them hidden somewhere. Each day, the watchers scanned for ravens, hoping for a sign that the Great John had caught Theon. Instead, only trickles of inconclusive news arrived. Theon was elusive as a shadow. Then, at last, after nearly 10 days, a rider bearing the Glover sigil galloped into Winterfell at dusk, a swirl of fresh snow on his cloak. The man stumbled from his horse, half-frozen, demanding to see Lord Stark. Ned rushed to the gatehouse. The messenger's cheeks were raw from the cold, breath coming in ragged bursts. They found him, the man gasped. Theon Greyjoy caught near a cove. The Great John had him cornered. There was a fight, my lord. We saved some of the hostages. Ned's heart hammered. And Theon? The rider swallowed hard, eyes haunted. Wounded. He fled, though, with a handful of reavers. They escaped by sea at the last moment, the Great John says. Theon's either dead or gone. We're not sure. But we did rescue near a dozen captives. Ned closed his eyes in weary relief that at least some innocents were saved. And the rest? The messenger grimaced. They found bodies. Theon's men, they slaughtered a few to slow pursuit. I'm sorry. A hush settled. Ned let out a slow breath. He should have known Theon would stoop to such brutality. The Great John, did he lose many men? Some. They say a vicious fight erupted in the cove. We overcame most of the reavers, but Theon himself boarded a skiff. They hoisted him aboard a longship. Then the vessel rowed out to sea, taking advantage of a sudden storm. The Great John shot arrows, but the darkness and waves shielded them. Ned's gut clenched. Theon escaped to raid another day or to nurse his wounds. At least we freed those who remained alive. That is something. Yes, my lord, the messenger said. The Great John is bringing them safely back. They'll arrive in a few days, once the weather clears. Ned thanked the man and had him escorted to the hall for food and warmth. Then he stood in the courtyard, gaze rising to the clouded skies. War never ended neatly. Theon had become a scourge, cutting a path of blood across the north. Yet this time, the north had struck back, rescuing more than half of those hostages and scattering the reavers. Another partial victory that left behind a bitter taste. When Ned reported the news to the lords that night, he saw relief flicker in their eyes. The ironborn had been dealt yet another blow, though not a final one. The Great John's name was hailed again as men toasted to his fierce resolve. But Ned could not help thinking of Theon, wounded or not, spirited away by the sea he loved. No vow or memory of Winterfell could pull him back now. The lines of war were drawn. They pressed on, day by day, forging ahead in the swirl of winter winds. The watchers along the coasts, the lords and captains at Winterfell, the daily routine of musters and patrols, the measuring of grain for the winter months, every facet of Ned's life became a piece of the war puzzle. Ravens from White Harbor, Bear Island, and Deepwood Mot confirmed that large-scale ironborn raids had subsided. Perhaps Theon's defeat broke their impetus, or Balon had turned his focus south. In either case, the North found a measure of relative calm, though they dared not let their guard slip. In the hush of one afternoon, as Ned sat in the solar reading yet another letter from King's Landing, this one mentioning that Renly had clashed with Stannis near Bitterbridge, he reflected on how the wheel of war kept turning. The realm's storms raged on in the south while the north braced for winter. He could only hope that eventually some resolution would allow him to gather his scattered family safely under one roof again. If not, he would continue to guard the north as every Stark before him had done. Night fell, and from Ned's window he saw the courtyard dusted anew with fresh snow. The cold flared along the edges of the keep. He closed the letter from Robb, sighing at the tidings of battles with Stannis. The north had its own front, and though uncertain, they had weathered the worst of the ironborn tide thus far. The days ahead would decide if Balon tried once more for a grand conquest or if the north's fierce resistance had forced him to cut his losses. Either way, Ned would stand watch, Wolf King or no. He was first and foremost Eddard Stark of Winterfell, sworn to protect his people. He remembered the old vow he had once made, kneeling at his father's tomb, to keep the north safe, to uphold the honor of House Stark. The vow had led him into unimaginable struggles, from the Red Keep's betrayals to the Ironborn's coastal raids. But he had not broken. If winter or war demanded it, he would stand firm until the last breath. That was all any Stark could do, endure and protect the realm from the darkness that pressed in from every horizon. He placed Robb's letter aside, rose, and stepped to the window. Snow drifted lazily past, illuminated by the flicker of torches below. In the hush, a single dire wolf howl echoed from somewhere in the distant forest. For a moment, he let that lonely call wash over him. Yes, they were scattered, his children, his alliances, but the pack survived. Across the north, men stood vigilant. And tomorrow, with the dawn, they would face whatever new trials the realm brought. Thus, in the quiet hush of Winterfell's winter twilight, Eddard Stark closed his eyes, renewed his silent vow to defend the north against all that threatened it, and prepared himself for the next turn of fate in a land beset by war, secrets, and the relentless approach of a colder, darker season.